Okay. Okay. So we'll get you started. I'll take a picture. So these are So basically, dice on checkers is valid.
Yeah.
Please spread the checkers on the bar.
Yeah, I usually do
And
anyway.
please rack them into there so they can see.
Right.
This is water for you.
Yeah, it's my water.
Yeah, I'll take a picture of you in front of the board.
Matt?
Matt? Can you get Matt Cohn-Geier? He's right there.
Matt?
He's gonna get him. Let me get a picture of you sitting in front
What
of
did you say?
I want to take a picture.
You want to take a picture of mine?
Oh.
No, we don't need it for you and Matt.
Later.
But would you take a picture of yourself?
Yeah, I'm doing it.
And then
Oh no.
the other thing I needed.
Picture of what? Picture of me with upper body or how? Yeah, must be more precise, please.
I'll send
Yourself as for the.
Okay, Alex took the picture and he
I'll
gonna
send
send
it to
you.
you. I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Let me get a picture of the two of you shaking hands, please. One, two. Okay, give me like 30 seconds and then start. So you guys, do you want to use the cup? Is that okay?
Yeah.
So those are the cups.
Yeah.
If you need anything, I'm on the other side of the wall, okay? Okay, good match. Thank you.
You on the other side.
Yeah.
Okay, could you Mochi sit on the bottom?
I don't know. I'm bottom or top or I'm blue.
Those checkers are blue.
Yeah, they're blue. They look white on the stream, but they're actually blue. Or black.
He's red.
Oh, okay. So I need a few more minutes, okay? Because I need to reset everything.
Okay.
I need like 5 minutes.
Is it okay for you?
Yeah, it's fine.
Alright. Thank you. Oh. Can you wait 5 more minutes?
No. But I
Want to swap anything?
Oh yeah?
For old time's sake.
Okay. So what do you say? 5%?
5, 10.
10%. It's too small to worry about.
Just for a little,
Yeah.
So I have a rooting interest,
So did you pay 650 to view?
13.
13, yeah. So
I'll work out with them. Yeah. Basically, I just say I take it.
yeah. No, he won't like.
Is this thing live?
It's live, but they're just going to start in a moment because Hossein needs to start something.
But
So go ahead.
are we
go ahead
live?
Go ahead and
Okay.
start talking, and I'll be right back.
No problem. Well, welcome aboard here, folks. My name is John Druska. This is day one of the Los Angeles Open, 48th annual, I believe. We're about to jump in here on game one of a 13-point match. I guess you would call it round one. I'll be honest, I don't exactly know all of the circuitous bracketry that goes into managing a tournament of this size, but this is the first match of the proper tournament, or I should say the first bout of matches. And we've got quite a treat here. Matt Cohn-Geier, the American who I joined briefly about an hour ago for a Super Jackpot match on the mics here in Media Central at the luxurious LAX Hilton in Los Angeles, California, adjacent to the LAX airport. He's playing Masayuki Mochizuki, your favorite and mine, more commonly referred to as Mochy. Arguably, if not empirically proven, the best player in the world at this time. The match I called with Matt Cohn-Geier a moment ago was with Michy, or Michy. So we've got some heavy hitters here in Los Angeles, which tends to happen. Some big boys and big girls come out to play, and we got a real treat here watching Mochy versus Cohn-Geier here. And we'll see how this unfolds. There's a pause here, or a whatever. They're not playing, to put it very simply, and we have interesting looks here, thanks to the AV team and Alex Eshaghian, who put this together as he typically does. But we get to see the players, see their reactions, and a moment ago they were conversing pleasantly. And of course, a beautiful shot of this board, a Legacy Boards Backgammon set that is up for auction here at the LA Open. And again, my name is John Druska. You know, it's nice to be here. I am a player, of course, but you know, far from a master. In my commentary, what I hope to do is certainly learn a thing or two, teach a thing or two, explain what's going on, argue about potential strategy. But you know, I'm going to have questions for those who join me on the broadcast. I'm going to say things that a better player or a more seasoned scholar of the game might find downright foolish, and I think that's okay. I think discourse and discussion is key to learning and to enjoying a game as cerebral as backgammon. But backgammon is also passion. Backgammon is also emotion. And I hope that's what I can bring to the stream. Some excitement where it's necessary, some suspense when needed, and just some enjoyment, you know, whether that's shared commiseration, pain with one of these players, there's the handshake, or joy at a fantastic outcome. And here's the opening rollout, 6-5. Everyone loves that. Lovers leap for Mochy, and here's Cohn-Geier. And we are underway here in round one of the LA Open. It's a 3-2, and he's going to split and come down. I personally love that move, 13-11. I would have done a double, frankly, 13-11, 13-10, but I'm not the one enrolled in this major tournament. So Mochy's going to take his time here with a 6-2.
Kit, would you like to commentate?
And what is he thinking? I have no clue what he's thinking. I don't know what I'm thinking here. 6-2, the board's advanced a little bit. He made the leap with his first roll.
John, can you sit over here? We're gonna have
surely.
Kit Woolsey join us.
Yeah, yeah.
Kit, this is John Druska. Hi, John.
Hey, good to meet you.
Please make yourself comfortable. That water is for you. Oh, you have your own water?
Oh, yeah, right there.
So that water is for you.
Great. So, a moment has passed and the game has advanced a bit here, and Mochy uses his 6, I believe, there to advance his back piece and also add a builder to the 8-point. This is Mochizuki playing silver, and he's going to rethink that. And Cohn-Geier.
What does he have? The whole roll or just part of it?
6-5. He used his 6, and there's his 5 there.
So
Yeah.
this is really clear. Can't see any. I don't like this at all. I would play 13-10. I think he's got the wrong priorities here. No, this is a sound double. I don't know if it's a take or not, but the double isn't close.
What's motivating that thought?
I don't know if it's a take.
But the double. I mean, I know.
I
know it's simple to you, but to me, why
would
you double?
If I don't know it's a take, I double. It's as simple as that.
Okay, can you make it simpler? What about this position is good? I'm just asking for the layman. There's one on the bar, right?
The guy's got one on the bar. You've got the 5-point. I mean, you're winning in every aspect of the game.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Just to break it down for someone like me who's not mastered the doubler yet. And he went ahead and took it too, so that'll make things interesting.
Yeah, it's a reasonable take. I wasn't sure. I mean, he's not too far behind in the race, but the problem is he's got to, put something together, and is in danger of being attacked. What is it? Is that a 5-2?
Yes.
The 2 is easy, 6-4. Yeah, this looks right. I'd really just want to stop him from getting in.
Well, that's the debate. Make the home board point, or just move things along and bring a couple down off 13, right?
I mean, he's playing a blitz structure, and every roll that Mochy's on the bar increases the danger of getting gammon. That's a good shake.
Yeah. Now what else? 2 more.
Well, he's got to stay back. So slot the 5 point. Fastest way to make a point is to slot it. Was that a 4-3?
That's right.
It's not ideal. About all he can play is 13-9, 8-5. Mochy has a chance.
And that's why you stay back on that 2 point, because now you have more potential shots, right?
No, I stay back on the 2 point because my opponent has less potential shots.
Okay.
I don't see any point in running, so I just play 11-5, 8-5. If you run, you're running in with a losing game. And you must be down. I haven't counted the race, but it's certainly down by 20 pips at least.
Oh, thank you. My pleasure. So is audio on too?
And granted,
Okay.
there's some danger of being attacked, but
Yes.
once you build up a strong board, now Matt has to be a little careful about hitting loose. That's it.
Just what you said. Yep.
Was it 6-1?
6-1.
Yeah, you do it.
Make it, right?
That's my
Yeah.
best chance.
If you get hit by a joker, so be it.
Yeah. 6 or a 5 would be good, depending on the combo. That's less so. So that's the game at this point for Mochy, right? He's that lingering back piece on the 23 point is really his asset.
No, I wouldn't
potentially
call
hit.
it an asset.
Okay.
I mean, that checker's in trouble. Hopefully, he just has to hope that Matt doesn't roll a good number to attack with. What is that? Can you see?
Double 3s.
So he'll certainly. Wow. No. What kind of a play is that? I mean, he switched. The switch
He
is
must
like
have
a-
heard you. I can hear them rattling the dice on the other side of the wall here. But
I mean, the switch is like automatic. I don't know what he was thinking.
so he's in with the 5.
Play some
Slot the
4.
3? Or am I way off?
No, it doesn't matter much. No, it really doesn't.
No, fair enough.
I wouldn't do this.
Hmm.
I mean, you're wasting gammon pips in what's likely to be a close gammon race. Is that 4 as a pair?
Double 4s, yeah.
Yeah.
There's 2.
Well, might as well bring him in.
So I have a question. This is a position, if I were Matt, I fear whenever I find myself in these positions. Those 2 pieces on the 13 point, you're almost certainly going to leave a shot here.
So he still has to hit the shot.
With the double 1, maybe not. Okay, it worked out for him. But now he can get in safe for a while, and he's got to feel good about this. He's got the game doubled already, and
He's got a close shot at a gammon.
yeah, playing with house money, he's certainly going to get in safe, get 1 off, and likely win. But you're thinking gammon.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's thinking gammon.
That's,
but-
we're not worried about winning.
Yeah.
If you wind up leaving a shot, that's unlucky.
Now this would be an interesting. For me, I always love watching these bear offs, these bear ins, rather than take 1 off the 5 and the 2. He shifts from 1 from his 6 to 4
Well, if
point.
he
That's
were-
to avoid high doubles, correct?
No, it's to avoid any high number. 6-3, 6-4, 6-5. They all leave shots.
Okay.
You have 3 in the 6 and 2 in every other point. Basically any 2 big numbers leave a shot.
Yeah.
It's not worth the risk.
Sometimes before I had some problem where like checkers like end up here and then like
Come on. What's he got? 3-2?
3-2.
Yeah, rip him off. No, every checker off. This is a close gammon race. I would definitely play this, even though it's more likely to leave a shot.
2-1. Slowly but surely. Wow, 4-1 again.
Now Mochi's in serious danger.
This is
of
tough to
getting
watch.
gammon.
Yeah, this is a master class in patience and grace.
Definitely
here.
worth taking the men off, even though it leaves the gap.
Oh yeah, no
The
doubt.
swing on the gammon is huge.
6-3, so he's got to go there for
Oh,
hope of
He
a
might
miracle
get
shot,
he might
right?
get a shot.
A 3-1, right? Not like that.
That's the scramble to get off the gammon.
Yeah, so now
Mochi puts every checker on the 6 point that he can.
to really simplify things for someone like me, there's 3.5 rolls essentially for Matt to clear the board unless he pops doubles.
I don't know. That's too complicated for me.
You're too kind.
No, I just bring everybody to the 6 point. What's he got? What's the roll?
I think it's 6-3. There was a bit of a glare there.
6-3. Oh, 6 and 3. That seems normal.
Yeah.
Monitoring the chat here.
You know,
It says it's Mochy, not Mochi.
Okay. One criticism to 0 compliments. Noted.
Why would you waste a pip here? I don't understand.
Good news is I already forgot. What is it? Mochi?
Chi.
Chi.
With a CH, just like it's spelled Mochi.
I understand. There might be 1 or 2 words that are pronounced either
16
way.
to 10.
Mochi, noted.
16 to 10, 8 to 5. Oh no, this can't be right. You've got 3 men in the outfield. You bring 2 men in next roll, and the other one you bring a 3rd man in and take it off. That's it. This is elementary play. I'm really surprised he's even thinking about this. This is not a question of crossovers. This is a question of don't waste pips. Because he's got the crossovers. 2 men in, next roll. Another roll, man in, man off.
Now difficult choice. Okay, this looks must be
Yeah, you can hear everything. They're about 6 feet away from us. You can hear the dice rattling in the cup through the wall. 3-2. So that's that. 2 points, and we
2
reset.
points to Matt. And,
Well played. We were talking gammon there for a minute.
well,
And,
the gammon was very close. He
yeah.
missed by a roll.
yeah. And going back to the double, you thought it was a surefire double, and you were a little unsure on whether you would take or not.
Correct.
Personally, yeah.
If I don't know whether I take, then I just double. Let my opponent worry about it.
Second game in a row, opening with a 6-5 lovers leap. This time it's Cohn-Geier who gets it instead of Mochy.
You know, John, I've learned more from Mr. Woolsey's writing than from anyone else.
There we go.
That helps him in the race. He just has to make a race out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to come up to the 22 point. There you can get pounced on. As long as you can escape with 6s, it's not vital to move off the 24 point. To move the last checker off the 24 point.
Mm-hmm. So if you were Matt Cohn-Geier, you're not sweating that lingering straggler yet. You're not concerned.
I'm sweating it. There's nothing I can do about it.
Okay. But there's a way out. The bar point is not made. Is that what you're?
Yeah.
Am I understanding you?
Yeah. Now this is an interesting choice.
Considering a hit.
Well, the argument for the hit is that your opponent doesn't get to get away in one roll.
Yeah. Still thinking this over.
Making the 5 points pretty strong. Yeah, he doesn't mind slotting the 2 point. I mean, there aren't very many hit and cover numbers. And if you get hit without getting covered, but this probably makes more sense. He went the other way. What is it?
2-5.
2-5.
3-2.
Oh.
Huh?
He played a 2 and it looks like he was playing a 3. So
Yeah.
3-2.
Oh, 3 is very ugly in this position. You really hate to strip the 6 point, but he didn't have any good alternative. Ooh. Ooh, this is a bad roll. This is a really bad roll. I think Mochy has a double here. This is his only safe play, which just destroys his position. I think this is a clear double, and again, I don't know if it's a take.
Well, there's one. Assuming there is a double, and you're Matt Cohn-Geier, you got one back there. You know, what would you call that? A partial prime or essentially primed?
I'd call it I'm in trouble.
Okay. Also, there it is, as predicted. Also, Mochy's got the golden point made on the other side of the board, and that board is slowly degrading.
Well, I mean, the only thing...
The red home board, that is.
The only thing Mochy has in his favor, I mean, that Matt has in his favor, is the race. You know, he's doing fine in the race.
Mm-hmm.
But the point is, Mochy's going to go after him with all guns.
Yeah,
you know?
he's staring down.
Well, no, the fact that Matt had to blow his board with the 5-3 made a huge difference in position. I think I'd be inclined to let it go. It's just too many bad things.
Look at that! Look at that face. That's the face of a man who's torn emotionally, head cradling his own head. That's that.
Looks
okay.
like Matt agrees.
Yeah. Just an opinion. I'm not a scientist. And they waste no time. Kid, I was hoping to pick your brain a little bit, and I'll have to wait for another opportunity. Six 4 was that roll.
It's a nice roll. Mochy.
Yeah, I would have done that too.
It's something decent.
Just for the record, I would have done the same thing.
Oh, I'm not sure about this 5-4. I think you might want to stay on the 4 point.
Matt elects to run instead. Bold strategy. Let's see how it works out for him.
A great roll. Now Matt definitely needs a decent roll, or he's going to get double. What is it?
3-1.
3-1. It's a decent roll, but I don't think it's good enough to stave off the cube. But it's still a take.
So what looks and I know some of these answers, but I'm asking to maybe elucidate our audience. So Mochy's got a bit of a prime there, hugging the bar. There's no home board development for Matt.
Oh, Mochy's just winning in every aspect of the game.
Right, but specifically, what are those aspects?
The aspects are he's ahead in the race, he's got a better board, and he's got fewer men back.
Okay, so the better board. And again, I hope I'm not coming
better,
off as
and better structure.
Insulting here. I just, I'm learning and also want to simplify things. The better board is the 5, 6, 7 point made with some spare pieces for potential hitting or making of more home board points, right?
I don't think this is a thought here.
He's also got a shot at that blot on the whatever that would be.
Yeah, he's got a shot at the blot on the 9 point,
whatever you want to call it. He does not double.
He didn't double.
But he rolls double 4s instead. So
yeah,
maybe he knew something we didn't.
No, he didn't know something we didn't.
He might have.
What?
Maybe he had double 4s cocked and loaded. I don't know. No, of course I'm fooling around a little bit, but
No, the point is
A triple hit. A triple hit.
you want to double in this position before you roll the
It's
joker,
the LA.
not after. Yeah, I think I'd play 13-9 with the other one. They're just a bit short in ammunition. Now, unless Matt rolls well, Mochy will be playing for the gammon. Now it's an easy pass if Mochy doubles. Mochy probably has a play on. I mean, nothing bad can happen.
Well, why would he not? Because he thinks he could pull a gammon potentially. Yeah, there it is. Double pass.
Well, we know it's a pass. What you're looking at is what is the danger that your opponent will snap back into the game on one exchange, not down the road, but on one exchange. Because if that's very unlikely, then you might as well play on. It's a free roll. Because he'll always be passing regardless. So,
all right, I like that. Thank you for that.
So yeah.
That's a quick little tidbit of backgammon wisdom with regards to the game within the game of doubling, courtesy of Kit Woolsey.
Okay. You pass the test.
Bring 2 down.
I love that move.
Well, he's got the heavy 6 midpoint. It's an easy play.
Yeah. Ooh, only one move I like better is that move.
Oh,
Slot 11.
This
and 10.
is not so clear. It's debatable. He's leaving himself a strip position and 2 indirect shots when he could have made the 9 point and had a flexible and solid position.
How would you play the 6 if you made the 9 point?
What?
If you made the 9 point with the ace, how would you play the 6? Slot the bar? You're talking about the 6-1?
Oh, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it didn't work. Maybe I didn't see it right. No, he's
Soft touch there on the roll.
Yeah, he doesn't want to come in on the 4 and leave himself, jokers. But if he comes in on the 2, his 4 is ugly. His 4 is really ugly.
Yeah, this is tricky.
Well, first of all, Mochy has a clear cube here. So Matt has to decide whether he's going to take the double. Ooh, stack him up. There's the cue, as expected.
Matt's
boy.
thinking about it.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's not doing badly in the race. I don't think. 4, 3.
I would hesitate to call it a liability, but really the only thing that's not really in Mochy's favor is the 1 piece back on the 24 point, right? He's got ammo
nothing's in Mochy's favor. I mean, everything's in Mochy's favor.
He takes it. All right, we play on. 5-4, so
5-4.
he's got those 2 on the 9 and 10.
You can hit the indirect shot, or you can hit point on his head.
Oh yeah, there you go.
I would have gone the other way, I think. But I'm not sure.
And hit there on the 15 point down
Yeah,
there?
I think so.
Run and hit, yeah.
I mean, the problem with this play, it's great in that it makes a 4th innerboard point, but it strips a lot of the attackers. And, sending a second checker back, yeah, there's a danger that the opponent might anchor. But it also sends a second checker back.
Yeah. Well, he's thinking about it. There you go. Maybe he takes it back.
What's happening here?
There you go. So that was your call, wasn't it?
Well, those are the two plays.
Yeah, but that was your first. That
Uh,
was your first pick, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I would have gone this way, but I'm not sure.
Neither is Mochy, it would appear. He's still eyeing this, which is really fascinating, in my opinion, to watch these, you know, greats of the game, you know, certified masters. There you go. He hits after all. Debate, you know, who knows what's going on in their mind, but the more time they give us to watch, it's just
you know what's
interesting.
going on in their mind here. That's not very difficult to see.
What's that? What's going on in their mind?
Which player is more likely to be successful?
Oh.
Super duper Grandmaster.
I think you come. What's that? 6-2? Huh?
6-2. So
Yeah, you come out with a 6 and bring it to you down. Go after the second checker. Oh, if you're playing this 6, the 2 is trivial. Yeah, that's the right play. I think you just make the 8 points just so you have it. I'm sorry, the 9 point. It's like 13 to 9, 11 to 10. It's another builder for the 4 point also. You can't play these positions in fear that the opponent's going to roll a joker. You just assume he won't.
What's the joker there? 4-6, right? Had he gone through with
6, double 4s, you know,
Yeah.
anything which enters. You just got to put your men where they belong. Well, looks like 13 to 8.
No, I've been told by the internet to just shut up, so.
full rotate.
I just don't see this.
What would you suggest? Come down off the 13 again?
Yeah, the 13 to 8.
And what about the? Then you'd have to make the 9, right? With the.
No, 13 to 8.
Oh, 13-8. I beg your pardon. Okay. Now you said a moment ago you can't play with the fear of your opponent popping their perfect joker, right?
Right. I mean, unless that's the only thing that can beat you.
Which would not be the circumstance here. Mochy, apparently in pretty good control, correct?
Oh yeah, he's in great control, but he wants to complete the closeout.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's possible.
I just don't see this approach. This doesn't make sense to me.
Very deliberate.
All right, hold on.
Oh, 4s, 4 6.
Almost.
That was promising.
Get that checker safe. And now Mochy gets rewarded for his last play because he's got firepower.
Let's see how much.
What
4
are
or
you-
5. Got him. Oof.
There it is.
Ooh.
Well, yeah, but if you don't have the builders there, he wouldn't have made this roll.
Of course.
And notice he's not worried about double sixes. That's a very minor issue. What he wants to do is play smoothly. The gammon race is fairly close. He's a favorite to get a gammon, but it's not overwhelming. Well, the alternative is to play a 9 to 8 and 6 to 3. Mochy's doing well here. And Matt has to get in very quickly.
I mean, even if he does double 5s, I think was that roll. Even if he does, I mean, a gammon's inevitable, right?
No, if he gets in, the odds are against the gammon. Even here, if he gets in, the odds are against the gammon. Or it's very close.
Wow. Six, 4.
Into the 6 and bring a 4 down. Looks normal. Diversify, diversify, diversify. And every checker to the 6 point. Two is easy. You don't have to think about that. I would have played 19 to 15 for the 4. I don't want 2 checkers in the same point, but it's probably not a big deal. Yeah, I think he may have misplayed the ace. Might be better to play 8 to 7. I didn't see how the gammon looked. It's official.
That's that.
Let's rotate, John. If you want to monitor the chat, I'll switch with you.
Sure.
That's okay. All right. So 6-2. One of the first books I read on tournament backgammon was yours, Kit, and I learned a lot about playing matches. Let me know in the chat if you'd like me to read the dice. Some people prefer that.
Yeah.
I'll read it for you. Okay, 5-2.
Definitely read the dice. I have a difficult time seeing
Yeah, my pleasure.
normal play.
Now 6-4 comes in and hits, and then out. Yeah, you do that right there. 5-4.
Hitting is better than making the anchor.
Right.
You don't want the opponent to play with one man back. And you don't need the anchor. It's not like your men are in trouble.
So now 5-1. Do you consider slotting with the ace?
We're talking about the second roll.
No, certainly the natural play. But Barter 24, 15 to 10 isn't so bad. You know, it doesn't leave your opponent much, and you still got a decent structure.
Yeah. So I never love having 2 checkers on the 24 if I can split.
Well, I mean, yeah, if your opponent has his bar point,
Yeah.
you need to split. But when your opponent doesn't have his bar point and has a stack on 6 and 8 points, you want to grip the 24 point usually.
4-3. Okay, so you can hit or you can make the anchor.
Here I would make the anchor.
He may be doing that. He usually looks at his second best play first.
Huh.
You haven't noticed that?
No.
Yeah. One time I asked him why he does that. He says, I don't know.
Well, no, I mean, it makes sense. You know, he wants to, you know, let's say he thinks making the 21 point is right. So he now makes the other play to look at the alternative and see maybe he's not seeing it right. So it makes some sense. With Matt having the stronger inner board, I think this is a bit too loose.
Right.
If Matt didn't have his 5 point, then I would like this play.
And you have 4 blots scattered around the board.
And it's not likely to be an accident, but it can happen.
One of the things I find is like when you have a lot of blots around, okay, you get 1 hit, and then sometimes they hit more blots while you're still on the bar, and then you run into trouble.
He's pondering it.
This is how he gets low on time.
No, he doesn't. Low on time is meaningless. Really, it is.
Well, if you have some tough decisions in the last game and you're low on time.
So you make one.
Yeah.
You know. I mean, usually if you think about it all year, you're not going to see anything different anyway.
You started playing before they used clocks. Were there ever any people that played really slow?
Oh my God, yes. That's why they have clocks.
Yeah.
You have these ridiculous 15-hour matches when somebody would be an asshole and take 5 minutes to play an opening 3-1.
3-1.
Don't laugh. I saw this happen.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
What was he considering?
No, he just wanted to be annoying.
Oh, just intentionally being annoying?
Well, obviously.
Oh. Was he losing the match or something? Sometimes people get
I don't know.
You don't know. So here you can hit twice or you can run out. This is thematic with more checkers in the zone, even though you're outboarded.
No, it's not very thematic.
I mean, I guess there's not a good alternative, or not a great alternative.
Oh, running out's quite reasonable.
Yeah. So the double one's good. You slot the back of the prime with the final ace.
Oh, there's no other. Well,
There's this, but no.
I don't understand that.
I mean, I guess he's trying to see if like 5s are not good elsewhere, the 5 will come out, but I think I would have played to the 9. It also decreases the hitting rolls on the 10 point versus the 9 point. So there's the 2 and the 5 comes down.
Okay. Mochy doesn't have anything yet.
Not yet, so that's a 6-5.
So that's a great roll.
6. Well, he's on the 23 point.
Oh, he's on the 23.
Yeah, you forgot.
Oh.
Not so great anymore.
Not so great anymore. Oh,
Maybe
that's
just
actually interesting.
Maybe just 2 down.
No, I think he is supposed to make the 10 point. I mean, that is.
Break the anchor and make the 10 point.
That is the 5th part of the prime. He doesn't see it that way.
That looks like a 5-1 or a 3-1. Probably 5-1. 3-1. 3-1. There you go.
That needs to not flunk here.
That's a 4-2.
Oh, 4-2. Yeah, I don't think he gains that much by the loose hit. Because, you know, coming in the 23 point is no bargain. You know, Mochy's getting close to a cube here. Now Matt has to roll well.
Despite the score.
The score doesn't matter.
5-3.
Well, that's rolling well.
Guess it's just 13-8. You want to play 6-1?
Both reasonable. I think I'd go with 13-8, but I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
Can't. Oh, 6-3 hits. Great roll.
Well, that's the problem with that play.
That looks like 3-2.
Yep, has to do this.
Four two. And you can anchor, you could lift.
This looks pretty right.
I agree.
No flunks here.
Uh-oh.
Here comes the cube. Dum dum dee dum. However, I do think it's a take. The reason it's a double is because if you escape one back checker and your opponent doesn't come in, then I think you would have lost your market by a fair amount.
So you always say, is it a take?
That's the first question
That's
I ask.
Question. 2-1. (5-1) or 4-1 can't come in. 5-1, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Hossein Paknahad is transcribing on Mochy's channel, so thank you for that. 5-2 comes in and plays behind. Double 2. Can't move the back checker, so
I think you just have to eat it. Don't leave a direct shot.
so go to the bar point, or like 15-7 or 10-8
Well,
or
no, I'd play 15-11 and then 10-6. I mean, you want the spare in the 6 point, not
Right.
in the bar point. It's just thematic. You can't have too many spares on the 6 point.
right. And there's one more, right?
No, he's got 3 more. I think.
I mean, one more after you would play 10-6. So like that now, 10-6.
Well, obviously. Was that 4-2?
4-2, that's right. Dice on checker is legal here.
Yeah, that looks like 11-5. I didn't see any other play.
Oh, that's aggressive.
I don't like this. I mean, you want the spare on the 6 point. That spare will help you in the future to swallow bad rolls.
That's right. I remember you were talking about that last time you played against Matt on the channel.
She doesn't like double 5.
She doesn't like the score. She doesn't like the cube.
I like these two are very good friends. 5-2.
No, I don't like it either.
So that's what you wanted to swallow.
Yeah.
In part.
Well, you don't know what you're going to roll.
Right.
But the checker on the 6 point can handle more numbers.
Now steps up to mobilize that so he can pop out with a 6.
Yeah, it's not worth staying back in the 23 point
Right.
here.
4-1 comes down. So now looking for a 6-2.
Looking for a 6 anything.
6-3.
Close.
That's a 6 anything.
All right, so now he's not going to be forced to crunch badly.
5-1. So 6-5 or 5-4.
6-5 feels right.
Double six.
Whoa.
I didn't think about
Guess
it.
you have to go.
Let's take a little pip count here.
What's that? 55. 93.
What else can I do?
6. 93 to 76, so down 17.
Play with a lot.
Well, the problem is if he doesn't run, you know, he's going to be forced to mess up his entire position. And what's he going to do next turn? I think he just bolt for the heavens. They play 21 to.
I'm just showing.
Was that 22 to 16?
Oh. He's showing the dog. Oh, that's his dog. That's Matt Cohn-Geier's dog.
This just looks so ugly. It hurts you in the race, and you don't really gain that much
I do this.
as far as shot hitting goes. And now if you hit a shot, which is unlikely, you know your board's a mess, and you have to play next turn. You know, where are your fives going to play? Where's anything going to play?
The other thing I see about Blue's position is, like, with those checkers on the 7 and 8, if he rolls large numbers like 6s and 5s, they get dumped deep, which is not great for the race.
Now this has some merit actually.
A middling play.
Yeah, well, it leaves it keeps the board in position, leaves some chances, but you know, it does risk a gammon, and it does. If you get attacked, you may lose all your racing chances. So no, I would come out with the other. Ugh. Oh.
You don't like this one.
Oh, this just turns my stomach. I mean,
Even he's laughing.
I thought it was
Might be
the
my
best.
worst. Could be my worst.
this is aggressive.
It's like
one.
he's going for the middling option.
Well, no, I mean, this isn't middling. You're going for a shot. But
Yeah.
you're risking getting gammon.
I guess middling between keeping the anchor and coming out with both.
No, I would come out. I think the gammon risk is too great, and the risk of losing your chance of winning the race is too great.
6-4. See, okay, so that's the 6 that went deep. Not a huge deal. 4-1. Double 2. Great roll. 2, 3, and then 7 to 5.
You know, this was the danger of staying back with 1.
This is true. All right. Now it's a bad double
Being
6
greedy,
or double
which
5.
is the
Yeah.
right thing to do.
2, 3, 4. Okay.
Take as many men off as you can while holding the board.
6, 3.
Probably not a gammon, but Matt does have to get in reasonably quickly.
Got in quickly there. 6, 5.
All right, the game's over.
Okay. So we'll watch this play out in the race. But earlier this week, Matt and Mochy played in the finals of the Mochy Millions. Did you hear about that or watch it?
I watched some of it, yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about that Mochy Millions format?
I'm not sure I understand it.
So everyone that buys in gets 8 chips, and each point you win is worth 1 chip. So a single gets you 1 point, and there's a Jacoby rule. So if you want a double gammon, it's 4 chips and so forth. So you play either 5 games against a random opponent or 30 minutes, whichever ends first, and then you're paired up with someone else. And after a few rounds, the cube starts on 2, and then 4, and so forth. And it's basically last man standing.
Oh, something different.
Yeah. It attracted a lot of good players. Like Matt came here, David Wells. All right, so 8, 5 away, 11 away. So Mochy is working on a book about doubling in the 5-point match. He calls 5 away the stupid score. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah. I think it's because if you win 2 points from 5 away, you get to the awkward 3 away score.
Well, yeah, your opponent can take very aggressively.
Right.
If there's little gammon danger.
Yep. 5-3. (5-1) for Matt.
Looks like you just make the bar.
Make the bar point.
Don't see much else.
Double 3. Okay.
There's a nice roll.
Insta board. 6-4.
6-4.
So it hits on the outside.
It hits. Yeah, this will keep Matt in the game for a roll.
Yep. He does have good 6s from the bar. Not one of them. So you make the bar point and split. Or make the 22.
I think about this a lot.
So this is the second play.
And he risks getting, pounded on. And the question is, making the bar point is obviously an improvement over having the 8-point with the opponent being back in the 24-point, but the opponent has only one checker back in the 24-point. So it's not the same improvement as it would be if your opponent had 2 checkers on the 24-point.
But with this triple split, if you get pointed on, you're going to have a lot of return shots with a stronger board.
Well, no. If your opponent rolls double 4s, double 5s.
Oh, yeah, those.
Hey, you're
like
not
double,
going to have diddly.
But I was thinking about like 5-3 or something like that.
No, I'm not talking about those. And when your opponent has that stack of checkers that looking for a place to go, you really don't want to be triple split, with 3 blots.
Bill Roberti calls this the McGreal split. 6-4.
6-4.
So you can come all the way out or make the 9
You
point.
can't go all the way out.
Oh yeah, it's blocked. That's right.
Yeah, well,
He just made the bar point.
No, he made the 9 point.
No, Mochi just made the bar point of the previous roll, which made a 6-4 block.
What do we got?
6-2.
6-2.
So pop out.
No.
Or anchor and come down.
Yeah, I think so.
Come out like that. That duplicates a lot of 3s.
I'm not worried about duplication. I'm worried about avoiding
getting pounded.
Getting pounded, yeah. I mean, the timing's in his favor. I don't think he really needs to do this.
Going for it.
What is it?
Okay. Pull the mic a little closer to you.
Yeah. What's the roll?
That is a 1 with a 4, looks like.
Huh.
Can make the 5 point.
Yeah, I think so. And sometimes the other guy doesn't roll a 5. Happened once.
I was looking for a 6 now here.
Or 6.
6, yeah, whatever. 5-3. The hard way.
Yeah.
Three, 1. So 1.
And hit. Where do we hit?
Yeah.
I think
Is it? Yeah, it's even possible to split.
No, I don't like that at all. That just gives your opponent everything. I think I just play 6-3 hit.
The benefit of that would be unstacking the 6 point and not leaving 2 blots.
Yeah.
And keeping the midpoint.
Yeah, that's pretty serious benefits. I can't see playing 24-21. It's just open season for your opponent to play his whole roll. In other words, I don't think Moshy's at the point where or Matt's at the point where he's desperate to move the back checkers. I mean, pretty desperate, but he's got 2 men in the midpoint, a spare in the 8, spare in the 6 to swallow some bad rolls.
Did you ever see that video that Mochy gave the seminar about gravity? How you really want to get the back checkers moving when the midpoint is stripped.
problem with this is if your opponent rolls a 6, he's out. If your opponent rolls a 2, he attacks. And in other words, you're going to have to produce on your next roll. Whereas if you hit with a 3, you know, about all your opponent can do is hit back if he rolls a 3. If he doesn't, you know, then you're in pretty good shape. This doesn't feel right to me. The reason is that Mochy has 3 men on the midpoint, so you know we're not doing well in the priming battle. Well, maybe splitting is right.
I know.
Well, this would be my choice still. I mean, it unstacks the 6, starts a key point, puts the opponent on the bar. You know, funny things can happen when your opponent's on the bar, even if when you only have a 2-point board.
Does the score make you favor this more, less, or
No,
doesn't
you
matter?
Just try to find the right play. I don't see how the score matters this play.
So you'd make the same play if the scores were reversed.
Yeah.
6-3. What a great roll.
Nice roll. Now Matt needs something decent.
Double 2.
Yeah.
He can make it, or he can step up. Yeah.
Stepping up could be right.
Kind of like
Yeah,
the
I
stepping up,
Yeah, I think I'd go with this.
because you're basically slotting an anchor that you want to make.
Well, if you make the 4-point, you're making a point you want to make. You know?
Right, right.
That goes both ways.
This is true.
But the point is, stepping up, you now have coverage on your 9 and 10.
On the
his
opponents,
9 and
yeah, right.
On his 9 and 10 points, which you
Double
really need.
5.
Double 5s.
So the question is, you make the 2-point or not?
No.
You don't have to worry about that 5' on the other side.
Well, I would make the 8-point. That's the 5th part of a prime. I would make the 8-point and probably double the next turn. You know, unless Matt rolls a joker.
So this is something that a lot of the advanced and intermediates don't think about. A lot of the times you want to make your play based on the possible upcoming cube action. So now he's looking at the aggressive play.
This doesn't feel right to me. If the other guy gets in, I mean, then you're going to be struggling all the way. Whereas once you lock up the 8-point, you know, the 8-point and the bar point, then what does he do? That's much better. Oh, he didn't do it.
Gaz Owen says clear from the rear. Vin says you can't cash with this play. So when does he have a double at this score?
At this score, I think he needs better than this.
A little bit more work to do.
Well, the point is, your opponent's on the defensive 2-point and has a sound game. So how do you lose your market? If you grant that this is a take,
Right.
clear take, then what's your big market losing sequence?
Maybe the opponent cracking with something like double 5.
That's a 1
Yeah.
and whatever. I'm
Right.
talking about normal rolls.
Right. So he's considering leaving those blots on the outside because of Matt's blot on the board.
I'm not so sure about that. Could be right.
6-1.
6-1. It has to make the 2-point. I think. I guess he could pop out. Actually, I guess he
Can,
has
yeah.
to. Yeah, he has to pop out.
Yeah, otherwise, it's like, what are you going to do next?
Yeah. Well, whatever he does now, I think it is a cube. Score or no score.
So if he does this, he's running out of timing. If he does the other play, he's leaving a triple shot.
Triple shot doesn't matter. I mean, particularly since if the triple shot gets hit, that means that Mochy isn't making his 4-point, which is what the game's all about now. So yeah, I think this is really clear. I mean, the point is this. You know, Mochy's threatening to make the 4-point. If he makes the 4-point, you know, he's got a, you know, power position. But by popping out, Mochy can't make the 4-point without, you know, a disaster.
It's a distraction play.
Oh yeah, I mean, plus this is not making your points in order, just all the bad things in life. That's it.
Now he's thinking.
Oh yeah. I mean, I know I would take, but it might be a cube. He's not really threatening that much. No, I'd wait. At the score, an even score, I would double. Still think it would be a take. When you have the defensive 2-point with the 4-point open, you know, you're going to have a lot of play, and the gammon risk isn't going to be that great.
We've got 88 viewers right now. Only 20 likes. Let's all smash the like button, please. So he's looking at what's going to lose his market.
Well, first he has to decide, is it a take? Let's start with that. I mean, if he's not sure whether it's a take, then you just send it over.
Do you think
If he decides it's clearly a take, now he has to look at market losing sequences.
Do you think he's thinking whether it's too good or
No,
whether it's a double?
no.
So
it's not even close to too good. I mean, the other guy's got an anchor. You're not gammoning him. I mean, you might, but it'll take a lot.
So what would be market losers like that? Making the 8-point followed by a fan or an awkward roll like a 6-1 or 5-1?
You know, anything good if your opponent doesn't respond. For example, let's say you roll a 6-1 and just make the 3-point and you don't get hit. That's a pretty hefty market loss.
Yeah. A lot of the novice players don't consider the second half of the sequence as part of a market losing sequence, but it's a sequence of 2 rolls.
Oh, yeah. In this position, it's more a question of, oh, there you go. All right,
This board reminds you of heroes.
He
That's
grabs it.
easy take. That's right. 4-2.
4-2. Huh.
So I guess it's are you going to hit or are you not going to hit? And if you're not going to hit, then what are you going to do?
Well, you have to hit. I mean, if you don't hit, you're leaving a direct shot.
Yeah.
So you just play 11-7 and eat it. I don't even see plan B.
Yeah. When you can't find plan B, go with plan A. 4-1. All right. He's looking to fill in that 4-point. Can't do it with the 5-1.
I think you have to make the 8-point here.
Play 13 to 8 and then 7-6.
Yeah,
for that.
I think you have to take your chances. I mean, that's so strong.
You mentioned the spares on the 5 point. They're particularly strong when you're trying to bear in against the 2 point anchor, because 5s are forced. Once you clear the 8 point, 5s are blocked from the 7 point, and you need them to swallow the 5s.
Well, you just want to get rid of the bar point.
Yeah.
You clear it as soon as you can.
They say this board looks like Backgammon Heroes.
Well, this might be right. I mean, Matt does have a strong board. And you know, Matt's structure is good enough that if he hits a shot, he can win frontwards.
But then you have to make the 4 point by brute force.
Well, you're gonna have to do that anyway. No, I think I would make the same play. I reconsidered. The 8 point actually isn't that important. All right, finally goes for it. Might as well. Ooh, the full prime. Yeah, you just do it. It's very unlikely to lose the priming battle. Even if you get hit.
If you get hit. Well, now it's interesting.
Well, I mean, you've got a full prime and he doesn't. You're on the bar, so 25 out of 36 times you don't play.
They are the awkward aces. Anything but 6-1 and double 1. I guess you could swallow 2-1, 3-1, 4-1, 5-1 are bad. Like that.
Ooh.
I guess you have to hit loose behind.
Well, yeah. I think. Well, wait a minute. If you hit loose and the other guy flunks, you've got problems.
So, does Matt start thinking?
I'm not. Yeah, I guess you had to do that. Yeah,
Right.
this score, Matt might send it over.
Right, the score and the cube level make a difference.
Yeah, this would not be a money redouble at all.
So you don't have a lot of value of cube ownership holding a 4 cube at 5 away.
Well, no. You're never going to be redoubling unless it's a straight race where you're a million miles ahead. But that doesn't mean you can't win without doubling.
But that's certainly a factor that Matt's thinking about.
No, he's thinking about the market losers.
Right.
And basically, he's looking at he flunks, and now the prime has to break. And he flunks again. I mean, they're good sequences. I'm not sure. It's an easy take, score or no score. Yeah, these prime versus prime games often wind up with big cubes.
Right.
For those of you who have an automobile here, you have parking vouchers.
I think he's supposed to wait. I mean, the problem is if he enters, his game goes kaput. Total kaput.
So now it's
What's going on here?
he has a 5-3 to play.
Who does?
Mochy.
Oh, Matt flunked.
Yes, sir.
Well, what choice does he have? Oh, no, I guess he has a choice.
He can break the 8-point.
He can break the 8-point, or he can cover. I guess you cover. I mean, now that his prime is busted, you really don't want to be hit.
A lot of the times in these prime versus prime battles, you're trying to think of if you can make a play that creates anti-jokers that forces your opponent to crack.
Well, the question is what's going on with the cube here. That's what this is all about.
So do you double no matter what is red?
Oh my gosh. I think this is a must double.
And then the first question would be, is it a take?
Yeah. How can you not? You know, just because you're ahead 8-2 doesn't mean you can't win the game.
His time is getting low. They're noticing that on the chat. Down to 2 minutes and change.
Oh, he's got 2 minutes left. What's the problem?
Well, Matt's 11 away, so there may be many games left.
So what?
Gigi Goyette says very low. Kid
Huh?
says, so what?
You think these guys can't play an 11-point match in 2 minutes with the time delay?
They can.
Anybody can.
Gigi Goyette says hello to Kit.
Oh, hi, Gigi. Well, this is however he plays it, this is a must double. This score, when you have a chance to jack it up to 4 in a position where one roll you could be blowing him out of the water, you just do it.
There you go. And he takes.
Well, he had decided he was going to take.
Right, he was thinking about that when he made his play. 6-4 can't come in.
Good time to stay on the bar.
6-4.
Oh,
Sixes,
boy.
fours.
No, unless Mochi cracks.
Cocked. 2-6 from the bar.
There's a roll for you. Well, that pretty much locks up the game.
4-3. Ugly.
No, it's not ugly.
And forces the spares on the 3-point.
That's where you want him. I mean, your plan is to clear the 6 and 5 points and have spares on the 4 and 3 points to swallow the bad numbers. That's what you want.
I guess he would have liked the double 6 better, where you don't move.
Well, yeah, but yeah,
So that's a 5-1.
what? Red is 5-1. Yeah, it's got to be right to come out. You don't want to risk cracking. So does he clear the 5-point, or does he point on him? I think he's supposed to do this. Just try to not leave another shot.
6-1, staying
That's right.
back.
Well, getting into double 4 range.
Yeah. 4-3, so the 4 is forced and the 3 lift. Now he's looking to pick up another checker with the 2.
He could.
4-1, cannot come in. 6-3.
That's not.
Okay,
That's not very good for
That's
Mochi.
nothing to write home about.
If he hits, he should break the bar
That's
point.
a 2-1.
2-1. You should play 7-6 without even thinking about it. You just do it.
With the goal of closing him out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the roof would have to cave in to lose the game now, and you're going for the gammon. This isn't even close, I don't think. It's like it isn't. They say in the Nike ads, just do it.
Just do it, that's right. I'm old enough to remember that. 6-5, perfect.
And he gets rewarded for that 7-6 play.
That's right.
Amazing how that works.
4 and a 1.
Yeah, now he should play this fairly.
Oh, it's a double 4.
fours.
Okay.
He should play this fairly, quite aggressively, actually.
Gammon on a 4 cube gets you to.
His opponent has his opponent has no board. The gammon race is going to be close. Yeah, just bring him in. Don't worry about safety. He wants to take as many men off as he can while maintaining the closed board. Perfect. Perfect.
Gammon value on a 4 cube at 11 away, 5 away is 0.807.
Well, I don't know what it is, but I know he wants the gammon.
You don't memorize these numbers like I do?
I have no idea what they are.
I just looked it up on XG.
To me, they're meaningless. Ooh, got one in. Now he's a favorite to get off.
6, and the other number is cocked.
It's cocked, yeah.
5-1 clears.
Yeah, but he has to play safe. And that may cost him a roll, depending on what happens.
6-4. All right, so now he's a favorite to save the gammon.
Oh, he's a big favorite now. He was a favorite even if he flunked.
Double 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Three and the 2, it looks like. 3 and a 4. That's cocked.
Doesn't matter. Everything gets him off.
So, 4 points. Gets him to 8-6. 7 away, 5 away.
Yeah.
All right.
Short trick.
Okay.
So now it's 7 away, 5 away. How aggressively are you thinking of playing? Similar to money, a little bit more aggressive.
Well, it depends whether I'm ahead or behind.
Well, you're behind 7 away, 5 away.
Then I play more
Oh, they're
aggressively.
going to take a break. Let me put that.
Then I play more aggressively. That's easy.
Dog wants to go.
Let me show you. I'll show Mochi. Oh, you found it. Yeah, that's
Yeah, is this the way or is this the
this
other
way, yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Hey,
Hey,
you're watching from there?
I'm reading the chat. It's so funny.
Yeah, is it the extreme gammon analysis on or
No, I'm just putting it. Nero is one of our social players.
Hi.
What do you mean social players?
No tournaments. Nothing
Ah,
tough.
okay.
You know, like
Easy
Remy.
stuff.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, good to meet you. I was like, who's Mochi? That's such a cute name. I love
Yeah,
it.
like a Mochi ice cream.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
just like the mochis. Those are my favorite.
Did you hear the story about last year? I took Michi to a restaurant called Michi's Japanese Kitchen.
Yeah, you told me the story. Yeah.
So yesterday I saw him. I said, "What did you do for dinner?" He said, "I went to a sushi restaurant." I said,
Yeah.
"Was it open?"
Wow.
So did somebody check the cube action? Some
Not
stuff?
yet, but I think Jose it's transcribing. Right?
Sure.
We'll look. I have XG. Did you see the XG version of the board?
No, I'm fine.
No, Rain made an XG version of this type of board.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. Do you need water or anything?
No, it's fine. It's just busted. It's interesting. Let me call the same. Is it allowed to check the position between the lights?
I know nothing. I'm just here to hang.
I think some rule doesn't allow it.
Oh, are you in the actual tournament?
Yeah, I'm in the actual tournament.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
This is actual tournament, doesn't it look like actual tournament?
Oh, well, I don't know, because it was in a separate area, so I was like, I don't know.
This is the VIP area.
Oh, I see.
Is it allowed to check the position between the blocks or not? I don't know. You're too curious. No, some country allows it. Like Japan, it's okay to check the position between the flags.
here it is.
It is okay or not okay?
I think it's okay, but I don't want to do it on the stream computer.
Right.
Oh. Do you live in Japan?
Yeah.
Cool. What city?
Tokyo.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't been,
Yeah.
but it's on my list.
So it's 5 hours, 7 away. All right.
Weird because they're both according to call. Sometimes it works that can make the right choice. But the bottom line is they're going to be done there and give you the card back, right? Oh, sweet. Okay, good. So, because sometimes you're there and then all of a sudden you're like, no, you got to come back tomorrow. Then I have to go down to the front, like right down the street, a couple blocks. Anyway, okay, so that's good. So, what do you mean by the other device? Oh, we need to do that? Okay, but they gave us the card. Okay, sweet. All right. Excellent. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. All right, take care.
All right. We're on a short break.
Who's playing?
Mochy and Cohn-Geier.
Oh, Matt must have just won a gammon. Double gammon.
He won 4 points.
Are we live right now? Are we on?
Yeah, it's live. Let me just double check this because not loading on my end. Hi, John. How are you doing?
Hi, Jacques.
Hi. You doing, Frank?
Doing well. Yourself?
Good, thanks. Hey, Alex, I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah,
about
sure.
Something I'd like to try and do.
Sure.
I'd like to get together a round table of 3 or 4 advanced players, open players.
Do you want your seat back? Alex asked me to come up, so I thought
Sort of a round table discussion.
Come on up. No, it's all good.
It's gotta be
Are you?
freewheel. I brought some microphones.
About a topic, or you mean on the stream?
No, just a separate recording all on its own.
Oh yeah.
So I brought a camera. I've got up to 4 microphones that we could use. I've got a mixer.
Okay. You wanted to do it this weekend?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there another room that we could use, or is this the
I
only
would
one?
check with Cam.
Okay.
There's that lobby area outside the elevators.
Yep. Be nice if we had an enclosed room so we don't get
I
any
know.
noise.
Maybe check with Candace.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I think, yeah. I'd like to try it and let's see if it works.
Well, great.
What kind of microphones are you using?
These are the. I don't know. Why don't we come in? I've got a couple of guests while we're on break. We'll start with John Perner, president of the USBGF. You want to say hello? Well, you're not on the stream, but you just say hello and tell us what's going on with the USBGF.
Hello. What's new with USBGF? We initiated a new I didn't know it was live when I talked to you there.
Yeah, that's what happens when you sneak in.
We started a new program this year called Backgammon or BMAB for local clubs. We send out someone to set up a day of BMAB. We pay for the transcriptions. We pay for the BMAB fee. We pay for the guy to get out there and help set things up. And we can support up to 24 players. And that's been pretty successful so far. We had 24 players in Portland, of all places, where we don't have an ABT tournament. We had 22 in Florida. I believe we had 16 in Denver. And then we had one in Boston. I don't remember the numbers, but I think it was pretty close to 24. But I'm excited about it for several reasons. BMAB has really become a pretty popular event. But when you take it to local clubs or people who don't keep track of their PR, they don't know why they'd want to do it. And some people really don't want other people to know what their PRs are. And I think it's a really good educational experience. One, most people at local clubs don't record their matches. So this is a way for them to get matches and transcriptions for free that they can load into XG. It gives them a chance to, if they play at least regularly in a BMAB or they begin to record their matches, they can watch the progression. And they can also share their match files with teachers or other people to review and see what they've done and how they can improve the game. So I think instead of concentrating on PR for intermediates and novices and that kind of people, it really benefits to concentrate more on what's my skill level today, how can I improve, where's my game weak or needs improvement, and how can I keep track of my progress.
So I've studied my matches on XG, and I found I have 2 weaknesses. Only 2 weaknesses: checker play and cube action.
Well, you're ahead of me.
Yeah.
Much better than me.
At least you're aware.
Well, and that's a good point, actually. I know you're saying that tongue in cheek, but that's a really good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's new. The big thing this weekend is the Hall of Fame dinner, where we'll be recognizing Marty Storer and John Crawford to be inducted into the USBGF or American Backgammon Hall of Fame. It's a USBGF event. And then we will also be recognizing the top 10 ABT winners from last year, as well as a subgroup of the top 5 ABT intermediate and advanced division winners, then also the top 10 online winners. So it's going to be a wonderful weekend. This is my favorite event of the year. I think we've got around 80 people signed up so far, so looking forward to it. Saturday night.
Well, we're happy to have you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for
I'm going to let
all
you get
your
back to
work.
your...
It's a pleasure. That's your phone.
Are you gonna have the stream too? I'm about to play Bill Phillips in the Super Jackpot second round. If you don't have anything
It's
coming
still Matt Cohn-Geier against Mochy, but we'll come get you. All right. And I'd also like to welcome my good friend, two-time world champion, Frank Frigo. Hello.
Hey, Alex. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. I wandered into the room. I'm not playing today. I think I'm going to play doubles tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I was invited over to catch the end of this match.
This is great.
Was a good one, yeah.
We were talking about before this tournament, Ralph and Mochy had that whole event, and there was the Friday or Saturday they were in San Diego.
Yeah.
Please tell the viewers about that experience.
Well, it was a charity event.
Okay.
So we knew there were a few people that were going to be in town for the tournament here in LA from outside of the U.S. and we thought it was going to be a really good opportunity to. It was an educational event. It was kind of a celebration of the game. It was a way for our members to be able to do something special, and also it was a charity event for the Helen Woodward Animal Center, which is a really great cause. It's they do a lot of animal rescue. They have a no-kill policy. They do work with Alzheimer's patients and children and so forth. So we thought that would be a really good cause, and everybody embraced it. We had several lectures. Art Benjamin spoke. Phil Simborg spoke. Mochy spoke, did kind of a panel discussion, which was a lot of fun. And then we did a Beat the Pro event for the charity.
Oh, yeah.
So people could play 1-point matches against several of us, and that was amazingly well received. It was constant. I don't think Mochy and I and Bob and Art ever got a break. It was just nonstop people playing, and everybody in our club got such a kick out of it.
Vin Ramirez says, my grandfather beat Frigo in San Diego. Great event. Does GF stand for grandfather?
Girlfriend.
Girlfriend.
Yes, she did. You're gonna get in trouble for that one, Vinny. Yeah, it was so much fun.
Alexander Tamari says hello to Frank.
Yeah, hello everyone out there. Yeah, it was a really fun event. I hope we'll do it again. And then we did a DMP tournament with multiple reentries, which I think we got to about 128 or something like that. Yeah.
So we were talking with some other guests earlier. How can we grow the game? And I think this is an outstanding way of doing it.
Yeah, at our club, what we're trying to do is balance between bringing in new players, inexperienced players that are more social players. We have a lot of players from Middle Eastern players and so forth. So we're trying to balance that with at the same time running a real tournament with clocks and rules and so. So the idea is people can have fun, but they can also learn about the game and prepare so they can actually attend bigger events and feel comfortable with it.
So do you find that the clocks intimidate those social players at all?
Maybe a little bit, but we try to be lenient about it with brand new players. We don't really want anybody to lose on time, but so if you're a more experienced player and you run out of time, you lose.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but if you are a brand new player who might be letting the clock run unnecessarily or just don't have as much of an awareness, we encourage their opponents, especially if they're more experienced, to point it out. And in some instances, if it's somebody that's a first time, we'll even add a couple minutes to the clock. We try not to get in the habit of doing that, but I think it's important because first of all, it allows us to have a nice flow to our events. But secondly, it gets people prepared to play real tournaments, and when they show up, they're comfortable. I mean, we have, I don't know how many San Diego Backgammon Club folks are at this event. This
They're good.
Weekend, so.
Keep going. They're about to start, so I'm going to go set that up. But you can keep talking about your club, your events. Tell us about the San Diego Backgammon Club.
Well, the San Diego Backgammon Club has been around a long time. when I lived in San Diego in the 1980s, it was going very strong. We were playing in La Jolla, and then when I moved back east, kind of lost touch with it a little bit. But when I moved back to San Diego about 4.5 years ago, we didn't have really a club, didn't have a tournament, and
Hey, I'll jump in.
hey, Frank.
Hey, Frank. So go on, San Diego back.
Yeah, so we kind of reinvigorated the club, and really the pioneer behind it was Michael Pines. I mean, Michael Pines is so passionate about backgammon. The guy, I mean, he can't go anywhere without talking about backgammon. I mean, if he goes to lunch, if he buys a smoothie, I mean, he's talking to somebody about backgammon, and it's amazing how often it results in people showing up to the club. We've got posters all over the place.
Good. I was going to ask the events.
We have a Wednesday every Wednesday. We have a tournament in La Jolla. We start taking entries around 4:30, and then basically we just fill 16 brackets. So we do separate 16-player tournaments.
Wow.
And we usually fill 2 to 3 per Wednesday. We allow rebuys if it's warranted. If we need to fill out a bracket.
And where is this at a dedicated venue?
It's at the Embassy Suites in La Jolla, UTC.
Okay.
Yeah, near the mall on La Jolla Village Drive, and we play in the atrium there.
Oh wow!
Now for special events, we'll get a separate room.
Okay.
Kind of thing. But typical Wednesdays, last night we played in the atrium. Yeah, and we usually get about 30 to 40 players per Wednesday.
So my next question was, could you put a figure on who of those are like brand new Michael Pines converts, or how many are regular attendees?
I mean,
is there always a couple new folks showing up?
Always.
Or?
I don't think there's a Wednesday that goes by where we don't get 1 or 2 new players.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. And then, obviously retention is a big part of it. You don't retain all of those players.
Sure.
Some of them, checked it out and they enjoyed it for social reasons, and maybe they'll come back sometime.
Mm-hmm.
And that was kind of the point of our event on last Saturday, was to try to reinvigorate. It was an excuse for us to reach out to some people that hadn't been there in a while and get them to come back out. So
cool.
It was
Alex, you want to jump back in?
very good. Yeah.
No, you stay here. I like you. So,
Oh, somebody does.
John,
Okay.
John is, you don't really play tournaments much, right?
I haven't yet.
Yeah. So I think like his commentary is good for people that are still learning, and you have an expert background, so combined it will be very good.
All right.
If you say so.
Oh, these guys are getting ready to start playing again? Okay.
They're used to hearing expert.
Yeah.
Well, let me say this.
Hello to Rain.
I would love to hear whatever you have to say about the game here. But I do think, in the interest of opening up the game in general and inclusivity in newcomers, I may ask a question, a rather simple question I know the answer to, but I'd like to hear you explain, what is the logic behind this, because it's one thing for an expert to say, oh, well, this is obviously a take and obviously a drop and this and that, but someone like me might want to know why, what do you like about the way this board looks or something like that.
Yeah.
Heaven forbid.
I like the way the board looks, by the way, this legacy board. I was just looking at Tommy Tellerico's. He has a beautiful one too. Oh my God.
Yeah,
not one that you can pick up and carry around to tournaments, but it's going to look amazing in his home.
He made this cube for me.
How cool is that? That's great.
All right, so we've got
obviously a very good match here with Matt and Mochy. Mochy was down with us last Saturday. It was very nice of him to come down, and we kept him busy. So looks like I think so. Mochy, I took a peek over. He had a pretty substantial lead, like 8-2. He must have just lost a double gammon before the break.
There was a 4 cube in play. Okay. Yeah,
got it.
So we're almost neck and neck here.
Yeah, and Matt just won the Mochy Millions poker event, or poker-esque event, I guess, right? Yeah, I saw a little bit of that. That was great. So basically, you've got an early game going here. They're fighting for position. A little bit of blot hitting contest going on.
Yeah.
And so much of what goes on in the early game is just trying to establish structure, trying to keep your opponent from establishing structure, trying to gain in the race, trying to gain initiative. And a lot of times in positions like this, now of course Matt has fallen behind in the race here, but a lot of times in positions like this, it's usually that first sort of whiff or the first strike of a good set of doubles that can sort of gain some initiative. But There's a long way to go here. There's still a lot going on.
So that was interesting. He opts for the 5 point instead of hitting on the 2, and instead hits in his own home board loose.
Right.
And is probably going to eat it right back. There you go with the 4.
Yeah. But so, this position will eventually stabilize a little bit, probably. So you can see now Mochy's got a little bit of a decision here. He's thinking about coming in on the 3 and popping out with the 5. He'd like to make the 20 point, but now he doesn't have a really good playable 3. But the thing is, because, Matt's home board is vulnerable, Mochy's going to go for the asset.
Well, I think I can say that because
So how many of these legacy boards are at the tournament this week?
Well, it's this one that's on the stream, and apparently Tommy had one special design.
Right.
And he sent it here, so he's playing on it. These are all custom made. Gigi is worried about Mochi's clock.
Mochy's always low on time.
Yeah.
Mochy uses a lot of time early in matches,
Wow.
and he's usually very low at the end. In fact, we were talking about this in San Diego because Phil worked it into his talk a little bit, and look, it's hard to argue with success. I mean, he makes it work. I think it's probably not a great idea to get that low on time, and that's coming from somebody who does get low on time very often in tournaments. So it's also good to sort of, and maybe for some of the newer players, to think about the score considerations in matches. So they're playing a 13-point match, but in the minds of these two players right now, they're playing a 7-point match that Mochy's leading 2-0, and that's the way they're thinking about it. They're thinking about it in terms of away score. Mochy needs 5 points to win. Matt needs 7.
So for the viewers, why is it important to understand the away score as compared to the absolute score?
Well, the really interesting, big fan there by Mochy. The interesting thing about match play is, people that are accustomed to unlimited play or money play, you're trying to maximize the equity of points or minimize losses in any given game. But when you get into a match score, you have what we would call a utility consideration, the usefulness of those points. So rather than the metric being maximizing points won or minimizing points lost, the metric is match winning chance. And at different scores, when you're away, you can really get some major jumps, like getting to Crawford or getting 4 points to go from 4 away to a victory is a huge jump in match winning chance. So being aware of that, it can really kind of skew your decision making in checker play and certainly in doubling in a very big way. Now, here, even at a score like this, 5 away, 7 away, it is a consideration for Mochy. I mean, it's still technically a little bit of away in the match, but he still has to be very conscious of that, because if he gives the cube away, Matt could have some very, very wicked redoubles if things get volatile and he's on the verge of some kind of a turnaround.
And can you explain what overage is to the viewers?
Well, overage is if you have more points than are really, again, getting back to the concept of utility. Utility is usefulness, so more points than are useful to you. So if you're 3 away and you win a doubled gammon, I mean, it's great, you win the match, but you didn't need that many points.
In a money game, you would get full value for 4.
In a money game, you would get full value, and along with that, when you have overage, if your opponent may be able to leverage that overage that you have access to. So that's an important thing to think about. Okay. That was an awkward number for Matt, where he couldn't move any of his back checkers.
Speaking of that, Frank, do you see a cube coming into play here from one side or the other anytime soon?
Well, I think if Mochy, so Mochy's going to have to expose he's going to at least expose an indirect shot here. He's thinking about whether he should hit. He's thinking about whether he should double hit. And he's reconsidering.
And he's rethinking.
Well, the problem is with the hit on the 6 point is he strips his only builder, right?
Yeah.
So he doesn't have another active builder. So he chooses this. Now, if Matt hits and there's a fan, obviously that Matt has this strong 4-point board, and that's a That's going to be very, very powerful. This is a powerful roll.
Wow, yeah.
Which he can play safe all the way around, but he's considering taking a bigger chance here because of the strength of his board. You know, he's wondering, maybe do I not want to get stuck on the 20 point and get those guys out now, while Mochy's a little vulnerable and going to be a little gun shy to getting hit back against that
And
board.
here's a simpleton's comment for all of my fans on the stream, but it's okay to leave that blot there on the 18 point because there's not much of a home board that Mochy's working with, is my assumption, correct?
Yeah, Matt's trying to. Yes, I mean, sort of. Yeah, I mean, he knows that he you know, obviously there's some rolls that could do a ton of damage, but he's hopeful that you know, Matt is trying to create some connectivity to get those checkers home. We're getting those checkers out on the 16 point now. He's got connectivity to the 10, and that's all he's trying to do here is really sort of get those checkers home. He was a little concerned about, even though he could have played it perfectly safe, keeping the 20 point,
right,
and playing that checker all the way around. He was thinking ahead to more flexibility and not getting jammed on the 20 point when he stripped everywhere else. So what do we got here? Matt's got a 5-3. This is a bit of an awkward roll. Yeah.
You're kind of wishing for him, aren't you? That was one.
Yeah, I don't know what else Mochy could really do there. He doesn't want to give up his anchor and move out.
Woof.
Okay, now we got a hit, and he's going to probably pop out with the 4. Now, if there's a fan here, this is where you'll see Matt.
Matt wants to consider doubling?
Yes.
Or will double?
That was better than a fan?
Yeah, that'll do it.
And now, if Matt fans, it gets interesting.
He's got the 5.
So we got 6s, 2s, and 1s. Mochy's just thinking about now, just, you know, he didn't really have much better to do with this. That was the safe play. Another set
double
of
4s again, yeah.
That's gonna be 4s.
That's why he's the best. It's probably not why he's the best, but.
So now all he's thinking about is how do I bring this race home? What, I can't see what that is. A 5-4.
Yeah, I don't know. 5-4. I think you're right.
Yeah. So Mochy's happy that he's at least got that spare on the 13 point. Oh
wow,
that is potentially a game winner, actually.
I want to say 6. Yeah. 6-3. Yeah.
So he's considering here. All he's trying to do is think about the distribution for the race. He didn't necessarily want to bring that checker in just because he wanted to save that 6. Matt's trying to exploit the weak board by staying back and hindering the way Mochy can advance.
And it's safe to assume that Mochy, for the most part, probably knows what Matt is thinking, so he's not going to hit with that sloppy home board unless he absolutely
Not
has
unless-
to, and that
not unless
is
he can.
unlikely unless on this particular roll.
I
Certainly,
mean,
with the
Mochi's just now
5-3.
converting to the race. That's
Yeah.
his game right
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
right? So
And again, to dumb it down for the layperson, you spoke a moment ago about distribution in his home board for the bear off and the bear in. It's you want to get pieces on every point, so eventually, no matter what you roll, you're pulling at least 2 off and the bear off.
yeah, I mean, you want to be very conscious of not having, you know, sort of wastage, right?
Yeah.
So Mochi's got that big stack on his 2-point, of course, which is not ideal for the. I mean, he has better distributions for the identical pip counts, certainly.
Mm-hmm. Well, this will be a bit of a barn burner here, a bit of a finish. So Matt has 1 off.
Yeah. Mochi will probably, he'll just play into the 4-point, take the 2 off.
So even though Mochi has more pieces further advanced in his home board, if he rolls a 3 or a 5 and then again rolls a 3 or a 5, he's not pulling pieces off because he has to
Right.
advance the
Right.
stack from the
So-
4-point potentially or something
Yeah,
off the
so
6-point.
Gaps on the 3-point, when you missed, you tend to replenish with the 6-point. So those are gaps on the 5-point and 4-point are particularly bad because when you miss with 5s and 4s, you just bury checkers deep. They don't refill themselves.
You see, that's good to know. That's good to hear. A nice little tidbit there. You'd want to avoid gaps on your 4 and 5-point bearing off.
All right, I think
moving
this
forward.
game is probably over.
Whoa. Now it is, right?
Mochi's got a whopping 42 seconds left on his clock now.
Yeah, that's pretty unbelievable. There's a few comments on the chat about how how little time he has to work with, and somebody remarked if anybody can do it, Mochi can, which is likely an accurate statement.
So Mochi is now 4 points away from winning the match, and this is what Alex was talking about before. So he has a lead, but Matt has to be particularly careful because Mochi can win the match in a very clean way with a double gammon. The
Sure.
4 points are perfectly efficient for him. If he accepts a cube, a redouble, you know, can be a very efficient
Giant.
way to win the match. So 4 away is kind of a dangerous, a bit of a dangerous score.
For who?
Well, it's dangerous for Matt because Mochi
Right.
Mochi can, you know, can put the match away in a single game. And Mochi will not, you know, in a gammonish position, he's not going to necessarily, even though he's got the lead in the match, he won't be overly shy with the cube here. He can actually still get quite a bit of value out of aggressive cubes at a 4-way score.
Mm-hmm. My question is well, I don't want to get into hypotheticals, but what if he was 3 away and there was then you know there's a gammoned cube or whatnot? You speak almost as if that's a bad thing to win
not
a
bad
match
thing.
by an extra point. I mean,
No, not at all. I mean, but we're just talking about sort of the efficiency of you know, and point overage is what Alex was talking about a little earlier.
How much time is left? 42 seconds. This is fascinating on many levels.
Yeah. Oh, now this is an interesting decision. Mochi can make his 4-point against a single checker back, or make the anchor, but he sees more value in that.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. But it leaves some. This is okay.
All right.
So Matt could have run all the way there, but
I saw that.
he
Yeah,
chose not to.
But he would have
Now
left himself exposed, and who knows? Maybe he's right back where he started.
Now he's pausing to consider a cue.
Wow, there it is. Okay, we got some action. Okay, so Frank, talk us through this. Would you take this cube?
I don't know. I'm being honest, I really don't.
Home board. No,
Yeah,
he
he's
would.
taking
He
it.
would take the cube. Okay.
I mean, you know, this is huge.
Wow. Okay.
That is
and he's on the
huge.
board.
Yeah.
On the bar, I should say.
That was the one piece of the equation
boy.
that Mochi had.
And he's dancing. 5-3.
He'll probably just play it all the way into the 5-point.
Would you not bring a builder to the? Yeah.
Oh, he can also
five
think of. He
point.
can also consider going to the 3-point because he's got that big stack. That's probably what he's looking at. Yeah. Because that's actually an effective builder to attack on the ace point.
Yeah, yeah.
Normally, those kind of plays aren't advised, but here it could actually be justified.
Why is it not advised? Just moving a piece.
Well, you just generally don't want to
in.
go too far in your
Yeah,
board. You
yeah.
usually want to build points in sequence. But here it's here it's kind of interesting. I mean, I don't know. It's probably I'm sure that's why Matt's thinking about it.
He's
Probably a
debating.
subtle
Yeah. Okay. So
difference,
he
but-
opts to keep that 6
I mean, he gets the builder by bringing it in as well, of course.
Yeah.
Lovely.
All right. So now there's an anchor. It's back there a little ways.
Yeah, that's basically Mochy's insurance policy that really reduces his chances of getting gammoned.
Yeah.
I mean, he certainly can still get gammoned, but it went way down once he anchored.
Yeah.
For sure.
And then what? 5 to 1. Oh, I beg your pardon. I guess he used all of his moves.
Yeah, so those checkers on the 9-point are a nice safe distance from the anchor, and he would love to just dispatch those into his board without having to leave an indirect. So he's not going to volunteer it.
Won't do it like that though. Yeah.
He's
3-1.
not going to volunteer it, and he's probably now he's thinking about, do I want to leave double sixes as a shot? So he's going to play 5 to 4 to avoid those tripping up on that type of thing, most likely. But yeah.
Wow.
Mochy didn't run off the anchor because of the race. There's the shot. 4 shots, but he would still have a blot in his board. They're not necessarily winners if he did get it. Doesn't get it.
Yeah.
Now he's thinking about whether he wants to save a 6 and not have to pop out.
And that settles that.
Matt just wants to clear in order. I don't think Matt anticipates winning a gammon here. So he's just concerned about safety.
Has a hit here. Should he take it?
Yeah, so this is kind of double-edged, right?
Wow.
This when it goes well, I mean, he can win some freak gammons here, but it also increases his chance of getting hit, but it also reduces Mochy's chance of, pulling out a race. Now there's definitely some shot-bearing numbers.
Oof.
It's either that or the pick and pass bear off, which would be consistent with his prior play.
Oh, he could. Yeah, I didn't see that. I beg your pardon. Yeah, he could hit and then bear one off, but instead just clears the 6. I mean, what would he almost? There we go. Would he almost rather have? Well, doesn't matter. He hits for now.
Yeah, I mean the thing is,
would he if he were to clear the 6-point? Is that just to hopefully get Mochy out of his grill?
Well, it's perfectly safe.
Yeah.
Is what it is. The other play still leaves some awkward numbers. So what he's considering now is, can I really win a gammon anyway? Can Mochy really win the race? The answer to both of those questions is probably very small. So he's opting for safety, which I don't know if it's right or not, and that's why I'm sure he was laboring over it. Now he still has shot-bearing numbers if he makes this play. He's still got some 4s that don't play.
It's wild. He finally has one off after what seems like 2 or 3 rolls with that potential, and Mochy in and out, and he'll get around and save the gammon. Something.
Yeah, he had at least 3 decisions where he was kind of balancing the risk and reward of the more aggressive play with the safer play.
Yeah,
and he kind of went both ways a few times. Looks like we're going to be 1-0 in a 5-point match, effectively, most likely.
No.
4-away, 5-away. That's the only score where the leader can double more aggressively than the
Well, yeah, I mean, it's back to that what we talked about, which is getting to the efficiency of being able to put the match away with a gammon.
For the sake of you. I didn't realize.
Checkers. I think he got one off.
Oh, he did he?
before.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm
I
so
didn't see
sorry.
You can hear him laughing through the wall.
Yeah. You can hear
Hopefully,
the,
hopefully they can't hear us.
you can
I
hear
don't-
the dice rattling.
1, 2, 3, roll.
Could be off in like 5 rolls.
This would be quite the long shot.
I was gonna
Not-
say this is a little closer.
Not
than,
impossible
than
but,
you'd think.
But
but-
pretty well. It's
Matt, what's the over here?
it's-
I'm trying.
You're trying. Thank
it's somebody I've played with likes to refer to these kind of positions as like your winning chances are like age of the universe kind of.
No, I told you.
That doesn't do it. He had to roll 6s. That would have been the only way to stay alive.
All right.
Good match. Mochi's now. He only used 7/10 of a second that game.
That's,
So
yeah, yeah.
He slowed down his pace significantly.
Yeah.
I assume those are those glare-free dice, which are great, but we're still getting a little bit of glare on the angle. Mochi's playing very quickly now. It's a great shot for Matt.
Wow. Yeah.
So he chooses not to make the 23-point down.
Yeah.
And, you know, last time we talked about it, it was an insurance policy and the type of sort of blitz formation that that Matt had. But here at this stage of the game, he was more concerned about flexibility. Because when you make that 23-point, what you're doing is you're allowing your opponent's 8-point to come into play as a blocking point.
Cube in play. So Mochi danced with a double 6, and now Matt
This is a
very
very
quick to
good
double.
volatile cube. So, you know, Matt has a slight structural advantage. He's certainly got a threat, but Mochi says that, you know, there's a bit left in this game. And
I would take two pieces still far back for Matt. Yeah,
now,
it
does he
hasn't-
split or does he come down with an additional builder with the 4? Those are two things he can think about.
doubles. There we go.
Great response. He splits into it. Okay.
Now, what's the thinking with that split? Just to eventually give him
Well,
better
he's-
rolls
he's-
to run, or maybe
he's-
make a forward anchor, or even the bar.
Yeah,
anchor
he's
eventually?
thinking about not getting those checkers jammed, and he's splitting while Matt's on the bar.
Yeah.
Which is effectively a tempo, you know, opportunity where, you know, while Matt's busy, let's get those back checkers moving and
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
create some flexibility.
And now all of a sudden a 5' there with those 2 pinned pieces we mentioned a moment ago.
So Mochi is not going to be quick to the trigger here with a redouble because he gives Matt a lot of leverage. As long as Mochi has some decent gammon chances,
right,
he would love to win an unredoubled gammon for the match. So he's going to be a little more careful in situations where there can be a turnaround.
Well, what is real? I mean, the only reason he would really double is maybe to bully Matt into dropping potentially, right? I mean, Matt.
Well, I mean, he can use all 4 points, but the thing is, a lot of his wins here could be gammons anyways.
Right.
So he'd rather not hand Matt the cube.
Right. Because then if something shocking happened, they're playing a 4 cube, which Matt holds, and he could end up winning the match on this game, technically.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
There we have it.
Very interesting decision here. The problem is if he comes in with the 4, he can't clean up the ace on the 13-point, but he can't clean it up anyways.
That clock is running, yeah.
And now he's
30
27 and a half seconds. All right.
Yeah. Double 5s,
Oh,
wow.
this is terrible. Yeah. All right, so what does Mochi do now? He is probably just going to continue to play on, right? He's going to look at it, but
I mean,
I don't see how he can reshift this. I think this has to be a play on. It's just
there you go.
Interesting. I don't know. Very interesting. Matt passes this, it's going to be basically 2 away, 5 away. And, yeah, I don't know. Man, I mean, I guess maybe what Mochy's thinking is he hasn't got those back checkers out yet, and you know, even if he closes 2 checkers out, you know, he's going to win a significant amount of gammons. But I don't know. That would be a very interesting one to look at. I don't know if any of the viewers out there run that next G. I'd love to know what that is. Anybody on the bulletin board?
Well, they can hear us. If anybody can run that.
If anybody has it on next G, I'd love to know if, you know, what that redouble looked like.
26 minutes.
Does it mean you wanna bet 50-50?
I'll take you.
Okay.
Well, you said you were in trouble. You didn't say he was in trouble.
No, I'm in trouble.
I'm in a little bit of trouble myself.
That's why baffle boxes are so nice. You don't have to. You take that element out of the game.
Got him.
These are difficult decisions with the 6 because it's not advised to come out to the 18 point when you've got another blot high in the board where you could be double hit. But in this instance, the 8 point is stripped, so he has to consider it. Interesting. Wow, how do you do this? No idea on this one. It's a tough play.
Played it safe.
All right.
Great shot. Did anybody say anything about that redouble? Was it right?
There are a few moments behind us, but
Bob, that roll was 200 too good.
It was a 200 too good.
But I don't know. I just saw it pop up.
Okay. Well, that would be what he's referring to, probably. Yeah. It looked too good to me too, but you know, Matt Flunks there.
Nobody covers nothing.
Can't cover.
Well, I can cover something here.
So interestingly enough, at a score like this, Mochy does not have to be overly shy with the cube as long as he's not in like a really volatile situation. Like if he gets into just sort of a straight race with a significant advantage, he can still cube it. Here, he's obviously still got some. He just got hit, didn't he?
yeah. Hit with a open 4 point, and there it is.
What do you do here? You may just run out to the outfield with the other 2.
Make the 2, yeah. Or pardon me, slot the 2.
Okay. See if there's open.
Whoa. Whoa.
Okay.
That's what happened to Mochy one time. He was running low on time, and that happened.
Why? This is he's just gonna make
20
the ace point.
seconds, yeah.
Keep his spares on the 3 points and keep his options open.
That's a 4-3, I think. Wow.
Well, there were worse numbers on the dice.
Yeah. Now I have like 3 editions.
Not so bad.
Yeah.
Showdown.
Very interesting.
Yeah, how about that?
Don't think he can volunteer. Yeah, I guess he thinks he can.
My question was going to be, does he have to pull?
I mean, the thing is,
he
he leaves himself some real vulnerability. He's either going to break his board or bury checkers back. So, I guess with the 4-point open, he
doubles again. Wow.
If you weren't low on time, it would take a long time on that.
Yeah, he would have thought about it a little longer if he didn't have 19 seconds. Yeah. Matt could get a real juicy cube in here. Yeah. And that's exactly what's about to happen.
There, you called it.
Unlucky. If there's duplication, I
will
will more.
Mochi's going to let this
I think
go.
it's just a big pass.
So 4-away, 2-away.
Wow.
Tell us about this score, Frank.
Well, this is the special score. You know, this is where Matt can be uber aggressive. So even like, you know, some very basic opening 2-roll sequences, like, you know, you roll a 3-1, your opponent rolls a 5-2, are big doubles at this score, because Matt can kill Mochi's gammons when he doubles, right? And then if Matt is the benefactor of gammons only at that point. So, and here we go. You might see a very, you know, you may see a cube here if Mochi doesn't perform really well. I think you're going to see it.
Can you explain what that means? He kills Mochi's gammons?
Because when he doubles and Mochi accepts, a gammon does Mochi no good.
So at that point, all Mochi cares about is winning. He took it.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I mean, Mochi can't just give the game away. I mean, this is the thing too that happens at the score is a lot of players look at it and they're aware of like how aggressive the doubler can be, and they give it up very easily. When the game's not gammonish, Mochi can take extremely aggressively. He can take like down to into the 17% or something like that. But when there's a sniff of a gammon, Matt can double very, very aggressive. So
and it also activates the trailer's gammons when you double.
Exactly. I mean, it's super efficient for the trailer.
And it kills the cube.
And it kills the cube's dead. Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Doesn't look too gammonish for Mochi if he loses this game. He's actually got a decent position right now. Is it a 4-2?
6, I want to say, but I can't be sure.
You know, I hate saying that for the viewers, because I know when I'm watching streams and the commentators go, "What's the dice roll? What's the dice roll?" It drives me crazy, but it really is. It really is hard to see sometimes.
Don't listen to the commentators. I don't.
6-4, okay.
These reduced glare dice are actually really good. It's just the lighting in this room is not ideal.
Okay.
Double up.
Well, he's probably going to slot the back of the prime. Yeah. That's the most efficient way to build a prime, is to slot the back of it. It seems risky, but that's the cleanest way when you've got a priming position to develop it. No voluntary shots here, no way.
We're going to get a look at Mochi's clock here in a minute. 19.2, wow.
Now, if Matt can make that prime, it gets really interesting, because Mochi's position is awkward and can crack, and you can pick up a second checker. So a priming formation is exactly what Matt wants to have here. This doesn't really help. He wasn't able to cover the back of it.
Yeah, he may have to.
And he'd love to leave it slotted, but the problem is he doesn't have a good 2-1 if he leaves the back of the prime slotted. So he's just going to go for the 3 builders. Which
he has to abandon.
And he's not going to slot the front of the prime, because he doesn't want Mochi to hit with tempo to get to the edge of the prime. That's usually a bad idea. I mean, you have to do it sometimes when you don't have a choice, but here where he can just generate 3 builders, he doesn't want to do that. So Mochy's just going to leave the
This
A
is
shot.
interesting.
I think.
What
I don't
about
think
the
he wants
four?
to. I don't think he wants to leave 2 blocks. Double 4s. Okay, so he has a priming formation, but this roll doesn't play into his priming formation. So now he's looking at converting it to a blitz because Mochy's got that loose block. So he's considering getting away from the priming structure. Yeah, this is the purer play.
Wow.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting because this is a blitzing play, but it also is better from a structural and priming standpoint. It's just a little more punitive when you get. I like the play. The problem here is that you got that, you know, when he comes in on the 2 or 3 point, I think you have to make the best play assuming you're not getting hit. And that's where I'd leave I think I'd leave the prime slotted and just assume I'm going to play an ace point game in a worst case scenario. I like this play. Because even when you get hit, he still has to escape.
Even with those blocks in the outfield?
What do you roll at 2-6?
2-6, yeah.
Is it duplicated?
And look,
duplicates the.
What I've learned is if you look at the die just before it stops, you're able to see it before the glare.
Was it a 1-3?
There's a 1. Yeah. How does he want to use it?
Oh, it's double 1? What is it?
No. I think it's 3-1.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
He covered the ace point with the 3.
I don't think this is right. I think you got to hit on the 12 because you want to give yourself maximum chances of picking up that second checker. You also have 4s and 1s to hit and 3s and 6s to escape, so he gets nice diversification. If
you have a 3 to play, or that's the whole.
Yeah, that's the whole.
He covered.
This is a good. This is a good play. I mean, he's got. He really has to play here, assuming Mochy's
2. He's in and he hits.
Wow. There's a little work left to do here.
All right, we got a game. Dances with a 6-5.
That's extremely painful.
And now Mochy's got hits. Oh no. It is.
It's a 3-1, yeah.
That's what I would have done. I would have hit both.
But the thing, Matt still has an ace point game, and Mochy's got there's still a little bit of work to do here.
Ken Goulding says, "Listen to Frank." In the chat.
On 6.
So there's 2 checkers up. He doesn't need to be overly aggressive to attack on the 4 point. Yeah, there's nothing else there. I wouldn't waste any time on this one. Now we got 19 seconds. Okay, so he'd really like to get his checkers into the 5 and 4 points now. And actually, if Matt stays on the bar long enough, see, he's setting up now. He'll actually voluntarily crack the 6 point if Matt stays up with 2 checkers, if he has an opportunity to do so. That's not the opportunity to do so. Now he's deciding between bearing off and playing safe. The problem when he plays 5-2 is he leaves the double shot.
The issue here is if he ends up with high doubles, he leaves a shot. Correct?
Well, if he rolls a 6-5 or a 5-4. Oh, here now, yes. I mean, he could leave.
Yeah.
Only double 6.
Only double 6, exactly. Yeah.
Right.
That's a pretty good follow-up. He's still got some bad 3s here potentially. Got bad 6-5 and some bad 3s. I think you rip here. I think he's gonna rip a checker. Yeah.
one in.
That's outstanding. And that's like a dream roll. I think you rip again. I think it's roughly the
One more
same
move
amount.
and 5 seconds to do something with it. Does he know that?
I hope he does.
Wow. Why? Why are you taking that much time?
Making it exciting for us.
If Matt hits, he's gonna. If Matt hits and manages to get this to another game, Mochi's gonna be very unhappy with this.
This is why we play. This is why we watch. This is why I'm here.
I'm curious about his play though, where he could have ripped the extra checker, the one that he went down to 1.5 seconds on. It might be close, but I would have ripped the checker off there.
That is down to about a minute.
Well, I think Matt's going to be okay. Now, Mochi doesn't have to make that play. He doesn't have to make that play, but he's taking the extra checker off. He could have played the 2 first. I don't know.
Wow.
He didn't. Well, of course, he doesn't have time to think about it. He could have avoided it. You know, he could have avoided that scenario.
Here we go again. I think he got him. Oh boy, with doubles, double 2s. Okay.
So another thing that was going on in the bear-off is if Mochi gets enough checkers off, then the late hits become far less effective.
Right.
So
he's in quickly. Lots of shots though. There's a 1. Got to do it.
I mean, if Matt gets this to DMP, it's a distinct advantage to have a minute versus a second and a half.
6-3 doesn't do it. 6-5 would be great.
This is going to make the 8-point, yeah. Now, he will not voluntarily slot the 2-point. He'll just make it.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
I said that.
He'll do that instead.
Did you hear me say that?
Maybe I hooked 3 times.
And that's the last
He's got
straggler.
9 checkers off, so you know Matt really wants to now to get his spares onto the 6, 5, and 4 points. So he's going to position himself to do that.
And that maximizes him getting as many off before he has to break his board.
Exactly.
Correct? Yes.
Exactly.
Thank
So
you.
he's already thinking about getting himself. He's got he's got a 6 that plays into the 6-point now. He's already got a checker on the 5.
So with that, it's almost a 50-50 game in this position.
Yeah, that seems that's.
This one on the computer.
Oh, you already got in there. Oh, if he gets there, it's like right at 50-50.
53-46 in favor of blue.
This is more or less what he wanted to get to.
A 6 and a 1.
Now he'll just play it 5-4 here. Yeah, which is normally you wouldn't do that if all you were concerned about was if your opponent didn't have this many checkers off, you would play it very different. This is tough. I think you just keep the board.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it really was a very bad shake for him to have to stack those checkers up and strip the position.
I think it's gonna go to DMP.
I think that's
This is right.
6-1
Yeah.
and he leaves it
He
open.
basically has to ask himself, if Mochi rolls a 6, do I wish I was hit or not? And I think the answer is yes. And he bears off a little
Now
bit
he's
better.
shaking like Victor Ashkenaz.
Oh, does he take 3
Ooh,
checkers off?
You gotta, right? You're still so far behind.
I mean, 2 things happen.
What's the
when
alternative? Just move
Yeah,
that over?
that's the alternative.
Wow.
He keeps the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what's the but if? Well, no, never mind. No ifs, ands, or buts.
I think Matt should be a pretty big favorite at this point. He's off in 5 rolls. Mochi's probably going to need a set.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, yeah, he's got to get around, and then he's got to get 6 in. This is high drama. 6-5. Look at that.
You rolled a 6 right away. It's in the thick of it.
5-4.
And if he rolls a 6 right away,
About a
he's got it.
6-1.
That keeps him
Wow.
alive.
Okay.
Matt can roll back-to-back aces also.
Okay.
First one.
What do we
Yeah.
do now?
They're enjoying themselves. It's nice to see.
5-4.
Alright, now he needs Matt to roll an ace.
Wow. Whoa.
Or he's got to roll a set. Yeah.
Double threes. That's it. Wow.
Alright, okay, so here we go. So this is effective double match point. I mean, it's 2 away, 2 away. The cube is almost, you know, if players of this caliber, you know that this is going to be the last game. Because somebody's going to turn the cube. So really at your first, and Mochy with only 1.5 seconds left is certainly going to want to. Yeah, he doesn't cube right away. Okay.
Well, that was fascinating because there was a position
I'm not sure
there
why he's not, but
why he's not what? Sorry,
just turning the.
Not doubling.
It's gonna. Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be turned anyways. So.
Maybe I made a mistake.
All right.
Why
Why
not?
not? Why not?
What you think?
Let's see here. That's. I don't know. I think I make the 11 and the 4 here. Yeah, I think this is better. Yeah. He slots the bar. This is a lot of fun for the fans here. Lousy miss. He probably plays 8-6, I think. No?
Wow.
All right.
Is there?
I'm not quite sure I understand that.
I was going to
play,
ask
but-
you to explain it to me. Actually,
Yeah, I mean,
that looks risky.
I don't think it's terrible, but I just don't understand why you wouldn't play 8-6 and keep the ace point here. But maybe he's just trying to invite as much contact as possible.
Make the 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's protected.
2-5. Okay.
2-1 again.
Mm.
So do you want to leave that blot on the 15 point, on Mochy's 15 point, to hopefully land the 20 point on it eventually? Because he could have made that safe with the 2.
You mean played off of the 20 point?
I'm saying there's a blot there for Mochy on his 15 point. Why would he not play that to 13?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that was certainly the other play. He could have played 15, 13, 6-5, but then he would have given Matt the full roll to attack the checker on the 20. I don't know. It's hard to say. He just fanned. Good play. Oh,
Double ones, okay. Wow. Still has one there, a blot on his own 3 point, but certainly worth the risk, right?
Yeah, I mean he didn't. He couldn't cover it.
Yeah.
He certainly wasn't going to cover it and give up the 4 point.
6-5. Covers and hits. Wow, good roll.
The whole game has changed.
In with a hit though.
I like the way Mochy is playing still with some patience, even though he knows he's got a 2.5 seconds. He's not freaking out. You know, he's still kind of trying to stay in a bit of a rhythm. Yeah, it would be really interesting, wouldn't it?
And Matt's ticking down too, though. I mean, 20 seconds. 20 seconds against 1 is a lifetime, but
oh, another hit.
Wow. Wow.
It's a good game.
Can he do it again? Probably. Has to play the 2. Doesn't have.
Just gonna play to the. Oh, no, he'll come off
4 this time. There you go.
No, he's got an okay position. So what's happened here though is Mochy's kind of gained control of the outfield, which is kind of a big deal in this position, even though he's got 5 checkers back. So Mochy would love to build another blocking point if he can. Because Matt could start to get very awkward. See, Matt's not going to make the 23 point here because it just kind of jams him in a little too much.
It actually reduces his
Yeah, so
options
Mochy
with
will
his rolls,
probably
right?
play 13. Okay, he doesn't. I thought he should at least consider 13-11 there as another builder. It would have left a few indirect shots, but it would have created a bit of flexibility. It's a hard play.
Make the 6? Yeah. Stack the 6, I should say. Double 5s,
Oh,
okay.
That fixes some issues.
Nobody hates that.
That's low in time too.
Yes, he is.
And Goulding says Matt will keep moving back checkers if possible. 5-2.
Had to happen eventually, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Got him. Just how he drew it up.
So the fact that it's DMP and Mochy's got the 2 anchors, he can play with a little more purity, and try to build the prime.
Double 1s to counter. There's 2, yeah.
Ben says if they use the baffle box, they both have 1 minute plus.
True that. Okay.
Yeah, they would've
Matt's
used it.
position is getting a little awkward here if he doesn't hop that checker out.
6-1, great
Well,
roll.
that'll do it.
He hopped that checker out.
That's a 5-4, I think.
Ooh, interesting.
And he
Okay.
mobilizes out of the back. Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's probably gonna have to do it eventually anyway. Oh, this could
Wow.
be super dangerous now.
Wow.
If he doesn't come in here, this could get really dangerous.
5-1 would be solid. There you go. Dancing.
8s, 9s, and 1s. Yeah.
That duplicates 5s, right? Even I know that.
Does duplicate 5s, and he doesn't want to leave too many blots strewn
9
around,
seconds.
but he wants to keep pressure on that checker on the 7 point.
Wow.
This other checker gets picked up. This gets pretty dangerous.
Which one? The one on the bar?
Yeah, but he missed it again.
Wow.
Yeah, he's got to play big to try to make it. So
Yeah.
there's a bit of a duplication of 5s here. This is probably the roll right here.
This makes or breaks it.
Another fan here, and this is really bad.
Oh, he makes that point. Wow.
Okay. Some cleaning up to do.
5-4 won't quite do it.
Yeah, Mochy's gonna get a double shot no
Can
matter
make
what
that,
he does.
yeah. Make the 10.
But he'll have to give up a point to do it. Oh, he doesn't have to leave the double shot, right? This is better.
Not quite. Wow.
He may actually. Okay, he does this.
What were you thinking? Advance the bar
He
point?
could have advanced from the 18 point, which is worth some consideration, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
This is wild. Yeah. 2 seconds to 1. Or does Mochy have even less now? 1.5. Wow. This is fascinating.
That's not good. That is not good. Nah. Oh, he's going to dupe the 1. Yeah, good play. I think he has to do this.
5s. So that.
Oh, it's blocked.
2 are blocked. Yeah, the back 2.
So he's going to make the ace point.
Wow. Okay. Just too much going on in front of the 18 to pull those, right? Potential hits.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Matt's in the driver's seat now.
1s.
Oh,
Wow.
brutal.
Couldn't be better.
Brutal.
And he couldn't. You could tell he almost wanted to think twice about that, but he just doesn't have the time, so he's got to follow his gut. Mochy dances. Double threes. Boy, oh boy. Bring one in all the way over, yeah.
I don't know if that's the right play, but he doesn't have much time to think about it. He could have played one off the 6, and not left the sixes and fives.
There you go. So this might be the game, right?
Oh,
got
he hit
him!
it.
Got him!
Wow.
Gosh! How does he do that? He's in though. Matt's back
It
in.
ain't over.
But he's got to run past.
Well, Mochy
a
will hit
4
with
prime
anything he can hit.
Of course, yeah.
So he's gonna hit,
Got
bring
him.
in the builder, and just hope to end it. But now Matt's got some cracking entries here. That's the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
2-3, 2-4.
4-6 doesn't have to worry about that.
Wow.
In one way, has to worry about it a lot in another way.
He's still got a play to cover it, I think. Yep.
This is wild.
3s and 10s. That's a 3.
Double one. Wow.
Well, that's probably gonna do it.
Double 5s. That doesn't hurt.
So he's leaving. He's got his double 6s covered here.
Yeah, he's got to move quick, and he knows it.
Now he leaves himself double 6s, but he's in pretty good shape here. He's
6-4.
He's gonna play safe.
Yeah.
He's got to be 98, 99% approaching
5-1. Oh yeah, now he has to break it. Now, what would Matt want more? A blot to hit, or just a 6-5 or double 6? Well, double 6s. I know. The
I
answer
think
to that
double
question.
6. He's gonna.
Oh! Grandma!
Do you want to stop the clock? Shake hard.
Wow.
Who said backgammon was going to play?
It stops the clock.
Yeah, I think they're
Good. Apologies for being excited. Psych! I'm not sorry at all. Okay, so Mochy's got a 3-piece lead. Boards are,
it's still
for the most part.
It's still pretty unlikely for Matt to pull this out. Yeah. Mochy's got a 5-roll position basically. And that's got a couple.
Oh my god, that's
That is not good.
Yeah.
That cost him a roll.
Oh yeah.
So barring some miraculous dice here, more than one roll in a row.
You have not much to
Wow, what a slobber knocker. Just a prize fight here.
It's probably the least combined time remaining. Don't you think?
Is that the first round of the tournament? Then I assume. I think it's over. That's Jin, yeah. All right, very exciting. That was fun.
Frank, thanks for teaching me a thing or two.
Oh, thanks. That was fun. I enjoyed it. All right. Very, very exciting match. You got our money's worth out of that.
Yeah, I'll
All
say.
right. You guys take care.
Yeah, appreciate it.
You want to go talk about it? We could do it on that thing.
Good. How are you doing? Everything good?
And if I roll any 2 next time, I can't play it. Yeah, I should do that.
Well, there you have it. I've been left alone on the mic, and probably we'll just keep talking here. So you're taking off for good? Okay, cool. Take it easy. Wow, fantastic. Learn a thing or two. Watch enough backgammon.
It's a very complex game too.
You might find yourself enjoying it occasionally. Get the no glare dice, says Peter. So I don't know. I am told, though, that those are no glare dice, believe it or not. Now, the presence of glare might might dispute that, but unfortunately, that's what they're dealing with out there with the lighting and whatnot. So I won't belabor the point. We all watched it, and most people, I'm understanding, don't care what I think or what I have to say. But what a fantastic match! I mean, a 13-point match that goes to 2 away on both sides. At least 3 or 4 of these games, you know, one of the players looked dead to rights, and you know the beauty of the game. It flips with a dice roll or two, and all of a sudden, the one who was, you know, submerged underwater comes up for air, and you know, snatches victory from the jaws of defeat. A fantastic opening match for the LA Open 48th annual, and there's only more to come. It's only Thursday. There's a lot more backgammon to be had. But anyway, on behalf of Alex Eshaghian, thanks for tuning in, folks. And I'm sure other people, maybe even myself, will be back later for the next match soon. But me, I got to go eat dinner.
Not an official dinner break. But I mean, people will go eat. I think like after the next match, you're done. Oh, but you have the doubles, right?
Yeah.
Did you ever meet John Druska? Cool. He's very popular on Instagram. He has pure backgammon, and he was doing the commentary.
Yeah.
With Frank Frigo.
Okay, after I finish
Yeah.
this, I will do that.
Played all those guys to this point, but I chose not to. I, bring it in and off the 3. Then I load, I kept loading like the deuce, and whether I should take off or like, could you just take a screenshot of all the, places I have to do there? Yeah, in the end I wrote this one and I left it down. Yeah, could you just do
this is the stage transcriber.
All right. So that was That's the one that I was telling you. Remember, he contacted you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm here with Marty Storer. Welcome. And
Hello.
we're very excited to have you here, especially because of the Hall of Fame. You're going to be inducted. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Well deserved. You're excited about that?
Yes, hey, I'm on the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very good.
my wife will be here and relatives, a couple of relatives.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
That'll be fantastic. So, I don't know that you know, but I think I'm going to be live streaming it, so
I
that'll
do
be
know.
available for later.
Yeah, I sent a couple of people the link.
Thank you.
Already. Yeah.
So Mochy's going to play the next round, the semifinal round, against Alex Toth. And let me go set up the stream. We're going to contact Alex, and you're welcome to chat with the viewers. Or
Hello,
just
viewers.
Stick around. There's the chat here if you want to.
Oh, there's a chat. Oh, I can look at the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. I'm going to sit over here. Greetings, Jedi Master BG. Not only can I see the chat. Oh, I'm responding as Alex Eshaghian because it's his YouTube login. But yes, here we are. I like that board that they're playing on. They played a match on it in the Backgammon Masters Rewarding Body tournament yesterday. So here we are. I guess they're going to be starting rather shortly. Alex Eshaghian has gone off to set up the stream for that next match. It's the semis of the Super Jackpot. It's going to be Mochy, also known as Masayuki Mochizuki, the #1 giant of backgammon yet again for this year's voting. And Alex Toth is a strong player. I think he's from Washington State versus Washington, D.C. Alex left me with it, parentheses, sorta. Boy, this chat thing is really cool. I can look at the chat. The girl, oh, did I get the girl I liked that drew me into backgammon? Oh, they're talking about an interview I made. Yes. What state are the players from? Yeah, I think Alex Toth is from Washington State. The girl I liked ended up, let's see, I discovered that the girl, I'll put quotes because she was over 18, I liked, was pitching for the wrong team. In other words, but all is good. It was an incompatibility problem that this young woman and I had. But she got me started in backgammon. Amazing. So what's going on here? What's going on? We're in this big room. It's empty. It's got a bunch of chairs. And I think that Mochy is going to give a seminar tomorrow. I mean, I know he's going to give a seminar tomorrow on replies to the opening roll. I think not including doubles. How do you play double sixes and reply to an opening 6-1? The answer is you make your 7 and 2 points. But some of us long ago, 50 years ago, thought that we don't want to put 2 checkers on our deep 2 points, so let's just put 1. Let's go 13-7 3 times and 8-2, but that is now known to be not very good. Here is Alex coming
I'm gonna
from
put this cube on
behind.
the board. Did you see this cube?
This is the biggest cube that ever was made.
I'm gonna put it on the board for this. Oh,
I can juggle one.
He's selling them now.
Oh,
But I mean, he has smaller sizes, but this is like for, decor.
It's
Paperweight.
it goes with the big.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on there.
Goes with the big set. No, it's a beautiful set they're playing on. It's called a Legacy board, and I believe that there's an auction where people actually bid to see, who gets the high bid for that board, and it's quite beautiful. It's really a tabletop thing. You might be able to break it down, so it's not this one large slab of backgammon set, and it could be assembled and disassembled before traveling with it or something like that. But I don't know all those details, and I even forget the name of the gentleman who makes them. I guess he's got a company, as you'd expect from a nice quality board. So what do we have on the agenda? This is the brochure for the tournament. It is Thursday. So the Masters, there's a late Masters jackpot starting time, 6:30. Uh-oh.
Who won between Mochy and Matt?
Apparently Mochy won with a late 17-to-1 shot hit or something, but I didn't see it. Exciting anyway. And now, so coming up is going to be Mochy and Alex Toth.
And who?
Alex Toth.
I don't know.
He's from Washington State. I'm almost sure he's
Yeah.
youngish, tall, and handsome. All the things that you and I wish we were before we learned.
Once
It doesn't matter. Yeah. Well, tall never, except on my stilts. But yes, here we are. And we've got a doubles going on tonight.
Yeah, I know that.
Late start of Masters, I guess. Are you playing doubles, Kip?
Yeah.
You are, okay.
Yes, I am.
Who's your partner?
I don't know.
Are you going to get one of the...
Huh?
Are you going to get one of those people who want to pay the entry fee?
Yeah.
Yeah, I should sign up for that because I thought I was playing with Marianne Bowen, but she's not here.
She's not here at all, huh?
I don't think so.
Really?
No.
Well,
And I think I knew that in advance.
there's
but-
still time, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think I could sign up if I wanted to. I didn't sign up in advance because I didn't know whether I would play or not.
Oh, you ought to talk to Candace.
I will do so. Yeah, I'm just waiting for them to. They're going to start presently, I
Well,
guess.
you don't have much time, Double starts in an hour.
An hour?
You ought to take care of
It says 7:30. 7:30, and you're telling me it's 6:30 already? Can't be. An hour before the break, maybe. Well, I am going to run and see if I can play doubles tonight. Then I'll come running back, hopefully in time to comment.
Thank you for joining us at the 2025 Los Angeles Open. I hope you're enjoying the action. My name is Alex Eshaghian. I'm running the stream and the commentary. You can join me on my YouTube channel. Just look up Alex Backgammon, or there'll be a link at the bottom. We're playing on a beautiful Legacy Boards backgammon board exclusively on the stream, and during the breaks, we're going to be showing off some more of the Legacy boards, and I have the owner of Legacy Boards Backgammon, Bill Shea, joining me. Welcome, Bill.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks for having us, and we're thrilled to be sponsoring the LA Open this year. We're delighted to have been invited.
My pleasure. How are you doing today?
Doing great. We're full on spring, it looks like.
Yeah. So for the viewers, these are some of the most beautiful high-end luxury boards, and we're going to talk through them, but I wanted to show some pictures of some of your boards. A lot of them are on the website, but we'll start by showing the viewers some of those, and maybe you can go through and give us about like a one-sentence overview of each one.
Absolutely delighted to. Yeah, this is All Hands. It's a beautiful poplar piece with really striking playing field, blue and white, and then dark blue. It stands out. It's absolutely beautiful. Great little piece. Blush was my wife actually made Blush. Got a little bit of crocodile in there, and again, playing pieces and dice and doublers that beautifully accent the leather and the playing field.
Canyon.
Canyon is a sycamore. It's a pretty unusual piece of wood, but just amazing. The wood's the star of that show. Citron is another heartfelt piece. Just really beautiful colors. It'll stand out in any room. It's a great little piece to play. Clean Slate's another one. Very sort of regal colors, burgundy set against that gray. Really nice little piece to play.
This looks almost similar to the board on the stream.
Very similar. Not quite as dark a playing field as Clean Slate. Will be a little bit lighter, but very similar. And yeah, we'll have photos. Well, you'll be able to see it during the streaming. Yes.
And Crush.
Crush is a favorite. That's a table, and just it's obviously Orange Crush for those of us that remember the beverage. The colors just told us that's what we needed to name it. A really neat piece with great natural accents to the wood. One of my favorites. We actually made that for a New York interior designer, and just a really dramatic piece of wood set on a beautiful table base. Really fun piece. We still have that piece. It's still available on the website. Envy, it does just that. It just you're going to be the envy of the tournament playing in that one. Really neat little piece. Again, we throw some croc in there that just accents really nicely. And Frank is another favorite, where when we bought this piece of wood, we didn't quite know how we'd do it, but we literally had to stitch it together due to the natural checks, they're called, but the cracks in the wood. But what it results in is just a striking, also a table, coffee table, really striking accent to any room, and neat little piece to play.
Yeah, we were talking about that on social media. It looks like almost the shape of a football or something like that. And it's, I guess it's not an ideal for one person to sit in one direction and the other to sit, but this is more of a piece of art for me.
Well, I'll take that and run it. You know, when you sit at a table like that, you actually sit above the table, so that I'm losing the word, but the irregular shape of it really doesn't affect you that much when
Really?
you're playing it. No, it really doesn't. We've played it, and
This is what it looks like on the stream if you want to take a look. There's also an auction for the board. So on the stream there's a QR code so people can bid on it. There's also a QR code where people can donate to the USBGF.
Or donate on it or bet on it?
Both. There's
Both.
two of
Wow.
them. Yeah.
Interesting.
So
And there's a line or something or what?
So,
this.
Yeah. You said
hello all. I'm going to
bid.
So for an auction.
start to comment on this upcoming match,
No,
which
the
is
board.
Oh,
We're
I
auctioning
see.
the board.
Okay, I see.
Masayuki Mochizuki,
So this we'll have to
#1 giant of backgammon, Alex Toth.
What about the can't see it here?
He's a very strong player himself
It's cut off too.
Oh, it's cut off.
Yeah.
from Washington State. This is the semifinals of the Super Jackpot. It is actually saying that
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
But if you
maybe,
like
maybe
it,
on the
that's-
feed, which
no,
is nice to see.
I liked it if we can press here. Right?
I'm trying to decide where to put the gigantic doubling cube.
tap and use
A
that.
little bit. No.
It goes with the gigantic legacy board.
I think we're okay with this.
Okay.
I hope this mic is going.
Here's the cup. It's not set it.
I assume it is, but we'll see.
Hussein's not ready?
Yeah.
He's ready?
Yeah, he's ready.
Okay, give me 1 minute. I'll just go
Sure,
over
sure,
there.
The players are getting ready to start.
Seattle. Okay.
I just saw on the flight down that you have a tournament before this tournament.
And Alex tells me they're getting ready to start.
Play in here.
I'll switch chairs with you so I can.
Yeah, you can handle the commentary. I mean, the what do you call that thing? The chat.
Yeah.
Here, the first
So
time you
just
done
place that microphone near your.
Alrighty, right.
Tournament, not too many people. It's 10
Okay.
Oh.
But so it is private. So bike means
No, you can come.
So I'm here with the legend and my good friend Marty's store.
Hi.
Yeah.
Let me go and.
Right.
Alex is tall, so his head is cut
Well,
off.
say I
But
play poker, so
go ahead and start.
All right.
Yes, the first day was a Mochy medium tournament, which is like.
You're gonna give them the
backgammon
go-ahead to
combined.
start, so,
Like
okay.
you can start with 8 chips.
All right.
And play like money game, and if you lose all the chips, you're out,
Yeah.
or you can rebuy, and then you alternate the player, and
Sounds like fun. I've never done that.
it's very fun.
Yeah.
And it's strategy gonna be very different.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you have short stack, and cube has like some limitation because you're not gonna win or lose more than you have. Obviously. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm just gonna adjust
Sure.
this camera a little bit.
Did you come up with that, or how? What was
No, the format was already there for a long time ago, but I just named it, and I just like
Oh, the Mochi
made a
Millions?
yeah, small brand.
Yeah, that was a good
I
one.
hope it's gonna be popular.
Okay. You can start whenever you want.
Good match.
All right, we are off. Alex Toth is white. Checkers visible at the top of the screen, and Mochy is playing the red checkers. So a standard 6-2 opening split followed by a 5-3 from Mochy making the 3-point versus doing something weird like splitting and coming down or hitting and splitting. And Alex responded with a second 3-2, and he's just made both his 18-point and 11-point. So 6-4 for Mochy. His problem is his back checkers, so he has to get them going. And he decided to split and come down to the 9-point instead of putting a checker relatively out of play on the his own 2-point.
They're using the big doubling cube there.
Yeah, I see. And now Mochy hit twice. He hit on his own bar point with a 6 and on Alex's 9-point with a 2. And whereupon Mochy entered 2 checkers with it looks like a 4-2. And now there's a it's no double, of course. Mochy's got blots to clean up. And Alex has got a slightly stronger inner board for the moment. Alex just cleans up 2 blots. He lifts a blot to his midpoint and makes the 7-point. And Mochy rolled a quite good double 3. He hit, and he made his 5-point. There's a beautiful double 2. That's even more beautiful than double 3. Alex enters and he makes the point on the 4 point on Mochy's head, as we say. And for the last two, he advances his back checker. That's a particularly strong thing to do when your opponent is on the bar. Ooh, a double one. That's a nice one. So obviously the one enters and makes an anchor low in Alex's board. And rather than not hit Alex's blot, it's more a question of how should the blot be hit. There's a bunch of options. Doubles often give you many options because there are four separate numbers to play, four aces. So he's played one, and he could hit loose on his 4 point, or he could switch. He could switch, or
I think they were calling you, maybe.
Calling me? Oh, that's the okay. They might have located a doubles partner for me or something. So Mochy, in cases like this, you'll see Mochizuki. He will set up different alternatives on the board and see what they look like. Then he will often set and reset the checkers. This is perfectly legal. You're allowed to do this. You can make the entire move and then look and see how it seems, and then you can reset to the original position and then set up another alternative move, and then eventually you can choose. The problem with doing such things is that you might make a mistake, right? So Mochy has entered on he moved one checker into, and he made the 24 point. He moves his other back checker up to see daylight on the 22 point. It can come out with the direct 6. And he switched points, the 5 point to the 4 point, because I guess he did not, he didn't want to get hit back, and that reduced his the return shots against him. There was no direct shot. And Alex entered with a 5-1. He didn't have a good 1 if he came in on Mochy's 5 point. So he entered on Mochy's 1 point and brought a builder down to his 8 point.
You have a doubles partner. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Good. I have a doubles partner for later on. 7:30 is start time, right? So now Mochy has got a 3-2, and he has advanced his anchor up to the 22 point, and he just lifted the blot from his 7 to his 4 point. Now, Alex did not turn the cube, but he rolled a nice joker 6-1 to make his 5 point. And after Mochy's 5-4 reply, he's going to think, is this too good to double? Shall I play on, or is it a double? I suppose it's just a pass for Mochy from here. What do you think of that, Alex?
I'm trying to do some housekeeping.
Oh, housekeeping. It's white on roll. Mochy is just.
Oh, from the bar.
I think Mochy is. Yeah, he played. Mochy rolled 5-4, and he played 6-1 hit, 13-9, and it's Alex on roll, and he deliberates and he doubles, and I think Mochy's just going to drop in to win this game.
I can't see.
There's a few paths for him to win, but none of them seem very promising. Could win from a double anchor, quasi back game. The back game doesn't have very good timing.
Oh, here's your doubles partner.
Hi.
How did you know that?
She told me.
Is that all right with you?
Yes, that's
Okay,
why
good.
I was looking.
All right.
Nice to, just let me know.
Yeah.
We'll
7:30.
we'll do it. Yeah. Thanks, Terry. Terry Harmon, my doubles partner.
That's right.
Now Mochy just, as predicted, he just gives up, and they're going to try to reset the checkers the right way. Alex says, "All right, I'm going clockwise." So and Mochy already knows he's going counterclockwise. All right, Mochizuki, the red checkers on the bottom, and Alex Toth, the white checkers on the top. Alex is ahead 1-0 to 13.
Technically turquoise.
That is,
it's hard to see.
I'm a man, okay. I like primary colors. Right? That's a diss on my own gender. My wife is more artistic than I am. She knows things like teal and, you know, burnt sienna. Well, some of those I know because my mother was a painter, so I used to watch her mix her paints on the palette. So Alex started with a 5-3, went 6-1 for Mochy, 5-3 for Alex, 4-2 for Mochy, and then double ones for Alex, and now double threes for Mochy. So they're both rolling well, but Mochy's got the upper hand. And Alex did not make his 8-point. He can only roll he found a 1-3. So against Mochy's developing prime, he must split his back checkers, especially since splitting is against 9 checkers in Mochy's attack zone. All the checkers in his board plus the 2 on his 7 and 1 on his 8. So this looks like a logical play. Split with an ace and lift the blot 8-5. And Mochy is very happy to remake his 8-point. And that is an ugly wuggly double 1 for Alex. So one question is, shall I anchor up, or shall I keep my back checkers diversified so that I can have more freedom to move them? And Alex is looking at just pushing the checkers on his 3-point down to his 1-point. He doesn't really want them so deep, but he wants to keep all his assets, and he also wants to keep his back checkers split. If he didn't split his back checkers, keep them split, I mean, he would have had to make a concession on his side of the board, like stack up a spare checker or something like that. Now this is a terrible roll. Mochy rolled a 7, I think it was a 5-2. He brought a builder to a 6-point, and Alex moves a lot of freight forward with a double 6, but he has to bury another checker on his 1-point. So he's got 3 checkers on his 1-point. Now Mochy is behind in the race, but he has a good chance to either hop out and control outfield territory with both of his back checkers, or bring builders down from his midpoint and follow that with making his own 5-point, or even roll something like double 6s and just blitz, you know, just knock those back checkers off of their perches. So it's a multi-way game-winning chance for Mochy, and Alex does, with 3 checkers out of play on his 1-point, he doesn't think he's got enough time to maneuver his back checkers and wait for good opportunities to flee. He's not going to probably get those opportunities very quickly. So he sensibly, as I think, passes.
That's quite the cube there.
Yeah, Mochy, a big cube, as they say.
It's a big cube.
They make big plays in big cubes. So 3-1 making the 5-point for Mochy. 6-2 standard reply to making that 5-point. Out with the 6 down with now a joker for Mochy, puts him on the bar, and he stays on the roof, and Mochy knows these by heart, and he's just going to he's going to play on for gammon if he's got 17 ways to hit that checker on his own bar point, and then he can try just blitzing away. There's a duplicated hitting number, the 6-4 can hit outside, or he might hit on his 7-point and split his back checkers, or, you know, and then try to pick up that outfield checker later. If he misses, and if Mochy misses the shot, and then 17 number shot, then Alex enters. You know, Mochy's still got the 4-point board versus 1 advantage, and he'll try to encourage as much contact as he can, hoping to hit a bunch of blots and then win a gammon. But Mochy could, he says, is this good enough to play on for a gammon? By playing on, he's risking, you know, that he doesn't hit, and then, like I said, and then Alex immediately enters, and he says, "All right, I'm just gonna cash. I'm gonna take my point while I can get it." I have a hard time believing that Mochy does not know what extreme gammon says about that very position. I keep forgetting all my memorized knowledge, so I don't know off the top of my head myself. Anyway, game 4. It's 2-1 in Mochy's favor, 2-13. Mochy is split with a 4-1. And Alex replied with a double 5 and Wango Bango.
I don't think this is a
pointed-
double, is it?
It is not. I don't think so. With the checker, the spareback checker on the 23 point instead of the 21 or 22.
The one on the 9 makes a slight difference.
And even away makes a difference too.
Yeah.
And there's another thing. If Alex feels in his heart of hearts that Mochy is a very clear favorite or something like that, which it's hard to say Mochy's not a favorite. I mean, first of all, he's ahead 2-1. Second of all, he's the #1 giant of backgammon. And now Mochy has entered. That was a good 5-1, by the way, instead of hitting a loose. It was a great 5-1, remaking the 8-point. But Mochy rolled a very good 5-3, and he made the 20 anchor. Alex, I think he had 12 hitting numbers. He rolled the 4-3 to hit, and now Mochy says, "Shall I enter on the 5-point?" Or Alex's 5-point. And then what shall I do? Here's Matt Cohn-Geier's dog.
Hello.
And here's Matt Cohn-Geier himself.
Ah, yeah. The dog comes.
were
The
Alex
dog
on
comes with me.
This is a cream-colored golden retriever.
That is correct.
Hello, doggy. I've got a half border collie and a half black Labrador. He is a very old dog. This was a younger doggy.
Is the whole roll to play? I guess so.
He's
I guess,
got no. He's I guess
he comes
thinking
in
of,
with the 2 and comes
He's
down
thinking
with
of
the 5.
bar to 20 and
Oh.
slot. He did it. He slotted the 4-point, and now
I see.
6-5 runs.
I see. I'm looking at
And
a
6-5
delayed
hits.
stream. Okay.
Yeah. So
Nice.
right. So
4-3
Alex
hits and
hits
comes down, I think.
He could come down. Why not? It unstacks the midpoint.
You got a lot of checkers on that
It's
midpoint.
not the biggest danger in the world. You might roll a double 5 or something, or double 2. So what? You're not going to avoid those kind of things.
Can I switch the cure? Because it's like
It's a
blocking.
builder for the open 4-point.
Yeah, it's also just a nice. If you can make the 10-point
It's a
later,
slot for
it's
the
nice.
10-point.
Yeah.
Switch to the regular cube.
It's a builder for the
cube.
9-point, and a builder. They like the regular cube because it's going to sit on there.
What happened to that mouse with the
This
projector
is-
output?
Now, I was going to say maybe Alex should double it. Of course, he already has doubled, and he doubled after an early blitzing 5-5. It went 4-1 split, 5-5 attack, fan, double take.
Yeah, I think this would not be double if the cube were in the middle.
Well, he's got a checker on the bar, though.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I
shooting
understand.
at the other one. I would.
I understand.
I would double it fast.
I mean, it's a super easy take.
Yeah, it's a, yeah.
And I don't think you have a whole lot of market losers, even if you hit the other guy.
Yeah, the thing pushing me toward a double would be the the blitz value, the advantage in Gammon's 1, and the fact that red is not developed very much.
Yeah, yeah.
It would have to be a long slog of development. Hey, doggy. The doggy wants me to feed him a peanut, maybe. Which I will refuse to do.
I think you play 6-4. I like.
I
this
do. Yeah, I
That's a
don't like
good
to
play.
stack it up on the 6-point.
2-1
There's
hits
Mochi.
and comes up,
Now he's
yeah.
coming back into it. Mochi's got all his checkers beautifully in play.
4 makes the anchor, and then you have to play probably 8-7.
I like 8-7. I mean, whenever I play things like 3-2, I seem I regret
You can
it.
come up to the 20-point. That's also a possibility.
I would not. I don't think it's forced. I mean, it's a little.
It's not
It's a little
forced,
committal
but
because
you
you're-
are winning the race, and you want to disengage.
It's a little committal because you're disengaging with some danger, a little bit of danger, and
you're-
perhaps more danger later. Now, what do you do, Matt? Do you slot the 3-point here, or do you make the deuce, the ugly deuce, or slot the 3, or do you play 39?
What about 20?
39 come out. So we got like four or
How about
five.
20 to 10.
20 to 10 is all right. 20 to 14, 13 to 9 is all right.
20 to 10
The
looks
20
like
to
me.
10 slots the.
Yeah, you roll a 3 next and
slots the
make
10
the
point.
10-point.
Now what do we do? Make the 4-point?
Make the 7 and 6-4.
That's nice and simple, but you make. What I don't like about that, what I do like about it is you clean up your watts, to keep your midpoint. What I don't like is that you have too many points. You're going to have to break something next turn, and Alex is sort of He says, all right.
This is okay, but
This is what-
you don't have any points in the outfield now, so.
True.
I don't know.
But you're running out. You're running out of time either
it must
way.
Be close.
Yeah, that was my knee-jerk play to make the 4 point. And hello, doggy. Are you barking at me? You want food from me? Is my voice too loud? Your master has a nice soft voice. That is a double boxcar. So there we go.
That's a good roll.
The very best roll. And Mochy makes his 3 point. And Alex, oh yeah, Alex has already doubled them. I keep making that mistake.
This would be a double and a take, I believe. If,
I would think it'd be a pretty clear double and a pretty easy take. Yeah. So now Alex pushes a 6 to 4, and he keeps a 4.5 point board. And Mochy is going to try to make his board as quickly as possible by slotting his open points.
That's fine.
And Alex says, "Shall I make the nice 5 point board, or shall I just lift my blot?" I'm a blot lifter myself in this position. Alex goes 13 to 9 safely. Mochy has slotted both of his innerboard points, and he makes them instantly with a 6-4. And now we have another icky looking 4-1, so he's got to go 9 to 4. Could try to cheat with 9 to 6 and 4 to 3, but the chances of his getting away with that are nil, and he wouldn't try to do that anyway. It's my idea of a joke, very sick joke, but true. So 2-1 is good, and Mochy keeps timing to hold his board, and now it's going to be a choice between breaking the 6 point and leaving no blots and hoping for a nice double next turn. Another choice was to just break the midpoint and leave a 5 shot with only a 3-2 extra, because the 4-1 is blocked, so it would be any 5 plus a 3-2, 13 numbers to hit. And it would be a monstrous gain if he were to be missed. But he says, all right, I'm going to challenge Mochy. Mochy might have to break his board or his midpoint.
I roll a 6, but not there.
And a 4-1, Mochy says, I'm not going to split my anchor. I'm not going to break my midpoint. And here is a forced 13 to 9, 13 to 7, and a deuce shot. 12 numbers. And yeah, so Alex has avoided he didn't leave the 15 number shot. He left only the beautiful. It's a 2, what? Double 2s, is it?
I think it's a 4 or a 6.
I cannot read it.
Maybe it's a 6 because he's pointing to the to the 12 point.
Yeah. Now I think if he plays to the 12 point and Alex stays on the bar, what's the right cube action? Well, that's neither here nor there. 4 to 2 with a 2. We'll just think about it a moment, then he'll just do it. He doesn't want to leave any extra blots. So, but if he stays on the bar, then I can attack him with 2s after that, but it's all those 6 hitting numbers he fears. 6, 1, 6, 2, 5, 2, and so, not to mention 6, 6, making the prime. And Mochy thinks already, he says, I'm not going to double, I'm going to roll a 6, 4. And Alex says it's too dicey to get out of there.
3. So
it's going to be 29 numbers if he exits. 29 numbers to be hit. Any 6 and 5 plus combinations is 28 and an extra double 4.
What about there?
That is a
more. At least 27.
That is a 31 number, right? It's
4-1 double
you got 4-1 double ones and 6-4.
Oh yeah, there's a 6-4 from afar.
So that would be 32 actually. And he says, all right, with 32 numbers to hit. Now the triple shot by itself, any 5, 3, or 2 is 27 numbers. Then if you count other hitting numbers that do not include a 2, a 3, or a 5, you'll see, they'll call combinations. We'll see 4-1 and 1-1, and that would be 3 more ways to hit. That'd be 30, and then from Siberia, you've got a 6-4. So 8 chances out of 9 to hit. And he says, all right, since I'm losing almost all the time after I hit, I don't have my requisite 25% or so. So Mochy just cashes that game. I would have been tempted to just stay there and leave 29 shots, but I guess if you're hoping not to be doubled, maybe you'd want to be farther advanced. I don't know. It's academic because it was a drop, I believe, anyway. So 6-4 split, double ones attack. Now Alex can make his 9-point. That's a very attractive option to me. The 9-point is very nice. I mean, you could advance both checkers on the board and try to get out quickly, but a beautiful 9-point is worth something.
It's outside of
And he hopes for a beautiful double 2 or something. 6-3.
Maybe 24-18 and 8-5.
Yeah, 8-5 for sure. And since the back checkers are
5
problematic,
2. Can
double
we play 24-17?
24-17 looks sane. That's what I would do. It's a little insane to break your 9-point for the blitz.
Yeah, I mean you could make the
With
4-point, but
no points, that's
24-17 should be better.
Yeah, I think it is better if you make the 4-point. You've got the 4-point lasting value, but the trouble is he could hit you with a 2, or a double 4, or a 5-3, or failing that he could just roll a 6 and anchor.
You could also play 24-22 and 13-8, but
yeah, I'd rather not play 13 to 8.
Yeah,
because you strip the midpoint and
yeah. I mean, you don't want to come
going
out.
to the 17-point is a gain, right? It's a possible gain.
You don't really want to challenge the stack on the midpoint because he doesn't have great 5s, but I mean, 13-8.
You have concessions, and I wouldn't. Yeah, no, I would have liked to play. If I were going to play 13-8, I'd play like you suggested, 24-22, because both of those back checkers would then see daylight versus only one of them.
Right.
If Alex does not hit this thing, which he promptly does,
It's like
4 or something.
4?
We need the non-glare dice here.
Is that a 4?
I don't know. I think if it were a 4, he might have just made his 4-point
out and made
4-point right away.
Yeah, he's doing it.
Well, it looks like he's looking for
and
both
make
at
the 4-point.
once. That's what I would do. Versus the 5-point. I like the 9-point. I guess he's thinking about making the 5 instead, but he likes that.
No, this is the right
broken 4-point structure. This looks right to me as well.
Yeah.
And that is a cocked nothing die. And a 1-2-1. I guess you entered the one, and he goes 13-11.
Yeah.
Instead of advancing into the teeth of the attackers.
3
and
hits
Mochy
and
says
1.
hardy har 3-1. Yeah,
How do you play the ace? You probably play 24-23. I don't know.
I don't know either. I guess you're not. It's not. Your back checker isn't under a tremendous amount of pressure.
Well, you like to be able to play a roll like 6-6 or 6-5.
Yeah, if you
6-6 is.
If you knew you were not going to get hit with a 2, then you would.
6-4 is also kind of annoying.
Yeah, this is the minor trouble he's gotten into by
4
moving
is
to the 21 point.
Probably 18.
I would. I just don't like being under the gun of 11.
Yeah.
11 attackers.
You kind of want to get another.
Is useful, but it's it was not going to be much use if you're attacked.
Yeah, you do want
especially with the Joker.
You do want to start building your forward position, but first don't get double hit.
Yeah, so now he's going to come up.
Yeah, come up with the 3 and play 6-4. Yeah.
And Mochy will hit most numbers with which he can hit.
I don't think you hit with this one.
Oh, I think you do. I think you do because you don't have much of it. You just go. You're saying just go to the 13 point or something, or go to the 15 and 11 or something.
You'd have to play something like 13-8, but I don't know.
I want to try to stop him from escaping.
Maybe you do just hit and play 13-11. Yeah. Okay.
It's called Storer's corollary to Paul's law. Don't let him escape. Don't let that last back checker escape.
You don't love breaking your bar point.
No, but I used to study. I studied positions like this, and I gave myself the rule: when in doubt,
If you do play
attack.
13-8, it's like you're not really close to a prime anyway.
Yeah,
so,
and you're just letting them have the full roll to escape.
Yeah, right.
And even now, you might hit back or
Sure.
whatever.
You could anchor. You could make a
nice-
deuce point or a 3 point or
Yeah, a
something.
nice 3-2 or something like that.
Yeah. Double ace. That'll
ace.
make
Well,
the
at least you've
deuce
got a
point. Make
at least
the
you've
deuce
got the,
point and
you've got the
play
4
5
point.
to 4. Yeah.
Yeah, I would make the 23 as well. It's gonna make some of those later sixes bounce in an ugly way. Because you're certainly making a 4 point.
Sure.
And now you got to find the other 2 deuces, and defensively, the 23 point is going to trump the 24 point.
This is a nice play.
That's illegal, yeah.
This is a very nice play.
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I'm not sure it's even better than the best legal play, but
This is probably better than the best legal play, but it's not legal.
this is the whole thing when somebody routinely looks
Oh
at.
wow! Is he? Yeah, he's gonna catch it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He got it. He's got 3 left.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a good try though. I don't.
Okay, so Mochi agrees with us on that, and there's a 6-3 nicely escaped. Because for form's sake, he's looking at making the 3 point, but he just makes the play we always knew he'd make.
Double
Mochi
sixes.
with a double 6. I guess you break the mid with 3, and then you go to the 5 point. What else? What else? I'm hungry, master.
Is that it?
Sherman and Peabody. Who remembers that show?
3-1 can
Next
make the
point.
3 point. This looks like a cube, right?
Yeah, cube is coming for sure.
Yeah.
And he says, "All right, I'm going to make a nice pure play." It's an interesting variety of funny holding game. Often these things are just passes, but I don't think this one is a pass. I think this is too. It's got too much shot equity. He's only got 3 spares to monkey around with.
The cube is more of a question than the take, but
And
I
he's
think
got
he
a-
should cube
he's got
because
an-
he does have
I
the
agree.
sets and the 4-1 that could lose the
Given
market.
that, and given that the cube is coming, you should just make a safe play. I played 9-1.
Yeah, never leave a shot. Yeah, a set or a 4-1 could lose the market, or maybe even hitting and some other variation where he fans. I don't know.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, it's just like it's a huge swing against you. 6-2. Huge swing against you to be hit.
But I don't think it's a terrible decision to roll. I mean,
Oh, he's thinking. Oh, the 6-2. Well, no, the 6. Alex has rolled 6-2.
yeah, right.
Okay, so he's already rolled. And it was a 6-2.
He has to play 9-1. I mean, I guess he could
6-4 looks oogly.
Yeah, you could play 13-5, but
13-5 and double if missed, but
yeah,
shrug. It's a bit big to potentially throw away all the nice equity you've gained by all your nice rolling and everything like that.
You don't necessarily cover 13-5 either. You could roll 6 next turn, or 5.
Yeah.
Did he win? Yeah. Oh.
But we slot, so we don't like this as much as the safe 9-1.
I don't like that. And
there's Mochi with a nice 3-2. I guess he's probably coming
Deuces,
out.
Yeah, I think to the 18.
Because he's not afraid of getting hit with an ace.
Yeah.
He is afraid of getting hit with a double 3. There is a 3-4. He better hit him now. Tempo game is worth $1 million.
Nothing else.
And Mochi says, "Give me a 2."
And
now we better double this one.
This is
take, I think,
weird
it'd be an easy.
You're behind a 4 prime.
Be an easy take.
Yeah. I think rolling is not
Besides
crazy. Because
yeah,
you
I
have to
guess
escape and cover.
I guess you got a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
You know, you got the 6 to, you got the 6 to cover, which is duplicated to come out, and you got a 1 to hit. But even now, he's got a direct shot, and it would be
if he doesn't roll at 2,
unhappy to be hit.
now it's got to
Now
be
I
like a
would-
massive
I
double,
would
right?
give a massive double for sure.
Yeah. And then let
And I
Mochi
predict-
decide what he
I
wants to do.
predict Alex will just double.
I would think so.
Especially Mochi being ahead 4-1.
Right.
It's not a not insignificant lead at this in a 13-pointer.
It is annoying for Mochi, but he does have checker on the ace point. You know, the pawn on the deuce is a potential hit.
Yeah,
hit and,
he's not afraid to
checker behind the 4 prime.
take something.
I mean, he's going to lose a lot of gammons.
He's got a bunch of winning chances too. So,
Sure.
But he's ahead in the match. I think
Yeah.
maybe that's going to be the deciding factor.
Yeah, I mean, I would take, but
yeah,
you are going to get gammoned a lot. You know, 3 checkers on the 18 plus a guy on the bar already. But it just seems like
Well,
you could roll like a
he's got
3-2 or
21.
something.
He's got
you know?
21 ways to cover that thing.
Like if he rolls like 3-2, let's say.
If he
you
doesn't
know,
cover it,
or I don't
3-2,
know.
I guess he just goes 13-8 like a would.
Yeah, like go. I don't know.
If he rolls a non-covering ace, he can go.
Even if he covers with a
He
6,
could
you
go
can
pop.
just like enter on the 5 or ace, and
Yeah,
then you still have a checker behind your prime.
Yeah, and Mochi's covering some outfield, so he might take. I was thinking the score might make him be more conservative, but no,
Sure.
Mochi. There's a lot of points yet to go.
Yeah, I mean, you do want to be more conservative at the score, but I don't know. It kind of seems like you got a lot of play in this position.
Sugar Daddy has come with the munchies. I will munch on a little tiny, a minuscule Snickers barlet.
I don't think it's
if you eat enough of these things, the calories round to 0 for a small enough morsel. So you just add 0. So
He passes.
he
Okay.
passes, all right.
I don't think it was a
Interesting.
particularly easy decision. So
No.
you know, could be a pass.
He clearly had plenty of winning chances.
Yeah.
But as Matt said, the gammon chances were all in Alex's favor. Mochi protects his lead in the match. He's now leading 4-2 to 13, 9 away to 11 away. No, 9 away to 11 away. And Alex opens with a 4-2, and he uses 2 hands to make his 4-point. And Mochi uses 1 hand to play an inferior 5-1, 13-8, 24-23. The roll was
Double
inferior,
suit?
not the play.
I think you make the 20 points.
Yes, I would. White, I would make the 20 point. But it's not bad to do this either.
Yeah, this isn't terrible.
Bay first split is not my style. This isn't. That's not terrible because they're putting pressure on the back checkers. More so than the other way. I know. That was a bad 3-2 from Mochi's cup.
I think you played 24-22 and 13 to 10.
It's
You
the
know, you
alternatives are not very appetizing.
You could play 13 to 8. You could play 23-18, but 24-22 is a pretty decent improvement in your position.
Yeah, I don't like.
You have to
Well,
play
the 3
13
would
to
be
10.
13-10. I think you're not going to.
Oh, you could play.
Both back
Actually, you
checkers.
could play both back checkers.
Well,
but
Mochi's, yeah. So Mochi, this is the kind of position where Mochi will look at a bunch of alternatives.
right.
So
This
Mochi
is-
says, "All right, I'm going
this
to
is
challenge
reasonable.
her,
Yeah,
challenge the builders. In other words,
this is reasonable.
divert Alex from making the 5 point.
Well, I
He's
mean,
gotta
he
deal
doesn't
with the
really
blot
want
on the
to.
bar point.
If he hits with an ace, he's breaking the 8. Hitting with a 4 breaks the 11. So,
Yep.
you know, the 6 is really.
Says my master is looking somewhere else and not talking to me. All right, there's a 6-4, and he just points on head. And this is shape. This is an easy cash if he wants it. Is it too good?
Oh.
Maybe.
Yeah, this is going to be a quick pass, right? Yeah.
Yeah, a quick pass. Playing on was not hopeless, I don't think.
So between games, Matt, Marty will be inducted into the Hall of Fame. You want to say a few words about Marty?
Congrats. I don't know what words I have to say. You got some words to say?
It's one small step for a Marty. One giant leap for a Marty.
Well deserved.
Contribute to the Marty Fund. So 4-1 split. It went 4-2.53.41 split, and now Mochy has a 6-1, and
I guess you double hit in this case.
You don't have much else that I see.
Yep.
Mochy did it, so it must be right here. It's a beautiful, fat, juicy double 2.
Do you make the 21? I think you make the 9.
You could make the 9. You could actually make the 11. It's not hopeless because you can.
Oh yeah, that's
far
also
from
a play.
hopeless because you put more builders into play while your opponent's got blots up front to deal with.
That is true. 9 point.
That is a little known trick.
9 point.
So I don't know about this. It can't be. This, it's an embarrassment of riches. I mean, you've got lots of good ways to play that double 2, and that was the only good way Mochy had to play that 5-4. He remade the 8 point.
I think this is
split the back checkers. So he's okay. So
this
Alex
seems close. Seems
Alex
like a
is,
close double, no double. It's gonna super easy take.
Yeah, I think the blot on the 1 point is a decent reason to pull the trigger if you're in doubt.
Hit and come down.
Yeah. Just this is just. If this works, it's really, really good. And since Alex is going to have to win the game on the board now that Mochy owns the cube, it's a good gamble to hit and not just make a point. So I think Mochy's going to go 13-10 right now.
Yeah, he's duplicating 6s. You know, he could potentially make the 10 point.
6-3 looks ugly.
That's a double hit.
The old double hit. I remember this from the good old days. You were only a gleam in your parents' eyes or something. There was a lot of splitting to the 20 point, like with opening 4-3. People would split that way.
Yeah.
Popular way to play it, and
it's actually not that bad.
No, it's only a slight error according to XG these days. And you'd see a lot of these double tempo hits with a double 4.
Yeah.
And now it's a hitting contest, and unfortunately for Alex, he has missed the return shot here. No,
I think it's making the 11 point. You do break
you
your midpoint, but the 11 point's kind of nice with the open 5.
Right, the 11 point might be more valuable than the midpoint.
Also, his 5-6 is like pretty annoying to do that.
Right. So there's a 4-2. I bet Mochy just lifts that thing. He would have liked to make that 10 point, but he didn't. So I guess now what do we do? We go
Come out with 5
9 to 8.
9 to 8, yeah.
So Alex has to mobilize the stack of checkers on the 21 point, so he moves the 5.
Might as well go.
Thinking of, I guess he just.
Yeah, might as well go 9 to 8 just to clean up a blot and not leave fly shots.
Yeah.
No real reason not.
No, Mochy's just gonna run all the way, I guess. Nothing else. Again, nothing else to do. Ooh, double 3, yo boy.
Double 3, a good roll.
What do we do? Make the 5 and then go 8 to 2?
Yeah, you got a lot of yeah, make the 5 and go 8 to 2.
Yeah, there are blots all over the place, and you got to put them on the bar. If you don't make the 5, then you make the 3 and go 8 to 2. But the 5 seems to be such a strong asset.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, don't make the 2 on his head.
You can make the 7, but I don't think so.
That looks too.
Yeah. You can make the 3 point, but then you just give him the whole roll.
Yeah, he's gonna do it. Okay, good. Now we've got please give me a 2-5. Half right. And Mochy's all.
Oh, two
Joker.
fours. Nice.
Joker.
Yeah.
Hit, cover, and build. 2 to go.
13 to 5.
Yeah. Can't move the back checkers. Might as well do this.
Mm-hmm.
So, rebuilders for the open. 3 point. Mochy enters on the 24 point. There's a 6-4, so that's going to be a hit. And
then 6 comes out.
Well, the 6 could, yeah, the 6 come out could go get closer to the zone to the 10 point.
Yeah, but I think you want to not have 3 checkers that can potentially roll a double 4 or something, and then you.
Yeah, even the even the first double 4 would be a little dicey if it goes.
Right.
If it goes 60 pieces. I don't care.
This is
stinking
bad.
double 4s.
This is fine, I guess.
Can't be too bad, right?
Yeah.
Now he says, "I'm glad it's closer to the zone." And there is a 5-3. Oh. So
Hit
this
or,
would be.
I think you got to make the ace, right? I don't think.
I don't know.
Hit.
I don't know about that.
Do you want to hit?
I'm very well.
I don't know.
If you make the 1 point and he then rolls a 3.
Sure. But
That is bad.
if you hit, he has 3s and aces.
Yes.
I mean, it's not.
I mean,
as
I
bad as
don't
anchoring.
know. It looks like. So he says, "Oh, I'm going to spread my back checkers out." It's really good if he stays on the bar.
I think it makes sense to make the ace point. You know, you just want to hit him next turn. Yeah.
And he's going to hit him next turn, so he could play
10 to 8 here.
10 to 8, or even he could play. I guess 10 to 8 is going to be better than 5 to 3.
Yeah. Especially double 5.
Yeah.
But,
right.
But
That's
even,
right.
even
Double
without
fives
the double 5.
and you've got your nice 16 covers. You got a double 6 to cover.
Beautiful.
There we go. The trouble with that is double 4s look ugly, but the trouble with the other one is that double 3s look ugly. So I guess spreading them out trumps the other little funny considerations.
Normally you just kind of grab the back checker and move the back checker to wherever it goes. That's the rule for playing these positions.
3-1. Yeah, you don't want to. This is not so good. You're leaving all 3 checkers within 6 of each other.
It's not.
It's
it
called
doesn't really make
discommunication.
a big difference, but my rule is just grab the back checker
good.
and place it wherever
So
the
now
dice are.
now he goes 15 to 6. Getting off the double box car lot number. It's not the biggest deal in the world. I mean, he could go 15-11, 14-9. So this is plot free. So now should he go 8 to 4 or he should go 9 to 5? I don't know.
I think it's 9 to 5, but it's. It's pretty close.
I haven't studied.
I don't really know.
I haven't studied it. When in doubt, I go 9 to 4 because if you roll box cars, you know you have 2 left under 5 points. No, that wasn't. Is that clear? I don't know. Walter Trice said this was the average. When if you have checkers bearing in on top of a closed board, this is about the average situation. 6-5-2.
Okay.
The average quality spare position. He used to study such things with glee.
I don't like this place.
Oh,
so
I don't.
much.
No, I don't either.
I think you pretty much have a gammon.
He
if you don't
doesn't
get hit.
need. Yeah, he doesn't need to
right.
leave all those extra shots. He probably gets hit like 4% more often or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
more.
you're not so afraid of Mochy's board, but I think the gammon is like almost gin if you don't get hit, unless you know he has to roll double 6 and then much more from there.
Yeah. So, barring miracles, Alex is going to win 4 points and go ahead 7 to 4 or 6 away to 9 away.
Yeah.
Mochy will still try his best.
Mochy needs at least 3 sets.
Probably over both back checkers like that or that. That's fine. Give a nice double 4. 3 crossovers to the 6. Make 2 to go to the 6 point. And just bring him in. No outside motion wastage. Now Mochy will be lucky to even have one gammon saving roll on his final shape. What is
Oh, he
that?
could do it with 2 sets, right?
What is that?
I don't know. A big roll.
A 6 and a 5. All
But
right.
he needs 2 sets. And they have to be reasonably large sets.
Yeah, he needs 4 crossovers right now, in fact.
Yeah.
So they have to be 3s. It has to be 3s or better. And that was apparently not it. Okay. I couldn't see either die.
Yeah.
3, 4. All right. Now we know. It is 6 away for Alex Toth, 7 points out of 13, and 9 away for Mochizuki, 4 out of 13. The recalcitrant scoreboard defies easy flipping. 5-2 for Alex. Modern, very modern, well, not anymore. It's ancient style now to split, but it used to be that everyone played 2 down from midpoint.
But if
Just
you do
about
this, you
everyone.
can just like make the anchor with 6-4, and then
Yeah, and you don't,
and then the game is
you don't deplete your midpoint
Yeah.
as much.
Right,
either.
right.
That's,
Is that 3-1?
that's 3-1. So Mochy can say, I will
think-
make myself a nice 5 point. That's what I would do.
Huh.
I'd make a 5 point and then stay.
It's not so clear to
Stay
me.
split. Well,
I
especially
guess
being
you
behind in the
do.
match too.
Yeah. You're down 4 pips after the roll.
Yeah, I would like to complicate this
Yeah.
rather than simplify. I'd
I-
like to
I-
make a nice board, and
Yeah, I think I agree with
because
making
then
the 5.
you know there's nothing that leaves a direct shot next
Right,
turn.
you could roll like a
But
6,
here-
6-5, 6-2,
5-4, 6-3.
5-1,
Yeah, there's a lot.
5-4, 6-3. Yeah.
2-1.
Yeah. No, I think this is a good play. I mean, you do regret it if you roll something like double aces, where
Yeah,
3-1.
a slight majority of rolls play safely for white.
Yeah. But even on most of his safe rolls, you're not really that unhappy having not made the anchor. He rolls like a 5-3 or something.
Yeah, or
6-4.
something worse, 4-3, 13-6, so get twice maybe.
No, I should play 13-6, I think.
That would be the thematic play.
Yeah, I like this move.
Mochy says.
Is he doing this?
No, he's just looking at it.
Okay, okay.
Mochy will look and look, as you know.
Yeah. I just thought he like went for the dice or something. I don't know.
I think he knocked
Yeah.
numbers wrong, and he reset the numbers. Or
Oh,
something.
he is doing this.
So he says, "All right, I know I'm not going to make any
don't-
PR
yeah.
errors here."
Yeah, I think making the 5 was better. But after he rolls double 6, you're kind of happy you did.
Yeah,
this.
then you wouldn't throw another 3-1 out.
Right.
And Alex says, "Shall I make sure I clear that midpoint for good and all?" I think
Yeah,
so.
just come down. I mean, for
I
sure.
think so, because you're stripped otherwise.
Yeah,
And the
I mean,
midpoint
you
is
want
is of limited value.
You want to clear it, and then you have like 7 spares to play with.
Yeah, and if you give up the midpoint, ask yourself: is Mochy really going to bail from that anchor with such numbers as
Well,
5-4?
No,
And the
no,
answer
no.
is no. It's
Yeah.
perish the thought. So I think that's the right play.
Sure.
Matt Cohn-Geier and I both agree. And there's a 4-3, so what's going to slot the 4 and 3, I guess, right?
I think slot the 5 and 4, just because the 5 is so much better than the 3 point. It's the worst distribution, but
It's a worse distribution.
You want to
but-
make the 5 point.
Yeah, you want to make 5 point. I don't know. It's XG tends to agree with you, Matt, on such positions, but this is such it's so
Yeah.
stiff on the 8 point and everything that
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe that was one of the. So now what's he going to do? Make them both? Make them both?
I think you should. Yeah.
I would do it just
Yeah, I
because
would
the
play
alternatives
8-5,
look pretty
8-4.
bad, right?
Yeah. I mean, you could play 8-4.
You get yourself a nice, a beautiful 3-point on the board, the rack.
Yeah.
The rack, the stack, the barrel, the
You
beast.
could play
whatever you call
8-4,
those things.
6-3, but
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that. wiggly. So Alex says, "Go ahead, race."
Yeah, it was a good play. You slot all the points, and then you can always play more flexibly next turn.
Yep. If you slot 3 points, you are more likely you are likely to make that aggregate of those 3 slotted points more quickly than any other way.
Right. And I mean,
And after
if you
any
make
other
a
play,
point,
then-
suddenly you end up with 3 or 4 checkers on that point, and that's not really what you want.
That's true. Like a 6 from here, 8 to 2, 7 to 1.
Yeah.
He says, "No, I don't want to. I would have made the 3 there just for the." And Mochy says, "Hardy har har."
Okay,
104 pips for me.
Yeah. How is he doing in this race?
It's about even. It's close to even. I think.
Yeah, it is. It is. He's it's,
So 104.
Mochy's like
on 100.
Up to,
he's got
more, up 18.
He's got 100 to 88. It's 88 now.
He's up 18. So.
Well, now it's 88. Is it 88?
Sorry, no.
He had 104, and now he's at 88, and I think
he's up 12.
I think that he's at 100. Right?
I don't know. I think he's up 12 after the roll.
Yeah. 64 and 36 is 100. Yeah. Oh, there we go. So I'm up 12 before the roll. I'm going to bring it in. I don't like to stack on my 6, but I do like to clear my outside points.
Not sure. There's something to be said for keeping the 10 point, because now he can't run with like a 6-3, 5-3. You know.
Yeah.
The race is going to be close.
Yeah.
So I kind of like this play actually.
But then there's the 6-1 the other way.
Yeah, you could leave a shot, but I think it's more important to hold him.
Or you could roll 6-3 and then leave a shot next turn.
I mean, you're only up 4 pips after this roll, so it's not like, you know, a chin race by any means.
So what did he roll? He rolled a 7.
He rolled a 8.
No. This guy rolled an 8. Alex rolled an 8, but Mochi before then rolled a 8. Oh, that's part of his double throw. So
yeah, he's up 4 pips.
Yeah, 46,
and
52, 88.
Doesn't look like a double to me.
This is the 88, and that was.
I mean,
that's the 92
I don't know, it
so
could be,
far.
Could be close to a double, but
no double.
I mean, White has worse distribution. He's got a
but he's got a lot
one checker on the 5 point.
A lot of time to repair though. And Alex is 4 away. Don't forget. So
6 away.
Oh, 6 away. Yeah, well, he's even away. Yeah, you're right. It's not 4 away, but I just played an 11-point match and got crushed. For me.
Is that a
there
6-1?
It is. Beautiful 6-1. He says, "All right, I'm not going to."
This must be the.
Yeah, thanks. He says, "Well, it's interesting because now he says, all right, he gets a direct shot with a 6-2."
I don't think this can be a double for Alex. I mean, if you roll an ace, you're gonna get redoubled pretty quickly, I think.
Yeah. Then there's the old undeserved gammon variation. You hit it, and then you Mochi fans for a long time.
You're not winning the race. This is the problem. So
that's the trouble. Yeah. Well, your average number, not including a 1, is over 9 pips. But that's only for this roll. That's
right. I mean,
a very small factor.
Yeah, it's like worth an extra pip or so, but you know, you're not within a pip of a double. So.
Yeah, so he's down 9 pips, 9 raw pips before the roll. So no, you don't want to get redoubled.
Yeah.
Especially if you roll, double 3 or something stupid. He says, "I'm not rolling double 6." No, he has seen reason. He plays safe. Now.
Yeah, he has to play safe.
Off the 6 with 2 checkers. Best for the race.
This would be already pretty close to a redouble if Mochy were holding the cube, but I don't think he should double from the center. I don't know.
Should be a 4 cube.
He's up 2 pips.
Yeah, he's up, but Alex has got more wastage and he's got more crossovers. And
right, but
he has got.
Alex could get a shot. So
yeah,
it's
no,
not,
I would take this.
No, it must be an easy take.
I would take it 47, 67, 75 raw, and that's
must be a very
70,
easy take.
77 raw.
I took this maybe.
So there's contact.
Yeah, I mean you could also roll like a 6-2 and clear the. Yeah,
right,
there you go.
There it is, 6-2. He'll do it. Oh no, he says.
You can do this.
He
Yeah.
says, "I'm going to inhibit the race." That's what I'll do. This looks so beautiful to me.
Yeah. Sure.
Ah, it's 5-1. All right, wasty.
But you know, there's
6-1, 6-2, 6-3.
Yeah, 6-1, 6-2, 6-3.
5-3, 5-3 waste, 4-3 waste, slightly waste. I guess you go 6-3, 5-1.
I think you clear the 6 points.
You just clear the 6 so that if he leaves a shot, then you don't have to worry about you.
And also,
That's
that way.
There we go. Now it's a game.
Yeah, it's a horse race. Alex doesn't really want to redouble aggressively.
There's a
but
6-2.
He could get a redouble in at some point, not yet.
Oh no, please. Just bring him in. None of this. Play for 3 off malarkey and leave 1 outside. 2-1. Ugly. 2. Count a lot of 7s.
3. So Alex is ahead in the race at this point.
Actually, Alex wanted us to.
Oh yeah. Sorry. I recognized that last time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we had 4 raw pips, but not enough real pips.
Yeah.
And he's off. 2 off. 2 off. Mochy with a 5-2.
Still no redouble. Not the score.
Yeah, he's got 1 more checker on the board.
Oh, that's not a good roll, huh?
Moves a lot of freight.
2, 3.
I guess you do that because you have an even number of checkers left, so you want to
Sure.
get 4 off the double 4s.
He's got a 5 roll position now.
What is that? A 4?
4? Oh man.
5-1, of course. And now.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, Mochy, come on.
5, 4, 5, 3, 4.
When you have an odd number of checkers left, you're better off, and you've got. No, please don't do this. This is wrong. This is wrong.
I don't think it makes a big difference. But
it doesn't make a big difference.
I mean, I wouldn't spend a lot of time on this play.
It's just you don't need to if you know the principle. When you have an odd number of checkers left and you have 2 sort of distinct chunks in space, you go for the fastest position of the low chunk. That's the rule. If you follow that rule blindly, you'll make
I mean, you could
make
waste with a bunch of aces. You could waste a pip with a 6. You're not quite as good if you roll double 3.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Yeah, double 3, you've wasted a pip, for example, right? So.
Yeah, you might miss on later aces. But I mean, you know, if you're all
I don't think
double 3,
Mochy knows the principle by heart, but he'll find it. I mean,
I think it hardly matters what you do, but
he's winning he's winning.
I mean, it's kind of
he's
silly.
Nicely winning.
It's kind of silly to spend like over a minute on this play.
Well, if you're Mochy, you're a blitz man. So.
Yeah, but you know, there's like almost nothing in it.
2 off for the 4x.
It's like almost the same.
Oh,
sorry. Is
that
legal? Yeah, it's legal.
As long as it counts. Oh, look at that!
It's not over.
Oh, he's got the cube. Okay,
yeah, it's not over.
Oh,
I think it's over now.
Double 5. Okay.
The other thing that viewers were commenting is when the dice they land.
All right, so 7 to 6.
Center, there's no glare,
yeah,
so
we'll make the same horny joke that's why they're in the late rounds because they've been rolling so well, and therefore they'll continue to roll well.
Is this the rarest dice from
Speciously spurious.
You're in the second round. Is that the late round?
No, I have the same one. So is it 7-6?
Oh, it's semi-final, but it's not semi-final of the whole thing. It's semi-final of the group, right?
No, it's a bracket of 8. There's 8 players in the Super Jackpot. I mean,
the Super Jackpot. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. I thought there were 10, but I guess.
Yeah, there were 10. There were 10, but they drew anti-buys, and then it's actually a 8 bracket with 4 anti-buys.
There's 10 players, but but anti-buys. Okay.
Right.
So Alex is still ahead by 1 point, 6 away to 7 away, and he has rolled he's opened with a 5-4 split, and Mochy countered with a 5-2 split, and then Alex rolled a nice double 2 and made his 24 points, and now
no double
Mochy
here.
rolled an icky 5-1.
Yeah. 6-4.
And there was
makes
a
the-
non-icky 6-4 on the head.
You could make the deuce, or you could just play 13-3.
I'd
I
make
think
the deuce right on the head.
I'm not sure about
A
this one.
3-point board, and he's on the bar.
Yeah.
And there's a duplicated 3 to anchor into cover.
Yeah. Oh,
Now,
this is a strong double.
This is very strong double, and he's not going to even think probably.
Yeah.
Looks very confident.
I think you pass,
Your
actually.
dog barking, I'm okay.
I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
he
yeah,
passes
yeah.
with
No
this.
barking.
Yeah.
Dog is satisfied.
There's 9 checkers in the zone.
9 in
they
the
are
zone.
not well distributed, but
3 points.
he also has your 20-point.
300 board points made, anchor. A lot in the board. It's all.
Yeah.
It looks too tough.
All right.
I mean, it's not crazy to take, but
Down 16.
I think passing is.
Then he rolled
I
down
mean,
3
passing
dice.
is what I would do. And not saying it's like totally crazy to take, but
All that
I
was
would
for the
pass
fans.
grumblingly or whatever.
What?
Just like to talk
Oh,
it out for the fans.
want
No,
to take
not
it,
really.
but
yeah.
I just can't. I just don't like the. I don't like when I never get to move
For
again.
those who
Yeah.
might be interested in playing in the double proceeding, we have 2 places left.
5 away to 7 away. This is the most common score in a 7-point match according to Jacques, 2-0. I don't know why. I don't know why he says that. Well, 0-0 happens every time. Other than 0-0, maybe. I don't know.
Makes
Get
sense.
my qualifications right.
Should make sense.
Only wimpy people qualify things.
Like the opening position.
3, 4,
Good to me. I think he's hitting the race now.
3-1.
Aha! Oof. How are the clocks going? 12:33 for
5-2
Mochi.
is
infinite
24-17.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, Mochy has way more time than the previous
The
match.
escaping store is open 24-17.
So he could lose his market with a 5, but first you gotta roll a 5. Otherwise, if you don't roll a 5, yeah, you're losing the race.
Okay. I just roll 4-1 in these positions. No, 5-1. I was roll 5-1. But
4-1,
Alex
I
always
think you
rolled
just
4-1.
play 17-13 and 7-6. Just nothing crazy.
If you're ahead in the race,
You're
race
ahead in the
36
race,
and 45 is 81, 120.
It's probably close, right? It looks like it's close.
140. He's 20 pips behind before the roll.
Okay, so 13 after the roll. Alright. $13-8, 7-5.
It's good to me. I don't want to run from the 20.
Right.
Decreasing the amount of contact.
Strand the back checker and
Yeah, run,
Potentially,
and you're
yeah.
losing the race. And
right.
Okay.
the only blot number then would be, I think, 6-3 or something.
Yep. I mean, I don't know if he has blot numbers this way, but
6-3 is a worse blot number.
yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess he goes to the 2-point probably.
Yeah, he would play 13-7, 6-3 with 6-3.
Fewer shots and a nice unstack.
Yeah.
If you're really crazy, you hit twice.
I mean, it seems kind of clear. that
Face the cube.
Play 13-8, 7-5, right? If he makes the 5-point, like, you're going to be in bad shape whether you're on it or not. And if you're on it, maybe you could even come back and make an anchor on the 3-point or something, or 2-point, whatever.
Sometimes the 23-point would be the ideal anchor. Sometimes the 22-point would. Seldom the big 24-point beat either one of those. The 21-point in general is the best against such a position, but if you're way behind the race or something, you want the 22
If you
point.
come out, what's the idea?
I don't know. I don't understand. I mean, it's
Yeah.
you avoid being pointed on with small numbers, but that's a
Right.
small game. Like for the reasons you said, like you're.
Right, you're in bad shape if,
If
he
you-
rolls a
if
he
you
rolls a
ma-
3-1.
If you make the 20 anchor, he's just way ahead in the race, and you just got a bar point to land on and a lot of time to roll clearing doubles.
Down
Or
by
6-5 after
11,
he strips the
21.
midpoint.
21 minus 19.
Yeah. So 131.
You're down 13 after the roll. That's
131.
right.
120.
Yeah.
I think 131. Am I right? Oh, he hasn't played the 2 yet.
You're down 13 after the roll, I believe.
133. Yeah, I said 131. So actually 133. So yeah, 120 to 133. That's right.
I don't really understand what the upside of anything other than 8 and 5 is. Like,
sometimes if you're Mochy's opponent and you're watching him reset the checkers and everything like that, you just
I think he's gonna do this.
You just get confused. You say, "What was I again?"
Yeah.
You find yourself thinking about what he should do.
Like I think he's like settling on 20 to 15 and trying to find a deuce, but like.
Well, the deuce doesn't matter much. You're not going to go to 22 point because you're not. The race isn't favorable enough, and then whether you go 7 to 5, 13, 11.
Yeah, 15,
not
13.
Not a big deal, or 15, 13.
Right. But
you would hate to roll. You'd hate to stay on the 15 point and then get hit with double threes or something.
Yeah, it just seems like the wrong idea.
Yeah.
I mean,
double fours would be. He'd make his 8 and 2 points. I don't understand this. It's sort of a hybrid, but now he's just going to get pointed on the
3 point. Yeah.
You don't want to hit and come in and then have an ankle in the 22. That would be inflexible for you. Yeah, he's going to do it.
Yeah.
Unstack your 6 as well. Come down to 5 on the 6.
It's probably like close to a double, right?
It's
right.
Like, yeah, now, especially now.
So it's 12
especially
pips.
Now.
It's 12 pip lead. I mean, kind of seems like a double. Looks like a double to me.
125.
It should be.
Yeah, it's 12. 130. Yeah, it's 113 to 125.
Yeah, I would just double and let Mochy figure out what he wants to do. I mean, you know.
All he's doing is counting the race to make sure, and then he's going to just double. The small numbers attack. The big numbers play.
Could be a take at the score.
Like, good double.
Seems like you got a long race and score favors taking, and
it's just those
there
immediate,
is some contact that could help you,
numbers.
and you have a board.
I guess if you roll 2-1 and then you get hit back with a 7 or something, there's always that counter. But
yeah, you do have a board already. I think it's a take at the score, but you know, you got the race. Most of the time, it turns into a race, right?
Mochy's gonna draw.
Most of the time, it turns into a race, and 12 pips in the race should be a take, right? 100 plus 120 pip race. What if he just rolls like a 5-1? He's not going to point on you.
Yeah, he won't. I don't think he will point with a double 4. Although he could.
I mean, there's also a score.
Double four is gamish.
No, the contact favor is white, but the score favor is taking.
I would not take that. I bet Mochy's going to pass.
I like the take, but you know,
Mochy is a deep thinker.
Contact is also, I mean, maybe it favors white, but you could also just hit a shot. Like, you know, you can hit a shot from the roof.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I like the take.
There's a 6-2.
Yeah, you can make him play awkwardly in the race sometimes. Oh, 2 is not great.
Imagine that.
Yeah, you gotta play 13-8.
There he goes. Give me a crossover. Crossover. Slow but steady wins the race. What do you do? 7 to 6?
8 to 4, 7 to 6.
It's good to me.
Yeah. Not gonna leave a shot at this point.
No, well, I mean, you could go 3 to 2 or something.
Oh, but 7 to 6 puts way more pressure on the blot. Now he is kind of.
And you cross over the critical crossover. So darn it! I don't know whether 3 or 2.
6-1. You
maybe I'd better run 872 and 41 is 113.
Downs.
100 for white. Yeah, so this isn't the worst, I guess. So. But the thing
You're
is, in a
down
race,
13.
you know, in a race, though, the thing is that
You're down 13 pips.
yeah, it's 100, 113.
Yeah.
100 for white and 113.
What if you stay back?
113.
What if you stay back and just try to play for the contact? Like, say he rolls a number like 6-3 and he has to clear his bar point, or
I know, but it's like
5-2.
Many are the numbers that are worse for you. And he says, "Well, I better think about it." Now that Matt says that,
I don't know.
He's got his special microphone to go through the wall.
He does have a lot of time to, I don't know, fill in points deep in his board if he doesn't roll a good number and then, you know, potentially hit you later. Probably just go for the race. At least you don't get gammon that way.
Would
yeah. I think you should go for the race, yeah.
5-2. The fatal lozenge. We've got Mochy goes shaky. We can even hear the shake from
shaky.
We can hear I could hear the shake through the wall. The dice shake. I don't think that's coming on the mic. Just on the mic. Through the speed. I'm gonna go 6-5 with that one. I don't think it matters much.
Yeah, it probably doesn't make a huge difference, but 6-5 makes some sort of sense. 5-2?
Yeah.
Probably come to the 6 point, but okay. It's not a big deal.
I would think a good line to go to the 11 point. 32.
Double 3 is a reasonably
it's like 4 crossovers
big
to me.
number. Yeah. It's a reasonably big number. 12 pips. 3-2, okay. He's got some chance in the race.
And shorting at least one check out next turn. Oh, Mochy.
Okay.
Now Mochy's. Now it says I'm going to guess now. There's a
3-1.
3-1.
Okay.
Well, he's glad that he gets a checker off with a 3-1 instead
yeah.
of not.
It's getting closer. I think Alex is still
off.
ahead.
No, take it off. If you're gonna go, if you're gonna go
you should play
7 to 6, you should play 3 off.
Yeah.
I mean,
Play your ace first and then look for a 3.
Well, or, you know, or
yeah.
something that was probably a .02 to a .03 wrong, or even more.
I don't know. Just play the ace first and then look for a 3.
If you had the problem with a 3 to play, you would certainly go off, take it off. You wouldn't even think about it. So it was a little anti-sleight of hand. Alex fooled himself by the way he played that. And a lot of teachers, backgammon teachers, I don't know if you're one of them, but you probably don't teach beginner types or whatever, but those that do say, emphasize, like Julie's High, for example, there's a lot of novice and intermediate players, students, and he says to them, make sure if you know you're going to play number on one die one way, play it and look at it.
Yeah.
And that'll help you see what your options are.
Well, one thing you should do is play a die one way, then maybe play it the other way, and you know, make sure you make sure you eliminate all different possibilities of ways you can.
Even Mochy does that, right? So now we got 45 pips for Alex, and we got 44 pips for Mochy.
Up a pip. He's up a pip.
No, okay.
This is what, 30, 40, 44? 44 to 45.
That's right.
So
what does the old fork count say? Remember that one?
44. It's probably a close no double for money, and for sure not a redouble for money. But the score could be a redouble. I mean, if I were Mochy, I would probably roll.
I would roll. I don't know.
The distribution favors Alex also.
We can wait.
Yeah, I mean, because if Alex wins 2, he's still a 3-way, which is an unfavorable kind of thing. What is that, a 3-2? Off we go. And a big juicy 4-3.
Let's roll now.
He's lost 2 pips.
Yeah.
And Mochy says,
6-4.
well, there you are.
He's going to be up to 9 pips.
Put that in your pipe.
Oh no.
Oh, he's going to be down 3 now.
Yeah.
Oh, saved it.
Getting worse and worse.
So,
Mochy down 3 pips will not
I'm down 3.
not redouble.
No, this
That would be-
is like
That would
nowhere,
be a very
nowhere
big
close.
mistake to be waking. And he says, oopsie,
5
all right,
off and
5
5
to
to
3 is to do 6-2, not bad. Average-ish.
Yeah.
It looks like Mochy's down 4 pips. What do you think, Hard?
Losing a chance.
An extra checker, that being on the 4 point.
Hard. Mochi is an
Oh.
underdog, I think.
Ooh.
Not after double 5s.
It was on underdog. Double
It's gonna
6s would
boost the market.
be the ideal roll. Don't go 5 to 1.
Make sure you
Don't
redouble
go 5 to
here.
1. If he doesn't redouble you and then you roll double 3s, you lose.
Yeah.
Oh well, just kidding. All right, 8 to 8. It is 5 away, 5 away. We're both sneaking a look at the digital edition of Kit Woolsey's essay, The 5-Point Match, from 1992 or 3 or whatever it was before. Streaming will resume shortly.
We shall resume
Those
shortly.
out there in TV land will have a slight wait. What else can we talk about besides the match?
Ah. What you got?
What is your name, doggy, again?
Her name is Yelly.
Yelly?
Yeah, she has something she'd like to talk about.
How do you spell Yelly?
Y-E-L-I.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Could be I-E-L-I or Y-E-L-L-Y.
It's actually a nickname. But,
well, for Yower, old Yower.
Yeah.
My dog is named Egg.
Egg.
My daughter came up with that when she said she was sick of human-themed names.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she was eating a scrambled one at the time. And I have not named a pet for a long time, she said. We said, all right, Egg he is. You are a very pretty dog. Now, Goldens are very nice disposition dogs.
Yeah. She's
Very
got
calm.
A very nice disposition.
It's sexy for my shirt. Button myself up here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, is that Matt Patterson with the camera? Stuart Steve Connolly. Oh, Stuart is talking for the mic over there. Yeah, that's Matt Patterson. I recognize it. Endwell, New York voice, anyway.
There's going to be a Hall of Fame dinner on Saturday. So,
I know it well.
Yeah.
I brought funny clothes for it.
Nice. Oh, okay, I gotta attend to this one. I
Okay,
think.
yeah.
She demands my attention. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Forrest Gump said, I have to pee. How does it feel to be an All-American? All right, here we are. So here's the brochure for this tournament. It says here, sportsmanship is encouraged. Do we have for time of day? Is this local time or is this non-local time? Okay, local time. Yeah. So the double starts at 7:30, which is a mere 34 minutes from now. What was that? Something went ding, ding. After this American Backgammon Tour tournament, the very following weekend, there was a tournament at St. Louis, Missouri, a big city of the American Midwest. It is called the Gateway Open, I think, run by David Todd and the St. Louis crew. Probably side events start in the middle of the week, maybe Wednesday, Thursday. It now being Thursday evening, the 12th of June. We're waiting for the intrepid players Mochizuki and who's that other gentleman, Alex Toth, to come back and play. I'm not sure what's holding them up. Maybe they're negotiating hegemony or something. But at 7:30, I'm going to run away and play doubles with my partner, Terry Harmon. She is part of the women's world of backgammon. After the St. Louis Gateway Open, which is next weekend, there will be the Michigan Summer Championships, which is 4th of July weekend. See David Vakil. Got Terry Harmon and David Vakil sitting here through the break, patiently waiting for the action to start again. Through the mirror, I see reflected someone playing. Can't tell who it is. Will the players return? We hope they will. It's Alan Tish walking around out there. have mentioned the upcoming St. Louis Gateway Open and the Michigan Summer Backgammon Championships, a very big and popular tournament, 4th of July weekend. Thereafter, there are 2 tournaments that I know of in August. One of them is the Viking Classic in Minnesota. That's the end of the month. Might go into Labor Day weekend, which is the first, Labor Day is the first Monday of September. It's a U.S. holiday. And before that, there will be the, what is it called? The Wisconsin State Championships or something like that in the first weekend maybe of August. People are straggling back in. Maybe the players are ready to play. I don't know. Yeah, maybe they're taking such a long break because they're hedging or who knows what. Oh, here we go. Streaming will resume shortly. Well, it all depends. You convert from yen to euros. Semifinal of the group, I think, maybe.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Oh, the Super Jackpot. I keep confusing with the Masters. All right. The players are seated. Mochy is grinning evilly. Alex has rolled, and Mochy... Oh, Alex has got the 5-1, and he is making the minor split. And Mochy says, well, I am going to make the standard reply to a minor split, which is to make 21 and 10 points. Nice, smooth position. Adding builders up front. Anchoring in the back, and that was a 6-3 or a 5-1 or a 5-4, I forget which. I couldn't tell which. And he, Alex has run a back checker out to his 14 point. 6-2, that's what he's thinking of. He's thinking, shall I hit? If I hit, I must break my anchor. He says, but I could also just make my 4 point, then after I do that, Alex will be committed to clearing his outside back checker. So the always hit play is to do what Mochy did, which is hit, and then instead of slot his 5 point, let's say, into a double shot, break his anchor, and rely on the fact that Alex is on the bar now. So that is a nice 4-2, and Mochy makes good the escape of one back checker by making 11, but Alex says, har har, I'm going to attack you. Double 4, makes the 4 point, and puts Mochy on the bar. Now he's got to think, shall I make my 9 point, establish an outfield presence, put a nice builders for the open 5 and 3 points. Shall I make the 2 point for an instant 3 point board, which will keep Mochy on the bar more often, 14% more often-ish, immediately. Or he can play third, but not least, maybe, but least, I don't know. He could make the 16 point and try to run, but he's made the 9 point, a balanced play. Mochy must escape into a 13 number shot. Ooh, there's another 4-4, so he's definitely coming out. He's got to come out with the 16 point and then make his own 5 point. 122 pips for white after the roll. 134, so it's a close race. But the advantage of this play is that it blocks both a 5-2 and double 2s. And on those 4 numbers, Alex gets a very valuable double direct shot, which it's especially, his gains especially a lot on Mochy's double 5, with which otherwise he could have cleared his outside block. But no harm done, 6-1, he just moves around to the 7 point, and the race is still not prohibitively, it's not such a big lead that Alex has got, although he's happy to not to be blocked with his 2 back checkers as well. Now Mochi's got a 5-2, and I think he's just going to slot his 3-point and make his 4. He says, no, I'm going to slot both of my points and play for the race. So 5-2 is interesting. And Alex Toth says, I could slot my low underboard points, 6-1, 4-2. Retain my midpoint so that I can clear if I roll 5 or 3 or 6-3 next, safely. And Mochy says, well, I don't care about your little ambitions. I'm going to double 6 you to death.
Oh, I'm
So that would be 100 for white. Oh, 96 pips for red. Okay, so that's I had the pip count wrong. 96, yeah, 96 for red, and so now that goes to 90 for red. And 100 for white. So I think he'll just play 13 to 6. He was down 7 pips maybe, but he's only getting 1 crossover. He's breaking contact against a 10-point. And now Mochi's free to cross over twice. And that's an ugly wuggly 2-1. Alex has got to get those 2 crossovers no matter what. He could have gone 8 to 6 with a 2 and crossed to the 12-point, but 2 out from the midpoint is fine. What is my pip count, says Mochi? He's got 92, is that right? No, wait, 45, 55, 61, 64, and 18 is 82. Part of 92. $82 to 90. So this is a good double. I believe it's just a take. A little less than 10% of the pip count ahead. Which is a little better off in the crossover situation. That might be worth a pip or so to him. I don't know. Jeff Ward would have said it's worth a pip or a ward count unit, but shrug. I predict Alex takes. It's just like it's at the score. If the cube's at 2, it's, you know, a money take is generally going to be a take in a race, and the 3 cube equity is kind of powerful. Because if you own a 4 cube, you know your opponent has got a very low take point, so your leverage isn't as great as it would be in a money game. So I think that Alex will 47, 55, and 35 is 90. So 82 to 90, yeah, 55, 606, 42, 84, 82 to 90. So I think it goes 10 to 6 and 8 to 3, which is the. Okay, now we got to go 12 to 6, unfortunately. You only get 1 crossover, might as well keep spread out on the outer board and cross with efficiency, and there's a double boxcar. And that's going to be hard to overcome. There's almost a double boxcar, 6 and 4. A boxcar and a blaster, is that what that is? And he takes 2 crossovers. And there's a 3-2. I'm just going to go. And unstack his 5-point. And there's a 5-2, and he barely gets one off. Into the 6, off of the 2. Don't even think about it. And Mochi says, all right, I just want average numbers. No, not a 3-2. And now Mochi says, I'll fill my open 2-point. And Alex says, oh, well, I only got a 3-2. I'll probably go 6 to 4 with the 2. Catering to double 4 and 4 off, rather than catering to small numbers. Mochi plays 5 off. Alex rolls a 5 and a 4, 2 off. He's happy he played that 6 to 4 last time. Slightly happy. Mochi rolls a 4-2, 2 off. Alex is hoping for a big boxcar. A 5-4 is not quite chicken feed. Maybe it's chicken feed at the quick count. A 4-3, 2 checkers off. So Mochi a 6 and a 3. for Alex. Things look very dim for Toth in this game. Mochy made a good double and followed with his double 6 soon. Mochy rolls a bad 3-2, with which nevertheless he gets a checker off. 6-4. Odd number checkers left go for the 3 off instead of catering to the 2 off the 6 point. No choice there. 3-4 off the 4 point. 6-3. And now Mochy's got 5 missing numbers next turn, but that is not enough. 5 checkers left is a loss for Alex Toth because Mochy is off in 2. Alex concedes. Mochy goes ahead 3 away to 5 away, 10 to 8 in the 13-point match. Semi-final of the Super Duper Jackpot. If you want to play in the Super Duper Jackpot, you have to pony up a nice entry fee, and you're going to be playing the likes of Mochy and Alex and other strong folk. And a 6-4 for Alex. Shall I make the 2 point? Oh, gammonish by making a better board. Hope he rolls 5-1 and then again twice. 5-1 he would have to slot his 5.63. And Mochy says, all right, you've got a stripped 8 point, you've only got 8 in the zone, I will challenge you. Another idea would have been 13-4 or the like, but the split is considered better by Extreme Gammon, the robot that everyone loves so much. And that's a 1-4. That's a nice hit and split by Alex. He's got a 2 point inner board, and Mochy has a 0 point inner board and a 1 point inner board. Now, Mochy says to himself, shall I make a 10 point, or shall I play like a human and blitz? Blitzy, witsy, he blitzes, and Alex, unfortunately, only made 1 checker without hitting. Mochy's got 9 in the attack zone, and he's got 6s, 3s, and 2s to hit on the other side, 3s and 1s to cover, 4s to attack on the 4 point, such as, 4-4 would be make the 5 and 4 points. 4-1 would be make the 4 point, 8-4, or 5-4. 4-3 would be make the 5 point and cut loose. I mean, this is a strong position for Mochy, but being 3 ahead, I'm not sure he's going to flip this cube, because Alex would be itching to redouble. The trouble with Alex, the trouble with making the 2 point at your first turn is you've got this low point, and Alex has broken his 8 point to attack, and Mochy has come back with a great 5-5 and there's a bad 4-1 by Alex. Now Mochy's just going to attack. And if he gets an undoubled gammon, he'll be at Crawford ahead 5 away. Now every move's a cube decision. He could if he cashed this, he would be up 2 away to 5 away, when you have a 74% or 76% chance of winning, and this is a good time to double, perhaps. You could still play for double for it again. Not sure what Alex is going to do, and if you are not sure what Alex should do, the Woolsey doubling rule says you should turn that cube, because you've got an advantage. And Alex says, I don't want to be gammon for the match, so hi. Doubles time? Oh, what's her name? Terry Harmon's going to pay. If she denies it. Are we going to start momentarily? Is it almost 7:30 yet? Candace can't hear me, I guess. Okay, so Alex says, I will take my 24% winning chance in the match, roughly, and not be gammoned out for the match. And Mochy is happy enough, I guess, with that decision. And 8-7. So this is the aggressive way to play the double 1 against a split. I think that, yeah, no, Mochy makes that 11 point. I'm inhibited to double. I don't think that Alex still only has 8 checkers in the attack zone. But he says, I don't care, I'm going to double you anyway. Because if you win 1 point, I'll be down 5 away Crawford. I might as well get 2 points if I win the game. Or even get 4 points if I win a Backgammon. And Alex says, all right, you're only about even money. Hit me back, I'll hit you off that 4 point. Then Mochy says, for the car, I hit you 2. And Mochy says, I will not strip my midpoint, I will run away, but should not be hit back. And Alex says, I'll roll 4-2 and hit you back. Now I've got 9 in the attack zone. Mochy says, oh, I better hit you. 4-2, oh my god. He says, now I'm going to try to improve the situation with my back checkers. What is that, a 3-1 he's got? I think so. Oh, it's a 5-1. Yeah, Alex Toth rolled 5-1 and hit both of Mochy's checkers, and Mochy is fanned. Okay, he's on the gammon try. Oh, beautiful. Oh, there's a double 3, making his 4 and 3 points, and I think he's going to just move 13-10 for a builder attacker closer to the zone. He wants to be aiming directly at his open 2 and 1 points. And I don't think his back checkers are in trouble. They're diversified already. So he very properly, I think, plays 13-10 with that last one. 1, that is not chicken feed. And it's a nice 5-4. Now, shall he hit? Interesting question. There's no covering ammunition except for the 3 checkers on the midpoint, which gives double 6s, double 4s, double 3s. So my guess is that Alex is going to play 1 checker into the outfield and then find a 4. The 4, if he plays 5 or a 5, depending on what he does, he could play 13-8 for a 5, and then he could split his back checkers, 24-20. He could say, all right, I'm going to attack still. I could, this is all right. He's bringing checkers into play, sort of where he wants them. Mochy obligingly stays on the bar. 4-point gammon for Alex Toth would be fantastic. It would put him ahead in the Crawford game, with Mochy needing 2 points, and that would make Alex about a 2-1 favorite in the game. But in the meantime, he's got to find the best checker plays, and I'm not at all sure I know the best checker play. I mean, an aggressive try would be to slot the 7-point and make the anchor with a 4, and that's what he's doing. Because he can use that checker on the 7-point as an attacker, or he can cover. Hi, Terry.
Hi.
And now he's got a choice, because if he attacks on the 1-point, 8-1 hit loose, which he does. I think that's the right play. Because he can recover by making a 5-point climb. He can recover if he gets hit back by making the 7-point. If he doesn't get hit back, he can just make the 1-point. There we go. Makes the 1 with a 6. And he's got a 5-point board. I imagine he's just going to go 10-7. Now he's got a direct number attacking the open 2-point. And Mochy rolls 2-1. And any 5 and a bunch of doubles, he's going to hit loose. Can't let Mochy just have an anchor for free with a 2. Mochy is going to roll something. What is it? It is a 2-1. Okay. Mochy is alive. He's alive and kicking. 3-1, I suppose we are going to play. You could play bar to 24, 13-10. You could play bar to 21. Bar 24, 13-10. He doesn't get hit with a 2-1. He gets a direct shot with a 2-6. Gets a direct shot with a 2-4. Or 2-3 even. Stays on the bar. 3-2. Now this one, I think, this is rather interesting because he can play. He's going to play 10-8. He should play 24-21 with a 3. They're competing goals. One goal is to escape the back checkers. One goal is to attack, of course. One goal is to keep the back checkers diversified so that you can hop out to the outfields with many numbers. That's kind of play that Alex just made. Mochi stays on the bar. And at 5-3, I think the right play now might be to just move all the way to the midpoint. 21 to 13. He could also move all the way to the 15 point from the 23 point. And that's what he's doing. He's that's sort of a hybrid attacking, escaping play. Once Mochi gets in from the bar, it will be a different story now, because oh, he hits with a 6-2 from the bar. I didn't even see that. I was conditioned not to wish to break it. Okay, so there's a 5-1. So this is interesting again. He could establish an outfield presence and break the 20 anchor. Hey Terry, just tell me if I have to come and play, okay? So now, what is the best play? What is the best play? Diversification is good. This is reasonable. Now, Mochi has got a, 4-3 is crummy. Oh, crummy. What's he going to do? Is he going to hit twice? Could hit twice in his board just to gain time. It's ugly as sin to strip the 8 point and put a checker on the 1 point. And also leave 3 blots. Semi of the Super Jackpot.
What would your move be?
Oh. I think I would hit twice just to gain time, maybe to get my last back checker out to safety with the 6. It's not, and with 2 on the roof, even if you get hit back, you might have another roll or 2 or even 2 to anchor. The trouble with any other play is that the alternative to hitting twice in my book is to safety to the midpoint and then play simply 6-3. And Mochi says that's the prettier by far play. And now Alex says, well, I think what he's going to do. He's going to play out to the 16 point and 10-6. He could make the 16 point, or he could just break the 20 point and come all the way around and leave the back checkers diversified. That gives up the defensive anchor, but at some point the defensive anchor is not worth keeping. I might be a little chicken to abandon that point just yet. So I might wish to just come out with a 5 and then 10-6. 21-16, 10-6. And then Mochi would have a bunch of numbers that do not play in complete safety. 3-1, for example, right? But now Alex is thinking about abandoning the anchor. Abandoning the anchor is well motivated because it gets the back checkers moving in it. You're moving your anchor forward. You're giving up your 20, but you're making your 16, which is better for racing. And so it's hard to fault this one, but I don't know what's right, to be honest. What is that? A 2-1? What is that? Is he thinking? He's thinking. It might be a 3-1. I rather think it's a 3-1. I can barely see either die, but I'm pretty sure I see a 1. And then I'm pretty sure I see a 3. So if it's a 3-1, I don't see that there's any choice. I'll make his 5 point. You'd have to leave one open anyway. And a 4-1 for Alex. Oh, he could do what is called the banana split. Could enter with a 4 and go 3-2. Hoping that Mochi stays on the bar and then he remakes points and wrangles a gammon out of it. What is that? What is that? 5-5? Oh, that comes all the way and covers the 3-point. Oh boy. And there's a 6-1. So 6-1 could be played 9-2, or it could be played 21-15, 9-8, or it could be played some other way. 21-15, 24-23. This is a tough play. This is what happens when you're suddenly all of your opponent's checkers are in play against your multiple back checkers. You find awkward numbers. I kind of like what Alex was thinking about, 21-15, 9-8, and that's what he does. Mochi would kind of like a double 3. So 6-1.
Hard to see the dice.
Yeah, it's, right. They've got, some people have got a glare-free one, so Mochi's looking at the natural hitting play, which leaves 7 return shots, 5 of the ones, and 6-4. You could make the 7-point, which leaves 4 shots, 3, 4, 1, 6. 3-6 would be nice. Other than this, I don't see much. Well, I guess he could go to a 6-point and not block. Not block 6s, at least for a while. I think rather than, if he's not going to hit, I think he should make a 7-point. But he would be very unhappy if he made the 7-point and then got hit back with those 7 numbers. Because I'll leave him 4 numbers. 5 4s are not one of those 4 numbers. So I think it's just 15-6. Blot from the outside all the way into the 6-point. 2 fielders bearing directly onto the open 2-point, that is, with 6s and 4s. And now Mochy has made a beautiful 5-point prime, solid 5-point prime. Alex has nothing better than the slot is 2-point. And Mochy, of course, the cube is not in play because Mochy is Mochy owns it at 2, and if he simply wins the game, he wins the match. And that just means, well, you know, he's not allowed to erroneously double and face an 8 cube or something weird, but because it's considered an impossible action. Yeah, 6-4 in, right?
I was gonna say, he just doesn't have much time left. Getting short on the clock.
Oh, 3:35 for Alex. That's plenty of time. Ooh, it's a double boxcar? Is that what it is? Mochy is swooping in for the kill. Alex would like to make the 9-point with a 2-7, but I didn't roll it. And Mochy closes the board, and that's going to be it. Yeah, Mochy came back from that one. And a 6-5. Mochy plays in complete immediate safety. 1 checker out, and that's a 2 and something. I wish I could see what it was. Oh, a 2-4. Okay, so that's the right play. Gets ready to clear a 6-point. That's the worst way to clear a 6-point. 6-1, and Alex. No, Alex doesn't say it. Comes in. He's going to race for form's sake. Gets a crossover to the 17-point. Ooh, Mochy rolls a 1. Double 1s. At least he gets 3 checkers off.
And he's smiling.
6-5, and now we just go to the 6-point. Just go to the 6-point. It doesn't done that. You go to the 10-point and the 12-point is just as good. Just as good or just as bad. And now Mochy with a 3-4. A hollow-chested formation. 2-1 is very sick, but it doesn't really matter. If he's going to get frustrated about a 2-1 at this late stage, then it's bottled up resentment. And Mochy says, I'm going to play not to waste a lot of pips with 4s. And I guess you just go to the you go to the 5 and the okay. This is now the trouble with this is he doesn't get 3 off with a double 5. He should have gone to the 8-point and the 5-point, which would give him 3 off with a double 5 and 3 off with a 4. So this is only gets 3 off with 6, or a 3, or a 4.
Oh yeah, okay.
1 off.
What's the good news?
Get to
They're
lose
bound
more
for
money at doubles.
Just
Oh,
roll
yeah?
your dice,
Yeah.
Mochi. I gotta play doubles.
Why more money in the
I know it's a very interesting position.
Ah,
Every
if you win.
every word here.
There's a minute 20
Will we
left.
cover my drawing?
Yeah, he'll.
I'm a Mochi.
Yeah. Mochi always does that.
Drawing dead.
I've never seen his flag fall.
Is that for drama?
No, he actually considers a lot of moves with the time that God has given him. And once he rolls a 2-1, you'll see him go ballistic. Ah, 2-1! Oh, he's gonna throw the dice. Hopefully not the gigantic cube. Oh, 2 off with a 6-2. And another 2-1 would be horrible. About as horrible as it could get, but what is it, a 2? 2-2 maybe, or 4-2. Oh, it's 2-2, so yeah, so that's the end.
I think he
It's
got it.
impossible. He's got 9 checkers left, so that's it. And Mochi must be off in 2. Mochi has won the semifinal of the Los Angeles Open Super Jackpot
That was crazy, that 5.
on this 12th day of June,
Yeah.
2025.
Yeah.
Now Terry Harmon and I are going to go play our doubles match against I don't know who.
I don't know.
We'll find out. All right, signing off for the moment. Alex Eshaghian, come.
Split, like a banana split?
Okay. No.
No. It's probably, yeah. Yeah, just double 5 is so great.
Hold on.
You're done?
What you want?
You won? Congratulations.
Lots of laces in this match, I think.
I know, we dared off so much. It was crazy.
Which stream is it going to be on? USB, yeah. Oh, the actual USB. Yeah.
Where will you go play after this? I mean, tournament after Los Angeles.
Oh, I might go to Las Vegas, I might go to New York, I don't know yet.
Give me one.
Not for backhand. Or for backhand?
Backhand, no. I only play backhand.
Los Angeles, they have dash
No, Las Vegas, I said.
Yeah, Las Vegas.
There could be a lesson, like very, very surprised staying in Las Vegas now.
I'll be right back.
Alright, thanks very much.
Good luck in the finals.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Hussein. Are you still alive? You must be tired. How's it going? Yeah, I saw like I'm playing 3.6. Is it true?
Blake and Kibbles. Oh, Blake and Kibbles. So you're gonna be the red checkers there. I'll show you the string guidelines too. Pretty straightforward. I have a printed set. Legal, yeah. Legal moves, dice on checkers, spread checkers on the bar, bear off into the rack, stagger. If you need anything, let me know. This might be the last match that we'll stream. You said Blake Fleetwood. You play here?
Yes, sir.
So this is an e-cup.
So you will be the blue checkers, Blake.
Okay.
You're going to be on this side.
Oh, okay, yes. Thank you.
I love those. I'll take the picture some more, but I mean, Ellie loaded up on $200 on Friday. So I asked Ellie, she said, no, he's fine. And those are the imported ones. I think champagne. Yeah, my radio in my car got bad, and so I took it to the dealership. It was going to be $1,500 to just replace the radio because it's an OEM, whatever bullshit. So I ordered a Tesla radio that fits exactly the same from China, and it was $368. It's go on the internet, watch YouTube on it, you can go all the world on it, you can read radio. Yeah, we're gonna play that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Thanks. So I'm with Stu. I think we're gonna set up over here. It's the second sheet. Steve, I think might be like 31. I think it was 31. What up, Carol? I have one in my room. Nothing yet. Hey, buddy. That's a good goal to have. We never talk anymore. Hi. How you doing? Yeah, let's do some lessons like next couple of weeks.
Yep, I will do it.
That's awesome.
I have a good system. I'm playing a little bit on Galaxy.
Okie doke.
So they, establish my blunders and my bad checker plays.
Okay.
And I don't really understand what they're talking about.
Well, no, we're going to go over it. Everything that you're concerned about, we're going to go over it, and 95% of the time or more, I can explain it. Okay, there are some few oddball positions where, like, I don't
We will
understand either,
get
but
started shortly.
I'll be honest with you about what those are. Have you met Blake before?
I think we've played before. Yeah.
Blake Fleetwood, Jack Stambouli.
Stambouli? Yeah. Your face is familiar.
Yeah. Been around the scene a while.
Alright, so you start rolling first, and hopefully you never get up.
Oh, we'll say you?
He does the same thing. He makes me do all the work. I have to move the checkers, I have to roll the dice. All he does, he just says,
I just correct you when you're wrong, which is like
4-2.
70% of the time.
the last 2 doubles matches, just to I've won $50,000.
Alright.
I had to split it with a partner.
I don't think the prize pool is as big for this one.
Prolific, and if we happen to,
I just wanted to scare you guys.
you're right. I'm rightfully scared.
And I had to overrule a Kiko 3 times.
And you were right 2 out of 3 or all 3?
All 3.
Good job, Blake.
Wow.
So actually, I
she's
don't
a
know
good
if it was
player.
right because I can't find the string. It was streamed, but I can't.
So we
find
just
it.
assume that you were right.
Well, we won. We won.
That's
We
what
won the
counts.
4 points.
Well, not
So just gonna go through the stream guidelines. Legal moves. Dice on checkers valid. Please spread the checkers on the bar. Do not stack them. Please rack them into the trays so people can see them. If you're going to use the baffle box, just make sure one person rolls at one time. And yeah, if you need anything, I'll be on the other side. 7-point. Yeah. 7-point match. 3 minutes per point with a 15-second delay.
Okie doke.
I asked Steve to play with me, but he said he'd rather play with you.
No, I did not say that. I said
I begged me.
I am contracted to play with Jacques in Los Angeles, but I'd be happy to play with you at another venue.
Okay. What other venue? Actually,
when you're ready to start,
maybe
I'll
New
take a
Orleans,
picture
because
of
I
all
already
of
got
you.
a partner.
We can start without Kid. It's okay.
Yes, Phil just bailed on me for New Orleans. Fine, you're a better player.
Okay, great. So we're on.
Did you see this cube he made?
Who made that?
Bill Shea. And this is the thing that's going to come with the board.
Oh, with this board?
Yeah.
What's that Tommy Talrico's board over there?
He got one of these too.
Like
It's a lady.
and so on.
Yeah.
Nice board.
Yeah.
I think
Just
we're not to eat. Oh, this is the...
Yeah, just if you can, please keep the food like a little bit far.
Like right in the middle here?
Because Hans is bidding on this board.
Alright.
Okay.
No, the center of the board is for Nazi's food.
Oh my god.
Okay. So.
Do you want to shoot it? Or do you want me to?
I'm eating now.
Oh,
Okay, so
that
you
answers
play
it.
until you lose, okay?
Until you're through eating.
Yeah.
So, before you start, I'll take a picture of you gentlemen shaking hands, please.
Pretend like you're having fun.
Pretend like you're having fun. 1, 2, 3. All right. Give me about 30 seconds, and the stream guidelines for Kit. Legal moves, dice on checkers is valid. You know the deal.
It's his first time.
It's his first time. All right. Start in about 30 seconds.
All right, good luck, guys.
Whatever you want.
Oh,
whatever
Let's play a
anybody wants is
preference.
fun.
I don't care.
I'm going to use the I'm going to use the
Fine.
baffle box. It's easier. He
Okay.
said to wait 30 seconds. So you
Okay,
can
so when
screen
one
up.
person rolls, wherever the dice, you put it like
Yeah,
here. You know the protocol.
If you read the rules, Steve, you put it on the other side of the board. You literally just read us the rules.
Oh, okay. You read us the riot act.
Are we good to go?
Yeah. Well, we can wait 30 seconds. Who's doing commentary besides Alex?
I don't know.
Because this is a big match. Should be
It's the biggest match.
Michi and
Well,
Mochi
he's
and
still
Ryan
here.
Rebello and Kit if he was available.
Oh, we can start? Okay.
Okay.
After you.
Those were the best players.
4. Okay. What do you like?
I like 11 and 21.
Well, maybe possibly just 10 and 22 because then he only has 3 doublers attacking.
Okay.
And
We'll
6
two
3's
down.
duplicated. I mean, that's an okay play, but I think he's still better. We'll find out later. It's a spin the screen and somebody will transcribe it.
I don't care. Maybe, I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
I think
That's
this
good.
guy here was
That's good.
supposed to
Yeah,
do
yeah,
this.
yeah.
All right, we're doing the first doubles match. And it's another outstanding match. Blake Fleetwood and Kit Woolsey. The blue checkers at the top. They're turquoise blue. Against Jacques Stambouli and Steve Sachs out of Los Angeles. Playing the red checkers on the right. Bearing off on the right. 7-point match. 3 minutes per point for 21 minutes. And a 15-second delay. We're using the beautiful 8-point Backgammon Matchmaster scoreboard. A ZMF clock. The Wycliffe Brothers cube. These checkers are FM gammon. These are not the checkers that are coming with the board. The board is for auction. There's a link in the description. You can also donate to the USBGF by clicking on the QR code at the upper right, which alternates with the QR code that will allow you to bid on the board. And the BLC, Backgammon Learning Center Baffle Box. This is a beautiful legacy boards, backgammon tabletop board. It does not fold. Made of spalted maple wood. Really beautiful. Leather surface with gray and black and white points for maximum contrast. I know, the checkers look different. Yeah, it's because of the lighting. Thank you, Simon. Hello to everyone in the chat. If you're joining us, please say hello and where you're joining us from. Please also smash the like button.
I'm okay with starting.
Let me refresh this feed. We've got 60 people. I'm going to announce this. Okay. Thank you.
All right. We planted the crops and then we harvest them. Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, nice and simple.
What?
Hey, yeah.
That's
I guess
the bar. Here's an interesting one here. There's some numbers.
I think we want to stay back, right?
We
So
definitely
this
want to
just
stay
comes
back.
here.
I mean, switching kind of messes up the prime, or we could play here and here. But then it's.
Like this, you mean?
I mean, that's reasonable. See,
Yeah, I guess
he's
you
probably not going to leave a shot. And if he does leave a shot, we could remake.
Yeah.
And this way it's more flexible if he rolls kind of a neutral number, as opposed to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this.
So we are 7 away. Just announcing the stream on social media. All right, so let's see where we're at here. Thank you to Simon Snyder from Auburn, Alabama. Vin Ramirez, here locally. Lee Jarvis from North Jersey. All right, so after all the Bulls play in the first game, off we go. So 6-5. Okay, so that leaves 2s and a 4-3 to hit for 2. That's a hitter. So Jacques is playing the red checkers, Kit is playing the blue checkers, and Steve is by his side, and Blake is by Kit's side, sipping on a Diet Coke or something to that effect. 4-2 breaks the 18 point, hits and continues. I did increase the volume for the board microphone, so it looks like they dance, and now they have a doubling decision. So let me know how the sounds because I don't hear them myself.
30, 143, 57, 100. We're down 12.
6, 7, 8, 9. I just said you don't want to be double.
No, well, that's true, but Kit's a taker and Blake is a faker.
So I can hear them now.
I think we should wait.
Let me know what you think in the chat. So what do you guys think? Double this? Steve's taking a picture. They decide to roll, so 1 will cover, and the 4 I guess come down 14 to 10. All right, Kit's looking to come in. 2 with a 4, so the 2 is forced, and the 4 will probably just hit. Or well, you're gonna hit. You can hit on the 9 point, or you can hit on the 2 point. Hitting on the 9 does break the midpoint. It brings an extra checker in the zone. Doesn't leave a direct shot. So it's only 5-1, 4-1, 2-1, and double 1.
Oh,
In addition to 5-4. 6-1 does not work. So that's the 1. And the 6, they can come down to the bar point. Or the 4
with the
points.
fly shot, we bring an attacker in, and then
I just feel like this is a little bit front loaded.
Don't do anything anyway, other than the 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
They have 2 snacks here. So now it's a 6-5 coming out and down.
Okay. Yeah.
Now it's 6-2 for Jacques. Hits. Hello, Pete. 6-1 comes in with the 1. And the 6, he has a few options. One is to come to the 11. One is to hit loose there.
Alright, so
Thank you, Vin.
let's double.
Doubling from the bar. I was just talking with Matt Patterson, telling him how challenging it was to set up the stream because I practiced many times at home. But the lighting is different, the sound is different, the wires are going in different directions.
6 is 12.
But I'm looking at it on my screen and it seems like it's okay. So, you guys double? They do take. Now it's a 6-5.
Let's come out with the back one. 6s are duplicated and we're not getting pointed on. Aces are duplicated because he moves up, but then ace hits with ace.
Let me know in the chat if you want me to commentate or you just want to listen to the players. Hey Dorn, how you doing? You want to join for the commentary?
Yeah, I mean,
Dorn Bishop.
better than me and my 1 and 6 records.
Yeah.
Listen, that second checker,
This is
like really big.
double.
Yeah, but this covers this area.
Yeah, but I mean that second checker on the roof is like huge.
Oh yeah, I
So
want
red's
the
doubled,
second
they
check
have
the
2
roof.
on the board, so now
You can only play 4
Blue's
times.
thinking of redoubling.
Yeah, but no,
What do you think
this
here?
one here.
I was here.
Let me get settled.
Yeah,
Or did they roll a
I
double
hit
2?
there and I hit here.
Oh, right, yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
I'm sorry.
No problem. I was
No, they
tired
rolled
as
a
you
double
are.
2, so they played it that way. 5-3 comes in with 1. Okay, so now it's a doubling decision here. I guess not. 4-1.
Yeah.
You play on head.
Good.
That's certainly the 1. So now the 4 is whether to
Do
make
not
the 2
obey
point
the rules.
or the 5 point. It's kind of a blitzing position, so
Right, I would favor making 2 point.
yeah.
But in purity sake,
Project your voice into here, please. Now, there's work to be done.
Now we've got some
6s and 4s cover nicely, but
the thing about the recube here is that it's a 7-point match. It may seem at the beginning of the match, but you recubed a 4, and before you know it, you're looking at an 8 cube, and everybody's gammons are dead. So, in this situation, you have to think a long time before you recube.
Well, we don't have to have it for much longer.
I know.
put on XG.
Not to say it's wrong.
Got a lot of good
I
rolls.
imagine that's probably what they're talking about.
Yeah.
A little bit. But they can use 7 points, so 8 points is pretty good too.
That's not what we're afraid of.
7-point match.
I think we send it.
I mean, if they send it, what do you do as red?
Well, what do you think?
Guess we're going to find out.
Look, it's a redouble. It's a 24 millipoint redouble. And it's a 268 take. So that'll be nice. We get a 4 cube
So let's look at
early.
how the numbers play.
Get to finish the match
Double
quickly.
one's
Go to bed.
Reasonable for him. 2-1 is fair.
Just one match tonight for doubles.
Okay.
I was thinking I'd probably end the stream because I have to be up early. There's the seminar tomorrow at 9 a.m.
It's pretty darn good. 3-2 is like the only bad number. 4-2 covers. 5-2 is actually you can get out. 6-2 covers and comes up.
That's got good structure.
Yeah, it's actually a very comfortable take on XG.
5-2 they cover.
Once you get in and hunker down.
Double 4 is fantastic.
That's the tricky part.
5-4
Because
fair.
blue still has to
6-4.
extricate the bank checker.
Absolutely
So
okay.
say they don't cover,
4-5 is pretty strong.
or even if they cover,
6-5 is pretty good. Double 6.
You're still a favorite to come in as
Are there any
red.
other numbers
yeah,
I
you
can
come in,
think
you
of?
might anchor,
So
you
we're
might be able
down
to contain the back checker.
over 30 pips.
The back
We got a
checker.
nice structure, but they're on roll, and like you said, they got everything. And Gammon was a match.
You could
And,
say it's a trivial
you know,
redouble and an easy take.
you can come back from 2-0. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Well, it's
So
not
we
quite
may
a
be making a
trivial.
mistake
It's kind
here,
of close. It's
but
only a
I
24
think
million point error, not to be
Yeah,
double.
you're right. I didn't realize the numbers were that bad.
Okay,
Oh,
good
when I
luck,
say
kid.
trivial, I mean.
Thank you,
Hard.
Steve.
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah.
used the wrong word.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they passed
we have
it.
a pass.
But the question is, was I bluffing?
Well, you may not have known you were bluffing.
I had no
They're
idea.
talking, so they can hear.
I mean, we
The
got good
viewers
structure,
can hear
but
their chat. We can't hear it.
Well, you got good structure, but that structure may be there for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
What did you guys think about that?
But yeah,
I like the commentary.
What's
with the
wrong with the
Gammon,
numbers?
I
And really,
know
other
the
than
Gammon is
5-2.
I think
3-2
you
was
could,
something.
but then it only
5-2 was
interfered
not
with
so
the
good.
It
sound.
wasn't really bad.
Yeah.
you on roll or you still eating?
Oh, okay.
Our own private headphones.
You want to shoot? Go ahead, shoot. You're winning.
Why take the hot roller out?
Yeah, so
I think Kit's got that Cheshire cat grin.
You might want to sit on this side.
I've gotten away
You
with
just see
something.
through the box. Or
oh
it's up to
yeah,
you.
I think that's what he was saying.
Okay.
Steve has his camera there.
Kit rolled an ace. It's right here.
He's trying to knock it over.
Well, backgammon humor. Okay.
2-1.
1 okay?
Behind, we're playing slotting.
Yep.
That was an interesting
Standard
one. There was
play,
a right to swap
6-1.
that ace. We did
Makes
I
the
think
bar
so.
point. Oh, I didn't ask in the chat. Who do you think's going to win this game? Kid and Blake or Steve and Jacques? Well, of course now they're ahead, but at the start of the match, who do you think was the favorite to win the game? 2-1. You make the 5-point here. That's very thematic.
Yeah.
I had a bag up slice.
Yeah, that's not
The
so
other
bad.
option,
What I've learned from XG, yeah.
I think the other option would be to slot the 5-point and play 13-11.
Okay.
Sure.
Roll a 6.
But this actually makes the second interboard point.
See?
All right,
6-4.
I obey
Great
orders.
roll.
See, I have no value.
On the other hand, it did do the other 6-4 would have made the bar point.
Right.
So another reason to make the 5-point.
Okay. 6 we're hitting. I mean, they got a better structure, so I kind of would rather.
We've
move
got some
forward and
viewers.
duplicate the
Everyone,
twos.
please hit the like button.
Well, I mean, it was coming down. It's a little too big.
One of the things the viewers noticed is there's the board cam that's in the main portion of the screen, and then there's the player close-up cam, which shows the colors of the checkers better than the board cam because of the lighting. The lighting, yeah. But those are the actual colors of the checkers, which are really beautiful. Did you get a chance to see this board close-up?
I have not.
Okay, we'll take a look later. It's beautiful. So there's 1, 2.
It's a great board, but it doesn't fold up.
One of the things, if you shift, that checker on the 11 becomes a builder for the 5.
I like.
Normally you would hit loose.
Yeah, and you're not leaving a block.
With the shift or hit loose. Yeah, that's the choices. I like the shift since we got a guy over here.
You guys are shifting. Okay.
There you go.
No idea. All right. Is acceptable.
Japan. Okay. Simon Snyder from Auburn, Alabama is saying he'll go with the Japan Open champion and the pistachio eater,
You're going home,
which is Jacques.
Gus and I staying.
So Steve recently won the Japan Open. He got this beautiful board, huge trophy, but no prize money.
I mean, it makes sense for the guys that are going to be in the tournament to the end.
And Jacques likes pistachios,
Oh.
I take it.
I think
it's quite
so.
enough to double, but he's some paying attention to it.
Who doesn't like pistachios?
I don't know, I was thinking of 6-4.
6-4.
There's 3 ways to play it.
So this
Well,
one,
I'd hit pretty quickly. Is that-
hit or make the 18 point. Wow, this is an interesting choice.
Do this, but
You could also make the bar point. He's pointing to that.
Yeah.
If we hit, I mean, the double anchor, which I'm not personally a fan of.
I'd still like the advantage.
If we do the
of
back
checker
one,
back
so we just have
versus
to worry about.
I want to play a back game.
I personally think it's this one. What about you?
Let 'em.
It gives him a chance to counterplay. I mean, everything it looks good after all the plays look good.
The board there.
I mean, but if you do this, he's got a chance to counterplay.
Yeah, these are the actual colors.
And if we make the 18 point, they don't have a lot of comebacks, but we don't have a super strong position. But if we hit out here, it's stripped on this point. The deuces are duplicated.
Whatever offensive momentum they can muster.
And I don't mind the double
That's
ante.
right.
I mean, if he establishes it, then we can pin them into it.
By a lot.
I think hitting is a little bit better.
Making the 7 point is the second best play. 101
take a look
error.
at a vision. We can look at a
The 18
vision.
point is a 125 error.
Oh wow, I'm surprised.
Strong. He doesn't have that many numbers to hit us, but doesn't seem like we have potential to cube easily.
In addition to sending the fourth checker back, it removes the builder
this is
from the
another
5.
play.
As I said, it stops.
I think I want to do.
Right, exactly.
They have a few numbers that come back in there, but it's not terrible if they hit us there.
Those guys on
the other play is
have some way to escape
the bar.
And they have to go through the 5 point otherwise.
I mean, they all look good, but I honestly I think I want to hit.
It looks good when you make the bar point.
Hopefully I'm right. Hopefully I'm right.
The area, so they can freely
bounded. Good play.
Yeah.
Now it's a 5-2. So
enter and hit.
In with the 5, hit with the 2.
Yeah, I took it.
All right. So we've got some good 6s from the bar. 3-2.
So
you come in and hit. Maybe you break the 8 point by doing that.
This is a good idea.
11 point.
Yeah,
hitting's too big. It's too big. It's too big. It's hard for them to
The other way would
consolidate
be
everything.
called leaving a zillion blots.
They did not make the anchor.
I never realized you can leave a zillion blots when you only have 15 checkers.
Oh, you know, advanced math.
Yeah.
That looks right.
Oh, they can barely hear Dorn, so maybe come a little closer to the microphone, please.
Slotting the 5 looks right.
So we're down 2-0.
You've already got 4 checkers back. You don't care.
And we got good diversification numbers.
Putting your checkers where they
2s,
belong.
3s, and 6s here.
All McGraw would say.
We don't have that many numbers to make that point, but we could double hit with a lot reasonable number of combinations. Head down 2-0. I'm not sure. Double ones. 2-1. 3-1. 4-1. 5-1.
So
is red thinking about double here?
Looks like it.
3-2.
That looks a little premature to me.
Yeah, I think it's like the fact that the 6 point is stripped. I guess if you bring one from the 13 to the 6, much stronger, right?
If I lose my market, then so be it.
6-2. So there's the 6.
And hit the second.
Oh, there's the 2. Hits another one.
Yeah. Now they have to immediately.
Okay,
answer.
so that was unless they come in.
Yeah. Now are they too good?
What's the market? Well,
you know what Steve says? If it's not too good, it's too bad.
It's not too risky.
I don't think they're too good. I think this is a double.
Most we're going to cover. If we cover, and even if they come in, we can double.
Take the previous roll? Huh?
Yeah. They're making fun of us. They're making fun of us.
Shocked.
Shocked. Be shocked.
Huh?
Be shocked.
I was shocked.
They're threatening to make the 5 point or the other 5 point.
It would be really ugly if we didn't cover this somehow. So what's going to happen?
Especially at this score.
5-1.
Wow. It's 193 too good.
Yeah.
They're winning a lot of gammons.
They do.
44% gammons.
Kid was shocked. He's
2-1.
shocked.
There you go.
Double.
Cover.
He played on us. 2 times in a row he was shocked.
And now this is a very strong
that one
position, even
shocked.
if they make the 1 point.
Right, because they don't have any timing to speak of.
I know.
5-3.
Just keep playing.
You need about 100 pips of timing for a well-timed 1-2 back game.
2,
1, 2, 3 makes that point.
4.
And
prepare to make
yeah,
the
they're
bar
building for the bar point, which is the point they want to make next.
Very fast. Come on.
Once you have a full prime
I had a
behind
feeling he
both
was
of
gonna
those.
roll
Okay,
that.
so they can come in and pop out to the 18.
It's a win-win to pop out. Either
Okay.
you'll fight and get that point, or you'll gain some important timing by getting sent back.
Oh, Pete Jarvis has a question. Does the term hit loose only apply to hitting in the home
He may
board?
dance himself into a take.
Yes, usually.
Right.
Yeah.
Not
Hitting
yet.
loose
Not
implies
exactly
that there'd be a
yet.
shot back directly, and
Right.
that would only
Well,
happen
if we play a
you're on the bar.
15 in this
Right.
match, it's on me.
And I guess you could technically hit loose in the outfield.
It's
but
a great
that's not-
question. I've never thought of that.
I know.
Okay,
Something
that
to learn
is what I
along the way.
wanted. I want to get the heck out of there.
Pete
He's out.
Jarvis does the North Jersey
Is he
backgammon.
really going to hit and cover and bust his timing? Or what's the
So
point of
that's
staying?
4, and he's looking for 3.
They're joining
Really
us
help us?
from New Jersey.
From New Jersey. Did you know he did an
double
event
fours.
with Antoinette
You can just do
Williams,
this. You can just
where
do
she
this.
played
He's
like
not gonna hit him. He
10
ain't-
players
he
simultaneously?
Yeah.
You can't help us.
Yeah, and they
He could go double
like
fours and mess up
videotaped it.
his
It was
fours.
fantastic.
Great.
Let's see if he
6-1.
hits. He's not an amateur. He's not going to fall for that.
So now their timing really
Shocking.
sucks.
Yeah.
Pretty
Now
good
your best bet maybe
timing-wise.
is to just hit
I mean,
and
we've got
hope he
2x
dances
and
or
then-
something.
Or
and
hope
then-
to
and
counter
then,
prime.
And then try to
Let's see how
ruin
we
your.
can hold
Yeah, you
it.
can try to hope to pick
Like
out.
a double 3 maybe.
There might be some root numbers, and if that
teasing him
doesn't
about
work,
the
then you
hits.
can just
Hope to time it back.
ruin your home board
Sorry.
purposely to get hit and get sent back. Because this is an ugly position for
Okay, that's not bad. 4, and then here?
Yeah.
Kit. Like,
1. Yeah, so I like that 1. It increases your flexibility. That's a 4-1, so you're gonna. Oh, it's a 6-1.
I might have like
Yeah, there you
6
go.
rolls in a row where I should have done.
That's what they're saying.
6-3, so come in.
I'm
into
okay.
5 point.
Hey, the more
So
people
here,
that
what
think
you want to
I'm-
do when you're bearing in is
the
try
more
to
people that think I'm
bear
not
in
good
the
at backgammon, the
spares
more
to the
money
higher
I'm
inboard
making.
points than the 6
kill
and
sixes,
5.
yeah.
Killing 6s. Watch them.
That way you'll
With the
keep the
massive
prime
numbers
for
of
longer,
sixes.
and you'll have more flexibility during the bear off. 4-3. So you can
Well,
bring
we
2
can
to
do
the
here
4
and here
point,
and here and here.
or you can spread them out. I think I bring it like this.
It's either that or that.
I prefer the other one.
But I like the spare on the 4 point. Yeah.
3-1, so 6-2. Or I guess he wants to try to make the 3 point next.
Always double them out.
I know. Or double them in.
I think we're supposed to.
Maylee was shot here with
smooth like that.
6-4,
Otherwise,
6-5.
extra men on it.
shot,
So-
I think they don't mind getting hit back.
If he breaks the point, he pops out with a 6. Do they have a take? Maybe.
We got 2 blocks.
I still think it's too
well,
good.
You know, it's just,
They can always double later.
It's not that if he hits a 6 fade.
no.
That sounds like Matt Cohn-Geier's dog.
That could be
There's
just
another dog in
Oh,
the
that was a great
playing
ball.
area.
Oh, 6-1. So there, the 6s are killed. Are you familiar with that term, Pete Jarvis? That means you cannot play a
Board got
6,
better, you get scared.
which is useful because that
A little 6-5,
allows you to
little
keep your prime.
boxes, and 6-1 fold by
6-1. Okay.
That's great.
this or this. I kind of like this still. I mean, we leave a shot on
One
6-2.
theme
but
is like
you know,
keeping the back of the prime
Unless he rolls like
slotted.
6-1,
So you come out with a 6, but here I don't think that's the right idea
This is a tricky game
because of
as
the
far as,
board.
like,
But now the
two
board's
matches, you know?
cracked,
We
so
might
this is going to be
actually
5 to
miss
1.
again, And were we too good on all the other rolls? I don't know.
So now if he had like a 6-1 to play, he could play.
It only shows 5
that's
to
funny,
1
there was a big
instead of
swing
6
there,
to
but
2. Again, I
he's
think
got 3
the
blocks.
hope Kit
He's
and
got,
Blake
oh, so
are
maybe it's good for us. Maybe we get hit and like pick up 2 more.
3 more.
more
Why only
checkers
2?
sent back.
Wow, double
Oh,
6.
oh, this is a number I didn't
Not as
consider.
good as it
Yeah,
looks.
you can't do that.
We're still gonna
That's
get
the
too
thing
good.
with the 1-2 back game. If you hit a shot, there's usually still a big prime. Like here, there's a 5 prime.
Yeah.
Oh, hello to Bill Shea of Legacy Boards. Backgammon. I don't know if you know Dorn, but we're auctioning off this board.
They're like they say in Apocalypse Now, with
that?
extreme
Yeah.
prejudice.
So that comes in and hits. So now they're looking to, well, not close them out, but close that point. Double 3 is an
So it
anti-joker.
doesn't escape and it doesn't cover.
I guess you make the 2 point.
2,
Yeah.
3.
3, and then you play 6 to 3.
Yeah.
Sure, why? Just play
Yeah.
You don't want to make
one less thing to worry
Right.
about.
this one?
No, because we don't gain a builder.
Yeah.
Well, second shot, aiming at the 5 point if he enters there.
6-3.
No, but
Okay,
I'm
so
saying it's
still,
just trading
still
risk over
too
for this
good.
builder.
What did he say? Double 4 or something? Double
Oh,
1.
not
Okay, so
bad,
that's
not
fine.
bad.
You just shift
So
all
just
3
kill the
and play
gap.
4 to
Let's
3.
do this, right?
Easy peasy.
BG in play. Vin says BG in play. Double 2 can't come in. There are some backgammons here. Ooh,
One,
double
two,
1. 1,
three.
2, 3, 4, and 5 to 4, I guess.
Like 3-2.
I think 3-2. There's a big swing on 3-2. We get to maintain our 5-point or 4-point rule with a 3-2.
Like I say, 3-2, I guess.
Yeah, 3-2.
Now, could possibly double.
Always double every once.
Well, hey, it might get to the point we can't. That's the thing.
Okay, so now he's looking at talking. I feel like there's still gammons on the table, Dorn.
If we don't come out now when he comes in. We pop out now when he comes in. I guess we should double now.
So back.
You probably want to play on, but.
So I'm back, I suppose.
They got outfield coverage.
We have this could go very bad, so we're gonna just
overly conservative.
Well, that's up to them whether we cash or not.
Oh my!
I think they just cashed.
Okay.
So I think it's a clear pass.
Are you shocked that we
What do you
cashed?
think?
I think before.
Yeah.
See, he only was shocked on one occasion.
Right. When you didn't double.
Well, maybe it had to do with the score. I mean,
Yeah,
had to do with the score.
I'm saying no. It had to do with the score. Why you'd be shocked if it was 0-0?
Oh.
Then it'd be less likely.
So he does that. Like if you have a board that you would like, he does that.
And rolled the joker.
I have many of them.
We rolled the joker. What?
Yeah. Then you were playing on.
Says chicken.
Remember you said, well, if it was our market, too bad.
Yeah. Okay. We'll look at it later.
That was the one.
I'm not.
I wasn't sure we had a take.
Well.
So this
most
will
likely
be the last match.
Probably was double
of
take.
The
If
day,
I waited and you weren't sure,
particularly because Steve is playing, and he
it's
takes
hard
forever.
to believe that our opinions are that far apart.
Oh, it's doubles. It happens all the
it's
time.
double, so that's another thing.
Why?
Okay.
Play doubles.
Oh, so 6-4 the right play is to make that. However, against an opening 3-1, the 6-4 is correct to run. No, 4-2 is actually make the 2-point with the 6-4.
Okay. You want to do this?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's close. It's close. They're tied. I think they're.
I believe it's correct.
They're tied. For money.
You're not gonna go wrong too far, either way.
All right. 147. 63.
You just have most of these
We have
memorized.
a better board. We have an anchor.
Yeah,
we have 2s and 7s to hit. We're down on the score.
I have most of them memorized, but I don't know how big an error it is to make the second play. That's actually one of the first things I started studying when I started playing the cube.
149.
The opening position, I looked at the point-making rolls. Oh yeah, he says it's an interesting combination.
The only one I was
Hearing
sure
both the
was
players
double
and our
marks.
commentators.
Deferred to your judgment.
I hope that you can hear the players okay.
I really had no idea. Yeah, all the other
I increased the volume of their microphones.
We went down on the match score. That's a pretty good position. It's probably like a double.
I don't have any faith that if I made a
No, not. I mean, we have all of the attributes that, other than like a significant attack, are in our favor. It shouldn't be a drop, but it should be a double based on that and being down in that score.
Yeah.
I'm happy to double.
It's negligible. So they're thinking of doubling here.
Yeah, that's pretty juicy.
Yeah.
Pretty
easy take.
Frisky double.
They don't have anything that come out.
I already analyzed the position for you. You don't even have to think.
Where it's an even game.
Yeah.
Really, if you guys were like not so sophisticated as you are, I wouldn't have done the analysis for you.
He was thinking,
I knew you were going to
why
come to
did
the
they
same
double
conclusion.
See?
I think he's
Go to
still
the final.
smiling about them doubling them out the last
So you
game.
come down and play 6 to 5
I can
like
hit
that.
loose on the ace, but I hate that.
No.
Just like hope he doesn't roll 3.
If he doesn't hit us, then we're good.
It's great to think you're going to roll double 2s
Okay,
or something.
that's
but
tolerable. It's decent for them.
Roberto
Well.
Litzenberger says he hopes it's not the last match of the day. Roberto,
Oh,
if
yeah,
you
but
go
I have
back
to
and
play a
watch,
fourth
we
one.
had some really good matches today. The first match was
This is
Mochy
two.
versus Bill
Right.
Phipps. The second
Yeah,
match
I'd like to
was
come up,
Mochy
but-
versus Matt Cohn-Geier.
Okay.
The third match
I don't think
was
it's
Mochy
no,
versus
no.
Alex Toth.
That goes to a good
And
place.
Mochy versus Matt
It's a
Cohn-Geier
stare
went
on the
down to
6 point.
It's also
DMP,
dangerous
and
to
each
come up.
player had
How
less
bad
than
can
10
that be?
seconds
Oh, it's
left.
plenty dangerous.
It was
Oh, no,
very
no,
exciting.
coming up's not
Who won the match
dangerous.
between Alex and Mochy?
Mochy ended up winning. So
Did he?
he's in the finals. He's going to be playing Bill Phipps in the Super
Alright.
Jackpot finals on Sunday.
We doubled already, so we can't double
yeah.
again.
And they played in the luncheon event. Did you see that? Were you
There's
there in
guys
the
that
San
we play
Diego
with. They
thing?
said they already
No,
doubled.
there were, yeah.
Can I double again?
You live not far from San Diego.
Right. Bill won the whole thing.
All right, so that's
Bill
pretty darn
won
good.
the
1,
Wilson
2.
board.
Oh yeah, the
3.
tournament. That's right.
The question is, make this point or make the
And
end.
then Matt won the Mochi
They don't have much of a
Millions,
counter
and
attack.
then
I
Bill
really feel,
Phipps
and it's
won
better for the
tournament.
attack.
And then they also played a
So unless
Chouette.
they come back with double twos.
Well, the 4s are duplicated and the 2s are duplicated.
So
there
it
too.
sounds like you agree.
So it's all duplication, yeah.
Duplicates 4s.
Double
four.
Wow.
Duplication,
Did you see
smoopplication.
Steve's reaction?
Duplication is overrated.
Only if
Kid's
you
reaction.
roll doubles.
Well, that's why I said duplication
Kid
is
doesn't even
overrated.
ask. Okay, so he forgot the memo about the spreading the check. There you go, Steve. Spread the checkers on the bar.
In his younger days, Kit would have been diabolical and would have discussed it for a second and made him suffer, I suppose.
So now the issue is the score with the redouble, right?
You want to play next game?
Oh, yeah.
I want you to win so that you keep playing, because it's whoever loses gets some.
No, I'm trying to try and trick him into redouble, yes.
It wouldn't be very hard to trick
Same
us.
situation, Con. It was in the first game.
I know I double in each match score.
Right.
And I know I double if it were an
In the
initial
middle,
double.
right?
Yeah.
But I agree with you. We
Well,
have the cube.
First of all, are we
wins
sure
the
it's
game
a take?
cubeless
Let's start with that.
opposed to Gammon's actually
Oh,
counted.
that's your law.
It's
Okay,
not a take,
so it
it's
looks
a
like
mistake.
it's a
Well, if it might not be
redouble,
a take, then
take.
we'll take our chances.
72 millipoint error to redouble.
I'm going to check raise.
But
here.
for money, it's a
Doubles I'm
huge
gonna take
double.
it,
Will be
redouble.
doubt.
It's a
Oh,
huge
for
redouble.
money, it's a
Check raise.
So, what's the difference between
Trouble is,
this
if
and
boards
money,
as
and
strong
why
as
is it
ours,
a no redouble
we
here
don't
for
have an
our
anchor,
viewers?
and he's-
well.
Basically, our only advantage
That's a
is that
complicated question.
he's on the bar. and
That's
we're
why I
on
asked
the
you.
roll.
But it's hard.
Well,
I don't know.
Obviously, it has to do with the score and the cube level.
sure, but if you play on,
Would I take this?
We could be playing
assuming
for
you
gammon
win,
in one roll,
you
because
have
that's
either
that's
a
well, that's
4 to 1
overage
lead,
anyways. If we had doubled.
and
Yeah.
All right.
therefore
Let's
3
go.
away, 6
Well,
away.
These guys are perfect. They play perfectly.
Roughly what, 80?
There was never a doubt they were going to make the right decision.
Roughly
I don't have
80%.
these numbers.
Well, underneath
I
those
like
numbers,
making
about
this point.
80%.
No, but you're right. They've duplicated everything.
Or you
It's
play
double four,
on and you
double
might get a
two.
gammon and you're up 6 to 1, which pretty
That
much
was like,
Huh?
Yeah.
1 away, 6 away gives you about what?
I mean, I was thinking double twos, but double fours is way better.
So if you double this to 4, and then you win a gammon, you get 8 points, but you only need, well, you get 8 points plus 2, you get 10 points, but you only need 7, so that's 3 points extra overage.
Right. And from Steve and Jacques' point of view, they take it and they get to a position.
The good news is
where
we didn't
wow.
double.
Yeah.
That's a wowzer.
4-pointer, you
Ooh,
hit.
that's worth a picture. That's worth
Step
two
up.
pictures.
double 2.
Wow.
The normal plays
3 on the bar.
The normal plays
They
is
have
to
all
make the
4 to
point.
play?
He gives
All
them 2,
4 to
2,
play,
and
this
2,
is
4.
the original position.
But if we hit and bring the build, they have such a
So it
strong
does
board.
make
I'm
a
really
5-point
willing to
pool.
take our chance, especially with the
And it does
duplication.
duplicate the 2s to hit back.
Because, hoping they don't hit, even
So
if they
this will give them
anchor.
more time to
We're not
do
hitting
something.
3 times.
Yeah.
Like
Like
hit
No,
that
no, no,
and
no.
get
So they have 3 on the
But
bar.
if they,
No, it's too big a risk.
The alternative is you can
And even we could do
step
this
up
here, I
to
don't
the
want that either. I'm pretty sure.
22, yeah.
I mean, we can hit,
But what do you do for
create
the
some
other
builders
2?
down here, but then
You
we're
got 2 on the
fighting to make
bar,
this
which
point
is
where we
better
can
by
actually just
far.
make it.
Alright.
Paul,
And in making it, we're
Deviant
actually
set.
duplicating these counter shots.
Not a million times.
Did you play with him?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
but, they've already. If you're
He
counting the
has
deck
great
down,
wooden
the
boards.
plus,
He had the
the plus minus, they've already used the double 4.
And he had that baffle box with a mirror on it. Do you remember that?
That one I
no,
don't
of
remember.
course.
So he put a mirror on the front
jokers
of
are
the
already
baffle
there.
box so people from the other side of the shoe can see the dice.
So that's
Great.
2.
Yeah.
Good idea. Well, he was an
3.
engineer. I think
Oh, was he?
I think he made the board himself.
Wow,
in
double
fact.
6. One time I remember I did a banana split.
Yeah.
So I had a 4-point board with two blots in it, and he had 1 or 2 on the bar, and he redoubled me.
I
to,
mean,
I think
it's
16
being too brave.
or it
Yeah,
might
you
have been
just do
32.
this.
It was either 16
Look
or
at the builders to shoot this one here.
or it was 32. I gammoned him on a 32 cube.
Okay, we would have got hit. Assuming all things remain
It was
equal.
great. So
Very
now the
hard,
table,
yeah.
the table has turned. The legacy board table has turned.
Right?
6-2. I think
You
I
have
get
to
loose.
carry on. Yeah.
I guess, unless you're giving him more 2-5. Yeah.
You can't see ghosts and worry about double twos or getting hit and then dancing
You
forever.
hit loose on the deuce.
And you got 3s, 4s, and 5s working for you.
Nope. That's 4-3 or 6-3. 4-2.
This is
That
actually
guy
kind of
up.
interesting.
Now the question is, you might want to play 4-2 to
He didn't even
increase the
shot,
numbers that
but
cover.
we can actually also just
4-2. That's
Or
right.
they're probably thinking, maybe
It
they're
is
thinking about
pretty
playing 6
Oh, yeah.
close to again. It's like
Yeah,
a
yeah,
one
this
number
is
instead of
actually better,
11,
I
although
think.
one number is
You're still going to win a lot of
super strong.
gammons. Gammons on a 4
But
cube
this
is
is,
very
you know, you
valuable.
don't have to close the board with a
boards.
gammon.
Might. I mean, gammons go down, though, as opposed to having 3 checkers. I don't know.
Well, he's got the chance now. Okay, so
Okay,
there's
now
the
you got
4.
3 checkers.
And now I think I play 4-2. Keep your double 6s
Interesting.
okay.
It's
If
okay
we do
anyway,
this and he
because
comes in with a 6, we lose
Oh,
our hitter.
7-5.
We're definitely not doing
But
this
I-
because
you know-
6 leaves a shot.
Actually, now double 6s
five
don't
leaves
play.
a shot. We could do this.
But if you bring it in, double 6 leaves a shot as well, though.
No.
2. Oh, there'll be 4.
Oh, he's got
It's
3
not
on the
even
bar.
that,
Let's
it's
just
you wanna
go
clear
for
that
the good
point.
distribution here.
Sure. I don't know.
It's also, I don't know. I would have made that play.
It's not that big a deal. It was almost even good, maybe just like let him come in even a little quicker.
So
4.
2. So there's the 4.
Now
And
this
now
is double 5 and double 6 leaves a shot.
Okay, that
and
makes
this
it
one
off
is
with double
just
5
double
and
5
double
leaves a
6.
shot, and this is
that way it's okay.
neither.
Well, double 5 leaves a
But
shot.
the distribution isn't
Here,
as
double
good.
5 does not leave a shot. But I
So,
think again, with 2 on the bar,
I kind of want to just do this and only pay
you
off
see how
the
they
double
already
5s.
pre-cleared their 6
Could be
points. They're
sorry
going to want
if
to
it
clear
happens,
their
but-
5 points soon for the same reason. They just want to break the contest.
Again, it protects against double 6s.
Yeah,
So that's 5.
5-1. Okay, so there's the 5 and bear one off.
Probably just, yeah.
This is a 0 position. So Michi wrote this book, Endgame Technique. Did you read that one?
I did not.
It's a good book. He calls this a 0 position because there's 0
now,
rolls that leave a shot. So
this is
now
double
after
4,
this,
5, and 6.
if they play like this, it's double
And this
4s,
is
5s, or
only
6s. The other way it's
6-5.
only 6-5. Can you not
Does
hear
he
what
have
Steve?
does he have terms for that too, or?
But we get like 3 or
Those
4
positions?
checkers off with the double 4, 5, and 6.
No,
We
I
also
guess it's
clear
the
those
non-zero position. It basically has a term called the 0
So,
position.
it's close. What do you want to do?
I would think we want to take more checkers off at this point, right? Because I mean, normally you're playing
Yeah,
points
I mean,
when the guy's got the ace point.
I'm not ever going to be good enough that I could figure that
It
one
says-
out.
the
over
other thing
board.
is this keeps the 5-point board for longer.
Okay, so
5-1.
Yeah, the
so that
thing I was
keeps them on
talking
the
about is
bar.
just like
Now,
pre-clearing,
And look at how
stripping the
When you've
points
got
so we
3
can.
on the bar, it's not
Look at how valuable the back
Right, but you
end
actually
cube is
you want to
right
be
here.
clearing
That's-
points when he's got that many on the bar because now he's got 2 on the bar. He's probably going to be a candidate to lose a shot.
6-1.
2-1.
Might have
Oh my.
made the other play.
Good news, bad news.
6-3.
Nothing
Really
but
nice.
good news for Steve. Jacques.
Uh-oh.
Oh my.
I have some hope. Steve is getting excited. Ooh.
2. No, this is
Throw this play. I'm
just
sure
like
we'll
that.
see that. Sure.
They could have.
They
Played
could
2
have.
off twice.
They
amazing
could
result
have.
this game, so it's nothing,
That
no
would've
matter
won
what.
That would have taken some cojones. And now.
Okay, so now you're not going to win the backgammon.
Okay. 4, they cannot do.
No, in the chat they're saying they're managing to follow 2 conversations at once.
I hope one of them is ours.
So yeah, let me know how you like this. Sometimes for doubles, some people prefer no commentary, just listen to the players. Because these are experts themselves.
That wasn't very impressive.
No, you guys got unlucky.
I love the live chat because the viewers can interact with each other.
Oh, fine. Okay. 6-5 R's.
Antoinette played 10 players at the same time. That's right, Bill Shea. They made a video for it, and I did an interview with Pete and Antoinette on my channel.
Oh, that's a good roll.
Double 2, great roll. I find it's really nice to own the 11 point with an open 5 point like that because it's builders.
Mm-hmm.
like
so
that.
this.
6-1. I think you make the bar point here.
Yeah,
actually.
it's most often.
This is one of
I mean,
those
really most
rare
often.
times.
The thing is that I'm probably going to do your play, but if we make the 5, we leave.
I think so too. That's why he's taking a
6-4. If
picture
we
of
make
it.
the bar,
These
we leave
early
nothing.
double twos, you
And then
make
we
the
leave
bar
a 4-3 to anchor.
Longer termism is so much nicer.
I mean,
it's
I'm
a
happy.
2-point board. It's not every
No,
time.
I know. I'm happy to make
Yeah,
the
I mean,
points
like,
that usually would want to make
you just
the inside points to the
practice
outside, but they
making
it was
5 points.
might be closer.
So we'll get a combination of 1, 4, and 6.
Grill said there's very rare
Escaping
position
numbers
where
are
you
duplicated
put the
with.
bar point over the 5 point. I'm not sure. Found that not to be the case, but generally speaking, they still favor making the 5.
Yeah. So Pete Jarvis is talking about the Antoinette Marie Williams challenge.
30, 70, 80,
Yeah.
90,
I mean, I'm not. It doesn't seem like it was that difficult to do to play 10 games simultaneously. Because, and Steve Sachs and I had this conversation with Art Benjamin because I play bridge, and I think they would acknowledge I'm a pretty good bridge player, and
we're
Steve
still trying to make the bar point.
dabbles at bridge.
And it's not
and
risk-free for
Art
him to come off the
tried
anchor
bridge,
here.
and he says it's not his
So
game
you
at
okay with
all.
this?
And the reason is in bridge you have to remember
Well, I
what's
know. I mean,
happening.
a hit would be really good.
And Art said,
A hit would be really
it's not
good
my
for him.
strong, it's not my forte.
Right.
What I'm really good at, though, is just looking at the position in the moment and deciding what the right play is. And that's backgammon. So it seems that you can just process what you're looking at the board. It doesn't really matter if you remember what happened before you got to that point. The question is, what's the right move in the moment?
Yeah,
I'm going to count it.
matter.
We definitely want to consider it.
So Pete says the video's on his YouTube
132.
channel. That was fantastic. And Antoinette is just like always smiling.
117. 117.
I'm used to people
15,
that never
they're behind
smile.
5 prime.
When I
They're
play
like a
backgammon.
20% take point.
Is that a dig?
So, probably good take.
Well, I play with these
might be
guys.
double, might
It's
not.
like grumpy old men.
15.
So speaking of bridge, there are 2 and soon to be 3 people who have been inducted into the Hall of Fame for both backgammon and bridge.
Well, obviously Kit and Johnny Crawford. Jacoby? Has he been
Yeah,
inducted?
Jacoby and John Crawford will
I
be
don't mind
inducted
double.
this year.
Let's do it.
All right, doubling with the 5 prime. 120, 117 for red. Leave.
We're supposed to pass.
88.
Okay.
128, 132.
Go. All right.
Do you count pips quickly?
Fairly quickly, yeah. I learned. I played Jacques Hussein a lot. He was the master of counting pips.
Yeah, Steve is also very fast. He changed it to 1.
5 for us.
What?
Steve was moving Kit's die, and he changed it from a 5 to a 1.
Or did he?
Oh, you did? Okay, so, sorry.
Yeah, you roll.
This is like double match points, so you're supposed to play normally. Gammons don't help us there.
Yeah, he rolled the 5.
Gammons help. We put 2 down.
Okay,
1. So here you
and we're
didn't
supposed
come
to
down.
bring 1 down. The blitz is weak. The split. This is just okay.
Yeah, of course.
We've got Dmitry Obakov in the chat.
Call me a Luddite, but I don't like baffle boxes, and especially for spectators and commenting, because if you're not paying attention to who's rolling,
right,
you just see dice on the left side of the board.
Yeah, you have
And
to look at the light.
I naturally would think this would be
We're a better board.
This is like probably
Right. For this, actually,
And we have a better
part of the
board. We're
reason
trying to
why we
develop an
use this
anchor.
clock
And
is
Gammon's don't
because
even hurt
the
that
light
much.
isn't
And
moving
3-2 is
nicely, so
duplicated.
that indicates it. So you have to kind of look on the other side too. However, it does speed up the match by a lot. The other benefit here in particular is the dice tend to end up in the center of the board where there's reduced glare. The glares tend to be in the corners because of the way the lighting is.
Not sure.
Like you see these lights
Point out and just take what he has.
I say for streaming purposes, that's useful.
Oh, Pete's planning the second Antoinette Marie Williams exhibition, January 26th.
She did it more than once.
No, she did it once. The next one will be in 26. Next month. Yeah,
terrific.
I saw this thing where Magnus Carlsen, the chess player, played 10
No,
players
because I don't want to give him
blindfolded
tempo to
one
get
on
up to
10
the edge. If he hits here,
simultaneously.
there's a disconnection with the pieces, and we still
Can
have
you
to build
believe
a
that?
variant.
There's a
post going around on Facebook about a kid who was 11 years old and played 22 experts back in the 1920s chess simultaneously, and it says he lost every game.
He lost every game, or he won it?
Well, he's 11 years
he's
old.
11.
What do you
but
expect,
he played.
Alex? He lost every one of them.
But he wasn't playing blindfolded, was he? I mean, I could see him losing if he's playing blindfolded.
I don't know if it actually happened. I think it was a joke.
But Paul McGreal played a game blindfolded. You know
Yeah,
about that?
right. I think against George Plimpton, I think.
Oh, really? I don't know. You know who might know is Jake Jacobs.
I served George Plimpton coffee at the Ausable Club in 1982.
I don't think we can do anything better than that.
High school.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now these doubles matches are nice. People commenting in the chat that they like hearing the players. So the 6-4, there's the 4 and the 6 behind. So, how do we get to the Crawford game?
Well, they doubled them out on a game where they had a 5 prime.
Oh, yeah, that 5 prime. So it's the Crawford rule.
So
for those not familiar with the Crawford rule, named after John Crawford, which we
double fours.
mentioned,
Nice
states that when one player, or in this case one team, is within 1 point of winning the match, the doubling cube may not be used for that one game called the Crawford game. Should the trailer, or trailers in this case, win the Crawford game, they may double at their first opportunity in the subsequent game post-Crawford, which is usually correct, but sometimes you can actually afford to wait. If you're all the way,
we're down on the
amazing. You didn't even read that. You just said that.
Because I do it like a million times.
Impressive.
All right.
It's good for the viewers. There are a lot of viewers that are not familiar with it. Like we had John Druska today in the chat.
That's why I have a partner.
I was happy.
Who's like
no, I probably was
not a novice, but like maybe an intermediate player.
That was weird.
And learning.
Illusion.
He's a social player,
right? Your student, Steve?
Huh?
Is he your student?
Used to be.
He's my teacher.
Not anymore.
He's been playing
I was hoping.
No, I don't think I was going to end up making that play. Probably
6-3.
Still, that was pretty bizarre.
6 is forced.
I was like, what the fuck is he
And they
doing?
can make the 3 point. See, at this score, you lose a gammon, it doesn't matter. What do you have to gain by staying?
Oh, what do you got?
So, like a 3-1, 2-1.
No, for some reason, I was thinking he was on this point.
Like, maybe because he's got 2 blocks.
No.
Unnecessary.
Sometimes it's just as simple as I did.
Yeah.
Midpoint a little bit.
We have a block.
5-1. So I don't think I hit with 5-1.
It's blocked in.
Effective use of it then. Yeah.
It's blocked in, so you just
At this point, you have to just make the 2 point.
Keep the builder.
Well, all right.
Actually, yeah, we are giving up a builder there.
That's not unreasonable. Let me just see if we do this. We'll keep it. We have 3 builders to make the bar. If we do this, we'll have 2, and some of the 6s are 6-4 is like a little weird.
Abandon your
If we do this, how does 6-4 play? No, let's do this. Okay, that was your play. Let's do your play.
Twice in a row now.
Twice in a row.
Move anyway, I guess.
Come on, Jack. Help me out. Help me. Help me not make mistakes. So that's pretty good.
No, that's a good roll. Get the spares 6 and 5. You either play 6-2 or do you just play 10-6?
Well, if we sit on it, we're going to have 2 rolls before we start to crunch. It's not a bad crunch. They've made their ace points, so they don't mind attacking.
What about making the 2?
So I think, well, the big question is, do we run out? And I think the answer is no.
Yeah, I think so too.
Now that we've decided that, we just want to shift.
Okay. 2 builders on this, yeah.
Yeah. No, this is... Huh?
I didn't want to duplicate the 4.
No, this is the way the duplication doesn't matter.
Now, this is interesting. We actually can bring a builder down, only give him the double 4s. This thing, they did mention it. That would make you right play, because then you get to use to win with your double 4s.
Which would help in the race anyway, so.
That would be exciting.
Duplication.
Alright, let's see what happens.
Not their best.
We can make this point here,
6-4.
which gives them double 4s, which is pretty good anyway. Or we can just play this guy to the ace.
2 points?
Let's just do this. Because if the race is in contention and they run out of time and they want to come out, we have a better board. So double 4 is going to be good for them anyway.
was the only bad number.
Roll something good.
Oh, we talked so much about it.
They're the guys who roll
Can't move
4
that
4.
one, so I might as well just do boom, boom, boom. Okay, now they have 5-3 and double fours. Good luck, guys.
Now 5-3 is activated.
I know, but I'm sort of trying to seem like I'm polite, but I'm not really.
So close.
Ooh, that was weird. You see how that?
Look at this.
Spin a bit more.
No, I mean it's just like,
You got to play 4-1 and then 11-10.
Guessing 1 out of 3 there, right?
Or you can break the 5
well,
points.
then now it gives them
You
4
wanna break
numbers
the
instead of
5.
no. I don't. Ooh, no. This is. So this would be,
4-3 is the
if they were
only-
double fours here, that's 20, 58, 60, 68, 20, 58. So the race would be close. Double fours is like, costs us like half a game. If I do this, and only, this is like 3 numbers, 5-3 and double fours, well, we lose that point. Let's do your play.
He does have a block.
Yeah, no, I see that.
Not bad.
What am I gonna roll here? 3-0? Actually 2-1. Weird.
Now, flexibility is gone.
That's pretty good.
Our fours we can play.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
It's only our best.
Great.
Only the best draw plus.
Only best by far.
For Jacques and Steve.
Alright, roll double 1.
Just downloading a transcription between Mochy and Alex Toth. Thank you to my good friend John Georgiou, Jedi Master, for transcribing. Yeah.
So for us to win by staying, we'd have to hold it. The rolls, we'd have to hold it again. Crunching, we'd have to leave a shot, we'd have to hit, and then we'd have to win. If we won, now we're about 2 rolls behind.
Kit and Blake are weighing their fleeting
Pretty sure
racing
it's supposed to run.
equity against their fleeting shot equity. Not a sanguine conversation. They decide to run and hope for a miracle.
The late great Bob Glass would say, "And how's the missus?"
Well, he won his tournament twice.
Oh, he's won so many tournaments.
That's about it.
Oh boy.
That's it.
Well, probably this, just to maximize double
fours.
So,
Yeah.
this will probably be the final match. Maybe we'll have a post-match interview.
Okay. Thank you,
And
kid.
then
Thank you.
we'll be back
Thank you.
tomorrow.
All right,
9 a.m. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jacques. You saved him. I saved him.
Yo,
see what I
you
have to
saved
put
me.
up
We were
with?
going to be losing the match, and he was like, "Ooh, why you say you're a professional? You don't know what you're doing."
Oh, I think Paul McGreal won the match.
That's okay.
It was like a blind spot.
All right.
No.
Thank you very much,
Just never
Dorn.
had any,
So,
any dice
thank
the
you,
whole
Kenneth.
match.
Yeah.
Let's see if we have a match.
Huh?
Plug for Mustafa.
Steve, we're not supposed to take that cube at that
It's probably
502 away,
15
are
pips
we?
and a 5 prime, and your take point's not that much less than money. You need like 20 and a half or 21 or something.
Oh, it's worse than money.
Well, so then you're supposed to drop.
That's what I thought.
We were supposed to double, and you're supposed to.
And remember, we don't have the recube they got to have
Well,
for
it's
money.
an automatic recube.
No, but it's not recube big
Yeah.
that you would have for money.
Thank you for playing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kit.
Well, let me just see what the status is for our next matches. If we have like 20 minutes.
Okay. That's okay.
Oh, that was fun. No different from every other match.